25 and I'm having my way, same nigga, and now 50 states. No, I never say what can make her right. Get some paper, she come do whatever I say. 50K on my watch, 30K on my face, 60K on your head if you play, then you late. Who you know what the score, put on but stay. You can hate, just don't play with my folks, you pray. I really been blind, no shit like stay big step, but when I step up, she better shake. All you harder than me, I don't do the best. I can never get back on my play. Yeah, I got me some money up, but not for a day. Once I fucking up, day, I'll bitch get out my play. But the lock of my lawyer, bet I beat the case. If I can't come out here, they get moved out the state. If I pay no order, they lay down the law. I just took 50K to a ball. My bitch was some kids and legs in his ball. Just know that I step way more than I walk. If I run into trouble, I got my move out. What's the name that just behind the move out? Play on my leg and I'm still move out. If I put in that order, they lay down the law. If I put in the order, they lay down the law. I just took 50K to a ball. My bitch was some kids and legs in his ball. Just know that I step way more than I walk. If I run into trouble, I got my move out. What's the name that just behind the move out? Play on my leg and I'm still move out. If I put in that order, hey, first I put the fake be the real. If you telling you need to be killed, being a little nigga since I touched the field, I'm the first nigga call pick up to a dream. Ain't no cat going there, they gon' say he for real. But I tell all y'all boys, they gon' twist in the crib. I done bought so much water, this shit starting to spill. I work smarter than I water, that shit get you killed. Her shit cut the brush, gotta make sure this thing put you one in the head, cut the lights in this spin. Wait like 30 seconds, shit goes spin again. If it's war, I just got it instructions to win. Now goes before one say the word they gon' be, but just know if it's personal, I'm seeing the twin. We don't do controversy, bitch, killing that being if he clutching it, fuck him, and now he's free. If I hit the order, they lay down the law. I just took 50K to a ball. My bitch was some kids and legs in his ball. Just know that I step way more than I walk. If I run into trouble, I got my move out. What's the name that came just behind the move out? Nigga, play on my leg and I'm still move out. If I put in that order, they lay down the law.
Even time I talk, I'm alone at night. Looking for myself, I get lost sometimes. Believing normal, are you superstitious? Are you not inside? Jesus spirits, telling over everything. I swear I love them dearly. I wanna do they feel the same about me. Sometimes I wanna go back home without things to be. I leave rapping alone if I can find things. She don't go sell on the pretty money, till I get lost in my feelings. They do my show, but I'm on my feelings. I'm loving all these men. I want to keep she feeling. Sometimes I miss the past and I think you were never beginning. It's just you ever seen love, cause that's why I did it. Mama gave me up, but at least she tried hard as fuck her up, nigga birthday. But pull up and crash the party. Come on, so many heartbreaks that it's caught me. And it's people I'm surprised you can't hear it. Tell me, believe in love, believe in karma. Are you superstitious? 365 don't that's a place to be. Running my finger every time I step away. Believe in love, believe in karma. Are you superstitious? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me. I didn't think about those bells. I so play the game. I know the heart and every time I felt away. One time I felt away. Just to leave me. Tell me, tell me. Another day, another day, another day, another day, another day. Do you believe in? It's the last song coming up, y'all. Western Love was good. It's the last song coming up. Boy. So that kill anyone for me, boy. Yeah, boy, MCMB, boy. Young Church, fresh to death, rest in peace, boy. My dad bang your man, I ride off with that man. I drank Patron straight, you niggas can't that shit, man. My fault is the bird, man. Hey, it's OKC, man. It's Shade, man. Shade, it's Shade. It's Shade. Big Kentucky in the building. It's Luka Day, too. It's Luka Day. Let my dreads grow out. My bitch got a blowout. Me casa, su casa. My house is a whole house. Only fuck with real niggas. Polo. Yeah, I'm on the pill, nigga. Feed you to my little niggas. Shout out to my big homies. Feed BMT streets. Scope on that AK. Let me take a sneak peek. Roll another one. Raise a blade on the tongue. You ain't never seen this watch. Nigga, it's a wonder boy. You niggas is honey boy. Your girlfriend a ton of fun. Chopper with a drum. Motherfucker, get a drum or something. Suck a nigga, jiggy some. Pop that pussy for me, then while I didn't get my nigga some. I'ma do my thing. I'll put that on Nicki Minaj. I need a bad red phone to come get my I'm talking big money. I'm talking heavyweight. I cut down on the surge. Now I'm in better shape. I'm from New Orleans, nigga, where you ain't never stayed. Who fuck with me? I drop you off in front of heaven gates. Okay, jump off. Nah, Blake, I ain't even watch it. Tan sent me the box for them. That box look lovely. I do got weight. I'm good, I'm Gucci. My money too long, nigga. My weed too strong, nigga. Fuck everybody. I'm in my own zone, nigga. And every time you see me, I'm rolling. Torture rush and grease, fresh to get rolling. Motherfucker, bitch, I just met the shit rolling. Nigga, we rolling. Nigga, rolling. Gotta keep a dollar on the second round rolling. Going at a bitch, nigga, neck, I'm rolling. That money, I ain't coming yet, cause I'm rolling. Bitch, I'm rolling. Young boy, I sorry for the way. Yeah, Kentucky played last night. Shaggy just be hating, bro. You gotta let Shaggy talk, bro. I don't pay that no mind, bro. Don't pay that no mind. Let me share this joint out to see if more people are coming here. First and foremost, I want to say, while I'm about to let Shaggy and Low up here, I want to say good morning to every single body that's in here. Welcome back to another daily Facts and Stats show. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Typically, the show is about
4 hours or something like that. But I appreciate every single body. Have a single morning. I appreciate every single body that's in here from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot with you all being in here today. First Thursday of the NBA season, so should have a TNT doubleheader. A couple more teams that didn't get to play yet is in action. We could see Luka and Kyrie fresh off their finals appearance. Klay Thompson making Dallas Mavericks debut. OKC, the new favorites in the West. They're going against Denver, so that's going to be a good game. Wemby and Chris Paul, obviously. So we'll get to that. We'll preview that. But before we get to that, we got a lot of games to talk about. Yesterday that took place, and we'll work our way down the slate. But either way, you see what's floating on the bottom of the screen. Welcome to the best show in the world, soon to be known as that, as such. 623 subscribers. Somebody subscribed this morning. Thank you. Also, if you are in here, with that being said, speaking of that, if you are in here, you already subscribed to the platform. Really appreciate it. But if you don't, hit that subscribe button. Also, hit that like button as well. If you already subscribed, hit that like button. I'm sorry, y'all. If you already subscribed to the platform, make sure you like the video. That also can help the algorithm out yesterday. Yesterday, we had 41 likes, I think, on a video, on a live. That's the most likes that I had on a live. So thank you to everybody that liked the video yesterday. And hopefully we can do the same today. If you are in here, you already subscribed to the platform, like the video. If you're not subscribed, either way, still like the video. And then if you're not subscribed, make sure you do subscribe. I'm chasing 1,000 subscribers. I am 77 away from 700. And then obviously once I get to that mark, 300 more to go. Gained 100 plus subscribers over the past month. This is my second straight week of going live on YouTube only. I went from Twitter Spaces to Playback to now me trying to attack YouTube and grow on YouTube, where I'm sure I will meet many more people, and the brand will also expand more. I think that's the most important thing, getting Fact and Stats to expand so people can know what Fact and Stats is, and people can also feel comfortable coming inside of Fact and Stats and talking sports on a day-to-day basis. That's the most important thing to me. So that's what I'm striving for. With that being said, yesterday, as the live stream ended, man, I can't do the boom, boom, boom right now. I'm definitely going to get a soundboard with it the next week. But boom, 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 boom. We had Tina. Shout out to Tina. I don't even know if Tina is watching right now. But Tina joined the Fact and Stats community on YouTube as a level 3 member. Shout out to Tina. Much love. Don't know if you're watching. You was locked in all yesterday. You probably want to watch this back. You're probably watching right now. But either way, greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a member. With that being said, there are 4 different ways you can extend your support for Facts and Stats. 4 different ways you can extend your support for Facts and Stats on top of being in here, which I greatly appreciate as well. You can join the Fact and Stats memberships on YouTube. There's 3 different levels: level 1, level 2, level 3. Customized perks, emojis, things of that nature. You can also, throughout the show today, or whenever you want to, send super chats, super stickers, and super thanks. All extra support is greatly appreciated. So you can become a member on the Fact and Stats community on YouTube, like Josh, like Heaven Sent, like Chan, like Nana. As I'm looking to my right real quick. Shout out to them. You can become a member. 20 plus people became members in only a 2-week span. I turned that feature on last week, Sunday, and we're now at Thursday. We're at 20 plus members. That means a lot to me. So yeah, you can become a member. You can also send super chats, super stickers, and super thanks throughout the show today. To anybody that's in here, there's going to be some new people throughout the show coming in here today, or even listening back to this live stream as the views continue to go up and up and up on these live videos. Yesterday's show hit 600 plus views on YouTube. Well, in general, 600 plus views. That is the most that any show had in the past 2 weeks since I've been doing it every day on YouTube. So as it continues to grow, I'm pretty sure people will be watching this back. With that being said, you can find Fact and Stats on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok at Fact and Stats _ Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Twitter is mainly for me making tweets about where the show is going to be or whatever the case may be. Instagram and TikTok is mainly utilized for when I record podcast episodes. I distribute clips to the episode, letting people know to come tap into whatever episode is, whether that's 107, 159, etc. So yeah, if you ever need some fact and stats updates or want to know anything else about fact and stats, follow those platforms. Last but not least, people may be wondering what is Facts and Stats before we get started. Facts and Stats is a network that has 3 different avenues. So it's typically a daily sports show, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Facts and Stats is also a podcast where I'm trying to shift back to recording weekly episodes around NBA, NFL topics, maybe WNBA as well, whatever the case may be, topics. And then also Fact and Stats is a clothing brand. I'm always wearing Fact and Stats apparel for the most part. So that's 3 different things about Fact and Stats. Built this platform to allow everyone to come on stage and be able to speak their mind or whatever the topic is. So that's the most important thing for me, like I told y'all earlier. And that's that. Lastly, before we get started, one of the biggest things about Fact and Stats is the Playback room. What is Playback? Playback is a platform that I have a partnership with that allows me to host the show there if I want to, turn my camera on, do the same thing I'm doing now on Playback. Or how it started with us having watch parties. So we watch daily NBA games there inside of Playback. Was WNBA as well, but that season is over. So we watch daily NBA games inside of Playback. It is an app you can download. It's free to download the app. It's free to join the Fact and Stats Playback room. Over 1,500 members is in the Fact and Stats Playback room. Over 1,500 members. That's a lot, you know. Over 1,500 members is in the Fact and Stats Playback room. And again, we watch daily NBA games inside of there. It's easier if you guys have League Pass, but if you don't have League Pass, I can try to give you guys the best of my ability, one of the VIPs to be able to watch the game. So again, make sure you sign up, join the Fact and Stats Playback room. We'll be there at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, kicking it off, watching Celtics versus Boston, and then we'll be ending that room watching Thunder versus Nuggets at their priority, with also flickering or showing Minnesota versus Kings when either of those games are on commercial break. When it hits 7:30, we're immediately watching Wemby versus Luka, because that Celtics and Wizards game is not much of a watch, honestly. So make sure you all sign up, join the Fact and Stats Playback room, playback.tv/Fact and Stats. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe if you don't subscribe already. And yeah, I'm lagging a little bit. But yeah, I did this to change the list and it did not work. Okay, Tenes Nevaeh. NBA bring out the numbers. Chris Dunn, the Philly agenda starts now. Basically, NBA red zone. Preach black. Kawhi better come back quick because Harden is great. He just can't do it by himself. Harden is definitely still great. Harden is Harden. My takeaway from that game today was Harden was still Harden. Harden is still Harden, bro. It ain't really nothing special. You know, some players stay the same. Some players don't really need no extra jazz. Some players don't fall off like other players. I ain't saying no names. So we're going to start with the recap, man. We got Low Brady up here. We got Shaggy up here. We got Tween up here. And then we got Wes up here. How y'all fellas doing today?
Yo, what's up, big bro?
Cool.
Good morning, man. Hell of a night.
Yeah, your man Devin Booker Bonds.
Great first
Devin
night.
Booker Bonds. He sold your parlay game?
We don't get to that game, but
He sold my parlay for sure. He didn't even give my parlay a chance.
In fairness, Low, we're gonna get to that game. And I know I have a lot to say about it. I know Jay Will probably has a lot to say about it. Because the way they
you
were
say Jay Will, he
offense,
don't come here no more. Oh shit.
Lord have mercy.
Jay, what was here yesterday?
The way they were running quickly, the way they were running their offense, it was really odd, really slow. They turned the ball over a lot, and then their stars weren't like the main priority. Like all of them, aside from Durant, and I mean, 17 shots in overtime still isn't crazy. Like he didn't have a lot of field goal attempts, but I mean, through the first, like at a point in the third quarter, Durant had 7 shots, and Booker and Bill both had 5 a piece. So it's like, we got some things to unpack for that game, but yeah, unfortunate.
I have similar thoughts, but one thing I do like about that game, though, was that Tyrese, you can see the impact and how much Tyrese will help when it comes from a floor general standpoint and getting those stars the ball without having to drain energy, bring it up the court and cross the half court. I like the little 2-man action that they went to down the stretch with Tyrese and KD getting the switch. And KD made some ridiculous shots, bro. But that's Kevin Durant.
Yeah, down the stretch, KD
Yeah,
definitely.
he made some crazy shots, bro.
That's a good shot. Tyrese did look like he belonged.
Yeah. Because I don't know. I wasn't so sure that he's going to be closing games, to be honest. But yeah, it looked like he's probably going to be a closer for that team.
Hey, off the top of y'all head, who y'all felt like had performance of the night?
That was really one of my questions, bro. But performance of the night off the top of my head.
I think I might go LaMelo Ball.
I was just about to
LaMelo was
say,
hooping. LaMelo.
I might gotta go LaMelo Ball.
LaMelo was
for the
phenomenal.
circumstances, he lost Brandon, he lost B Mill, and he was playing a team that's supposed to be way better than his.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not gonna lie.
My performance. Go ahead.
Oh, nah, my performance of the night was going to be Cade. I gotta show Cade some love, bro. He had a phenomenal. He
was good, but
phenomenal game yesterday, bro.
He wasn't even better than P5.
It's crazy that you said that. You buried the lead.
Oh, yours is P5?
I got a top P5 and BI. Niggas who didn't pay attention.
What did BI do yesterday? I ain't hearing nothing about that.
I'm about to say, I ain't paying attention to BI yesterday.
Hey, West, I gave you a shout out yesterday. You went. I don't even think you was in that jump, bro.
I wasn't.
I seen BI giving them law, bro.
Bro, Ed, 13 for 23, 33 points, 7 boards, 2 assists, 3 stocks. And just, I mean, in terms of understanding the floor, getting to his spots, and just being a shot maker, bro. Like, B.I., he was everything that I always been saying. Granted, it was one game, whatever, against the Bulls. But, and no Zion on the court. So, but I'm like, he hooped.
I would have said Trey Chan. For sure. I want to give Cade some love, though. Hold on. I see a hating comment. Harden cooking that terrible defense. Me and Harden is Harden.
I don't know why good hating, like, huh?
Bro, he didn't cook. That nigga was 10 for 28. Why? I don't know.
Bro,
hey,
y'all want to call that
though,
cooking?
Look.
Okay.
Chan, you my dog and all, but guess what, Chan? We get to settle that war tomorrow. LaMelo, Trae Young, tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow?
Nigga, we
LaMelo versus Trae Young.
Stop, bro. It was Fox and Melo. Don't twist it up. Don't jazz it up.
Yeah, bro. Anybody got any other names that they want to highlight? Highlight?
P5, I said his name, but I ain't dive into his performance. Man, P5 looked like a dude, man. Good gosh, like
Ice Spice, what's up? Dame showing Dame some love. Yeah, Dame hoop.
Dame was hooping last night too, for sure.
I gotta
when it comes to P5, I'll say quickly.
Look like he took the step. I know he is against the Raptors.
Ja definitely made a crazy job. You see that?
Nah, Ja took a crazy
Evan Mobley
game.
You gotta shout Evan Mobley too. He's a dog.
Mobley had a performance,
Solid night overall in the league, man. But man, big up to my fucking boy LaMelo, bro. All you hating ass niggas that be did that.
No.
Y'all wanted to leave my man off the top 50 list, bro.
Jalen Green showed up though. Jalen Green showed up.
No.
I watched that game.
Jalen Green showed up.
No.
Jalen Green showed up.
Keep Jalen Green and shit going on.
Yeah, whoa, boom. Shout out to
we got energy this morning.
We got a level 3 member. My brother Black been rocking with me for the past 2 months, bro. We met when I was gaming on TikTok every day, but that takes up so much time with the show. He then followed me from TikTok gaming to the sports show. That's how you know a nigga really rock with you, when they meet you for one thing, but they rock with you for something else. So shout out to Black man, level 3 member, bro. Greatly appreciated. All the support is appreciated. Soundboard on the way. But until
that boom soundboard.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that shit gonna be hard.
Listen.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't give a damn, bro. Back to what I was saying. Y'all left my man LaMelo off that top 50 list, bro.
No,
y'all forced him on there. Y'all forced him on there. Y'all ain't really want to put him on there.
Hold on. I don't know who Black is, but my bad. Every time somebody be coming around, I gotta do this. I gotta keep it going. So Black just became a level 3 member. Shout out to Black. Anybody else? If you want to extend your support for Facts and Stats, there are 4 different ways you can do at so. You can become a member. We have 20 plus members so far. Turned that feature on 2 weeks ago. Or you can send super chats, super stickers, and super thanks throughout the show today. Black and everybody else that's a member, thank you. Anybody that ever sent anything, thank you. Anybody that's in here right now, or if you are in here right now, thank you. Same love, regardless. So I get that out there. Y'all continue.
They asking Black, like, you don't know, like, how people say, like, black, like you know, Black.
Who is Black though? Is that the
no, it's not Black. It's like, you know how people like, hey, you know, Black who? Like, what's Black? Black, like black. You feel me? Like that Black. You feel me?
I'm having a burnt moment. I don't know.
Bro, they asking is it
bro.
the Black that's been in Facts and Stats for 2
Yeah,
years?
like they asking if it's the Black that
like,
we know type shit.
But it's not.
Yeah, I'm saying it. Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But that's why they were saying Black. Like, is it our Black?
Y'all will call him Black.
I just gave you the whole example.
Okay, my bad.
Like, yeah, bro, you know Black? What Black? Black.
Nah, but you from Temple Hills, Maryland, man. Shout out Temple Hills.
Nah, but enough of the guys that put on last night. Shout out to them. Every day we're coming in here with performance of the night and disappointments of the night. Tyrese Haliburton. I'm disappointed in his performance.
That was disgusting.
Like, you know how many people you sold last night from a gambling perspective, gang? You had 3 assists going into the fourth quarter, and then you finished the game with 4 assists. I was disappointed. Obviously, they got the win. Shout out to Siakam. That's why they traded for a guy like that. And shout out to Mathurin. I told y'all yesterday, that guy's on 6 Man of the Year watch. He had 19 points off the bench yesterday. Shout out to Trey Man, too. Yeah, he performed. We gotta give some of them guys love. Trey Man.
Y'all wasn't fucking with Trey Man for real, bro.
Wait,
y'all wasn't giving him an opportunity. You gotta give him an opportunity.
Trey Man for real.
Y'all wasn't giving him an opportunity.
How the fuck is your disappointment of the night gonna be fucking
gambling.
I have a legit question when it comes.
But why you ain't saying nothing about Jimmy though?
Disappointment.
Oh yeah, Jimmy was the
disappointment of the night. That shit was disgusting.
Jimmy and Bam.
2 for 13 combined, nigga. Let's get
Jimmy and
Bam.
Disappointments
of the night, nigga. They get to win that together, nigga. Let's get to it.
I tell you, Orlando
they do.
All of that.
No, Orlando better than us right now. They are. Orlando better than us right now.
Orlando put belt the ass, bro.
Ain't no right now, nigga. They better. Period. I told you
they better than us. They better than us right now.
I told you
they proved it last night. They better than us right now.
I'm gonna virtually raise my hand. I can't talk about all y'all niggas.
Nah, go ahead.
Nah, Jay, that's my fault.
Couple of questions and a comment. One, well, let me get my comments out the way. Please keep everybody on the Houston Rockets off that fucking list. You gotta play 4 quarters. You can't play 3. That's not how it works. Melo's definitely mine. I think he was fucking phenomenal yesterday. I'm talking about in every aspect of the game.
Tyrese
Haliburton. I'm a Tyrese Haliburton fan. Did that injury fuck him that bad? Because like he has not looked anywhere near pre-injury since that injury. Like, was it that bad? Or was he just like on a phenomenal hot streak? What the fuck is going on with him?
Didn't he have a hammy?
Yeah, hammy.
Like, but I mean,
I was never a big Haliburton fan anyway.
I think he's fully healthy.
He is.
And last night just could have been a bad night. Like, you know, it happens. But I will say I agree with you, J-Dub. Like, he hasn't looked
at all. Like not even a flash, Wes. Like not even a flash of pre-injury self. Like, what the fuck is going on?
It was only one game.
No, it's not just one game.
Well, I will say this, J-Dub. I think he had some moments in the playoffs, like individual games, where he did look like the pre-injury Hallie. But at the same time, it's like the consistency, the every night stringing them together, like the 20. Right, he was having 20 assists, 0 turnover game.
But even players that suck can have like a game where they shoot good, right? And so like the couple of games where he actually played okay in the playoffs don't move me because like that's just what happens when you hoop, right? But like the fact he's never looked like himself since that injury, like to me when I say like you have to put together like 2 or 3 games for me to even say a flash. One game ain't a flash. You know what I'm saying? There's people who shoot 28% who can shoot 50% for one night, right? Like I'm talking about from the explosiveness, that athleticism, right? He's never been like super explosive, but he was more explosive than this shit. And for the passing just to completely go away, like what the fuck is going on with Tyrese? Like, bro, I don't know. You might need to go to Germany and get some of that fucking Christian McCaffrey shit or some shit. I don't know what's going on, but it's getting disappointing.
AJ say he heard it. He got hurt during the Olympics. His death still bothering him.
Bro, okay, so damn. Well, in that case, bro, you know, maybe it's time to just sit. Maybe he needs to.
Maybe it's time to stop making excuses, bro.
Take more time and sit. I didn't know he re-injured it in the re-aggravated it in the Olympics, but full slate to get to, man.
Yeah,
Better niggas than, you know.
Every day that is something that I would like to how I would like to start to show off. It's crazy that Lowe even said that because that's really where I was going. Try to highlight some performers of the night, but also some role players too, man. Some role players that you get like y'all had 28 or 30 points last night. Trey Mann at 24 off the bench. Ben Mathurin 19 points, closed the game up for the Pacers. Whoever else, man, I can't think off the top of my head, but whoever else, man. Role players need love too. 6 mans, whatever the case may be, guys that come off the bench and play minutes, they need love.
Bobby Portis look good. Aldama, that's a great shot, Derek.
Oh yeah, Santi.
He's really the reason they won. In terms of his contribution, not like he came through.
Hey,
like,
how did Edie look?
Edie didn't look great. He didn't look great, but he looked like he was just. It's gonna be a learning curve, probably. It looked like the game was a little too fast for him yesterday. So he played 15 minutes, had 5 points, 5 boards. Yeah, he didn't look great yesterday, but
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That fouling shit might be a problem for that nigga, bro.
And then on top of that, though, when they get Jaren back, I think he'll look better. I know he'll look better. Like Santi offers them things that Jaren. Well, nah, I won't even say that. Like Santi just got hot last night. He had a really good night. But like, yeah, he needs Jaren beside him to be his best self. Other role players shout, since niggas in here try to play with my dog, I'm gonna shout Lauri. Niggas trying to act like he not a star.
That's not a role player.
No. This is what I was told.
You cannot shout Lauri Markkanen. Come on, bro.
Here. So we keeping that same energy. Shout out Lauri, 35 points on 15 shots, nigga. 35 points on 15 shots. You shout out Lauri
Markkanen, shout out Cam Thomas.
Nigga.
If you gonna shout out Lauri, shout out Cam Thomas. 36 points last night. Come on, bro.
I mean, you do it. He not a part of my agenda.
Oh,
shout out Cam.
Yeah, good. Two nice role players.
Yo, Scoot had 22 last night. Hold on, we off to a good start.
Inefficient, but yeah.
7 for 18. Oh,
he can't buy a 3. He was 0 for 5 from 3. It killed his efficiency. Like,
yeah, he was a minus 30. He came off the bench.
I mean, that team just sucks, and that team got killed. Team got that.
Yeah, they got stepped on by the Warriors. Good start for the Warriors. No starter played over 25 minutes.
Good step up. My boy Buddy Hill, of course.
Yeah,
Galaxy not gonna give him no love.
Why wouldn't I? You think I have a problem with Buddy Hill?
Good shout, Chan. Dyson Daniels.
Okay, brother.
Jalen Johnson was underwhelming.
I was trying to figure out why people act
my
like
man Jalen Johnson, bro. 150 M's all in his pocket. That's why he's worth that bread. The whole 150.
He didn't look good last time.
Yeah,
hey, for those on the phone, does that screen look small for y'all?
It's small.
I got good eyes, nigga.
Yeah, I'm on a big computer, so I can't even say. It might be small for people.
I'm gonna say I don't got good eyes.
It's small, but you know the phone lets you zoom in.
You could fill out the screen to make it bigger.
Yeah,
well, never mind. The window's not.
Wait, who the phone let you zoom in? Oh, I never knew that.
That should be better, though, right? That should be better.
Yeah, it's better, but I would. Hopefully, they need to increase the window. There's a lot of open space, like empty space.
Yeah, for no reason.
This window could just
be increased. It's a lot of empty space for no reason. I'm gonna zoom in one more time. Be good. That should be really good. Reminder as everybody gets started. If anybody in here wants to come to the stage, feel free to do so. It is the pinned message in the YouTube comments. So it's the pinned message in the YouTube chat for anybody that wants to come to the stage. Whoever else subscribed this morning as well, thank you. And don't be afraid to share this live to anybody that you know that I love to talk sports and I love to talk basketball. This is an open platform for anybody to come on stage and speak their mind and talk about the game last night. We started at the top of the slate. And work our way down. So keep that in mind, y'all. We started at the top of the slate and work our way down. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and start at the Pacers and Pistons game. As we go over all these games, if you got anything to highlight in these games or talk about these games, if you watched it, feel free to do so on the stage. I'm always going to show the box scores for both teams. And yeah, I know we watched the finish of this one in playback, and it's sort of kind of the start and mainly the finish. That's what I can say. So 115 to 109, the Pacers came back and got the win in this one. I think at most they went down like 10 or 11 points, I want to say. 12. So they went down 12 points at a point in time in this game. Turned it around in the second half. They were down by 9 at halftime and 8 going into the fourth. Outscored them 33-19 in that fourth period alone. In a game where we've seen Haliburton go 6 for 18, 1 for 9 from 3, 15 points. Siakam had 19, 8, and 9. Don't know how many of that came in the fourth. And then Miles Turner also had 4 blocks. One of his specialties, 20 points, 9 rebounds. It was 3 for 8 from 3. TJ McConnell, Mathurin, they came off the bench and they hooped. Both of those guys had 33 points combined. Both shot well from the field, 7 for 8 for TJ, 5 for 8 for Mathurin. And that's pretty my main things to highlight for them. Jarris Walker did come off the bench and play some semi-small forward a little bit, I want to say, with Obi Toppin playing the 4. And then James Wiseman was at the 5, who left the game early with a non-contact injury. I don't know the extent of that, but hope all is well with him. So yeah, man, that's what it's going to look like for the most part for them their bench. TJ McConnell, Mathurin, Obi, maybe Jarris, maybe Ben Shepherd, don't know. And if James Wiseman cannot go, we'll see who their backup big man will be. But their starting 5 will be their starting 5 all year. Started the season off with a win. And as far as the Pistons side of things, Tobias, we watched the fourth quarter in playback, and he missed some big shots. He missed some big open corner threes. In general, in the game, he shot 1 for 6 from 3 for 13 points. Tobias was Tobias. They made it a point of emphasis to get Tim Hardaway Jr. shots early and often. In this one, he started for them. He had 29 minutes, 4 for 7 from 3 with 14 points. So that's a new thing for the Pistons. Trying to have as much floor spacing as possible for Cade. 2 new acquisitions immediately starting. Cade Cunningham, before I get to Cade, Jalen Durham was what we know him as to be, or what I know him as to be, a walking double-double. A guy that's like a tenacious rebounder, going to rebound regardless. He had 13 points, 13 rebounds, 4 for 4 from the field, 5 for 6 on the free throw line. And then Cade had a strong third quarter, bro. I think he had 18 points or 16 points, something like that in the third quarter. Finished the game with 28 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 10 for 23 from the field, and 2 for 6 from the three-point line. Ivy followed it up with 17 points. And then Malik Beasley, another offseason acquisition, the guy that came up 14 points, 2 for 6 from 3. And then Ron Holland, the rookie, he looked okay. 6 points overall in the game, but he looked okay. That's pretty much all I got to say about that, bro. I shouted out some things that I remember in the game as far as Tobias missing some big threes, them running plays multiple times in the first quarter for Tim Hardaway Jr. to get shots and get comfortable. Siakam, some great late finishes in that fourth quarter. And yeah, man, I think Dirk is coming up to chime in on the game as well. What's up, Dirk?
Oh, yeah. I didn't know if anyone else watched Pistons, Pacers. It wasn't my first game I wanted to see, but did tune in. I thought Cade looked really good for what it's worth. I think for me, the biggest thing I wanted to see from him this year was finding a proper shot diet, something consistent he can rely on. He got to the cup fairly well, especially in the third and fourth quarter when Pistons were desperate and their newly acquired shooters cooled off.
Yeah.
I think they're still going to lose a lot of games, but it's nice to see Cade with a little bit of spacing. Really, it's just how Ivy develops throughout the year. If they're going to change anything. Hallie did scare me a little bit.
There.
Yeah.
Your mic is going like.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's like it's going high, then it's going low.
Yes, it sounds like you're like moving the phone away from your mouth and then bringing it back. So just kind of stay by.
Q Sims, you funny dog.
I guess while he's getting it going, I will add to his K point. I really did like his game. I'm in agreement with everyone up here. I liked some of the post touches last night. Super dope.
You see him
post up. Yeah.
I meant to say that, bro.
and just positioning himself. We'll get to another guy who is bigger than him, who can't get deep seals in position. You know, he anytime he tries to post up, he's at the free throw line. J-Dub, let's talk about it. But we'll get to it. But K, I was really impressed. I think he's navigating the floor well. To Derek's point, and like picking his spots well on the floor in terms of where he's going to really just what he's looking to. Like, I want to get to this spot and rise. I want to get to this spot and rise, and not letting the defense dictate how he operates and where he goes and things of that nature. I think the playmaking is still there. Obviously, sees the floor well. And it's funny because he started off slow in this game. He was 0 for 5, and then just really turned it up. And a lot of times when you aren't like, it's just early. Like, just got to keep that, you know, in consideration. It's very early in the season. Guys are rusty sometimes. Guys just jitters, trying to develop a flow or rhythm, etc. So, but nah, he looked good by the end of the game. Ivy, decent game. Want to see his efficiency go up. Some of that is just missing the making shots. Would like to see the headiness that K plays with. Granted, Ivy's not the same player. They don't have the same makeup, anything like that. But you can really tell the difference, and how K may be able to find more success compared to a guy like Ivy with his play style. I think for Ivy at this point in the half court, he'll get like a little ahead of himself and be playing faster than his body or his mind can process things. So it'd be moving faster than like my favorite player of all time does this. Russell move faster than his brain is processing things at times. I think that's one thing Ivy could work on. But aside from that, solid game. And then I think Detroit, their vets told him, specifically Tobias, to what everyone said. This was a very winnable game. I'll go as far as to say I think they should have won this game, and they did not. And a lot of it had to do with not being able to depend on one of the guys that they acquired in the offseason to pay $80 million to come through and step up and just not do anything incredible, not asking you to go create a shot, not asking you to ISO and go get buckets down the stretch alone. We're asking you to make wide open corner threes, and you're not coming through. Really sad. Philly dealt with it. Derek knows it all too well. But yeah, solid game. As for Indiana, Miles Turner looked really good last night. I think Miles Turner looked really good. I was impressed with Matherin, to Ev's point. Pascal came through clutch, had some big moments, big buckets. And then for the rest of the team, just about like I've been saying, game one. We'll see how it shapes out.
Yep. And before Derek piggybacks up, if he is going to, that's the last thing about Matherin. Cade, what I said, that third quarter he had 18, was 8 for 9. And then I pointed out Matherin, he pretty much helped them win the game in that fourth period with dropping 14 points. So phenomenal game from him. Just a good player, man. And to have a guy like that come off your bench, I think that's really key. And hopefully he stays healthy this time around, versus last year where he, obviously got hurt. But they can use him as a guy that can score off the dribble, on ball, off ball, and also can shoot from the outside. So, yeah, man, that's what I got to say about it. Anybody else want to chime in on this Pistons and Pacers game? Derek included, if you are good to go now.
Yeah. Let me chime in real quick. I'm a big fan of what's it called, Detroit. They were running a lot of actions to get K downhill, and even they were saying a lot of Duran was saying a lot of what's it called, like it's like Damian Lillard high pick and roll. Their pickup point was very high up. He walked into some of them because Turner was in drop. He got a couple open threes. He got to the rim. I'm not gonna hold you. K low key looks like he put on some muscle. So I was a fan of what he, in the post, shot a couple middies, got to the rim. He even had a dunk on what's it called? Not on Turner, but like it was like he got downhill and got. But yeah, I like the plays they had. They had Tobias pick and rolls when he was the screener. They had Tim Hardaway curling into like, you feel me? JB Bickerstaff, I'm gonna be honest, he changed these niggas' life. Cause that nigga, bro, they last coach finessed them. I'm gonna keep it a bean. But some of these play actions, maybe it's personnel, maybe they didn't have the same level of guys, but I like what JB was cooking up.
Appreciate you, Birdie. Jay Will, it says device is not. It says you need to connect your mic or your camera before I can add you, Jay Will. You gotta connect your microphone. And then Derek, I'm not sure if you are good to go now, but are you good to go? Okay, I'm gonna assume he's dealing with some microphone stuff. And yeah, no, I think this is year 3 for Ben Mather. All right, man, that's it for the Pacers and Pistons game, man. Like I said, good game. Pistons trying to turn in the right direction. Good to see Cade floor spacing, like Derek said. Oh, wait, Derek, are you good? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize it muted me back there. I think I'm good. Only thing I'll add, agree with everything that Wes said. I think, honestly, the Pistons might win this game if Asar was available. Just having one perimeter defender would have been nice. That's what this team is missing. So I think, genuinely, they'd probably win if Thompson played. That's how good Detroit did play. But shout out to Indiana for coming up clutch. Hallie stunk, but his 1-3 he hit was the dagger. So good for the Pacers.
Yeah. Jay, were you good, bro? Jay, hello?
Yo, well,
What's good, bro? Yeah. My bad, your background, Jay Will.
oh, you like my music? You like my music? My bad, bro. Shit do jam.
Not your, that's not.
That shit trash, bro. Turn that shit off.
All right, bro. So get your taste up.
Hey, Jay Will, you listen to Raw Wave?
Nah. I can't believe you asked me that, though.
Nah, I figured you would have said nah. My bad, bro. I figured you would have said nah.
Jay Will, the only thing you need to add to your playlist is West Fly Away, West Purge. That raw wave shit can
Shout
go.
out to Flower. I don't hate him around. Bro, I'm surprised you don't like Raw West.
I don't dislike him. I don't love him. Like I don't dislike him though, but I don't love him. Like he not in my daily spin or anything.
Jay Will,
All
you
right.
see that LaMelo Ball performance last night?
I saw the numbers.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm just happy you got an eye on him.
Game 2 of the slate last night. For one, before I move forward, Jay, do you have anything on the Pistons Pacers? And also, do you got any players you want to highlight for the performance last night? Like stars, role players, anything?
I
You
mean,
better not say KD, nigga.
You know, shout out to K. Players, a shout out? Not really. But I do think that what I'm gonna say, the Indiana Pacers didn't look. They didn't come out the gate looking.
You're
like
not gonna shout out
P5
P5 for what he did to that Miami Heat team you love so much?
Oh, really? That's what you think happened?
Oh, y'all boys so funny, man. Y'all don't want to give that boy credit for none.
You thought it was a P5 expedition going on last night?
I think that it was a team thing on top of Miami playing ass, but we're not gonna act like P5 didn't lead the charge for the Magic.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
League charge.
We all think it was a P5 expedition.
Like what you mean? You're talking like P5 was out there just pedestrian.
That's what's up. Shout out to y'all boys for that.
Nah, P5 hoop for sure. I ain't gonna lie.
What is damn, bro? I don't know what P5 gotta do to get credit out of some of y'all. Yeah, y'all going, yeah, man.
You got to put up 50.
At this point, you do.
Oh shit.
But all right, game 2, the Hawks and the Nets. We didn't really feature this one too much on the screen, and I didn't watch it myself on the solo screen. So I will box score both teams again. If anybody on the stage watched the game, feel free to let us know what went down and your eyes in the game, what took place. This Nets team just have a bunch of guys and a roster thrown together for the most part. Nick Claxton came off the bench in this one. I think it was, what was it? A hamstring or a groin or something like that. I can't remember exactly. something in that ballpark. But he had 7 points, 5 rebounds off the bench. 16 points from Jalen Wilson. He always been a hooper. You know who Jalen Wilson is. You know he's a hooper. Been a hooper. Especially at Kansas, he had 16 points off the bench for them and 4 rebounds in 34 minutes. So it's good to see that he got to play 30 plus minutes last night. Cam Thomas is Cam Thomas, bro. He's in a phenomenal situation where he can just score the basketball.
That boy shoot anything that hits his hands, bro.
He's gonna be able to shoot. So with him shooting a lot, he's gonna be scoring a lot. 36 points last night. Would not be surprised if he averaged 25 points or more this season coming up. Let me check how much he averaged last year. Hold on 1 second. Last year he averaged 23. So yeah, I definitely would not be surprised if he averaged 25 this year on 18 field goal attempts from last year. So this year he probably shoots 20 this season coming up. Y'all got to let me know who that is in the chat that's trying to come on the stage, man. We are full already. Only bummer, I ain't gonna lie. This platform continues to grow. The YouTube, I'm probably gonna have to switch or if I plan or something. We'll see. But Cam Thomas 36 points, Ben Simmons 6 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 6 turnovers, 5 fouls in 24 minutes. Really have nothing else to say about this next side of things as far as the box score, man. They started the season off 0-1. As far as the Hawks side though. I don't know what it is trying to come on the stage, y'all. As far as the Hawks side of things, this notification is killing me. As far as the Hawks side of things, Trey 7 for 16 from the field, 4 for 16 from the free throw line, 30 points, 12 assists last night. But their new acquisition, Chan shouted him out earlier. This is one thing that I noticed when this morning when I woke up. 15 points for Dyson, 5 steals, 5 rebounds. Immediate starter in the trade with the Pelicans to get him to send DeJounte to New Orleans. He fractured his hand last night. Unfortunate for him. Speedy recovery to DeJounte Murray, but Dyson Daniel had an immediate impact on Yeka, who is clearly the best center in Atlanta now, been that way for probably the last 2 years. He had 28 points, 8 rebounds off the bench for them. And another rookie came in with 7 points off the bench. Jalen Johnson, he'll get, double-doubles pretty often this season. Worked with a couple triple-doubles this season. He had 6 turnovers, 3 steals, though. Almost caught a body like 2 times. And yeah, man, again, like I said, that's all I don't even speak to off the box score, some plays that I've seen. We only flashed this game on the screen like 2 or 3 times. So I can't say too much. Oh, yeah, Claxton did get thrown out, so I can't really say too much about it. Did anybody up here watch this game, a lot of it or anything like that?
Yeah, I watched like maybe 5 minutes of it.
That's a lot to you?
Nah, I ain't seen none of it.
I mean, for what I did see, I didn't watch a whole lot of this game, but I did watch maybe a quarter in total between maybe a little over a quarter in terms of minutes played that I was watching. But I would say, yeah, the Nets are gonna stink. Cooper Flag is more than likely gonna be a net. Cam Thomas, so he's so interesting. Because I think he would have more value around the league if aside from being a poor defender and things like that, if he like consistently got to the free throw line, like every game, if he just made it a point, hey, one of the things I want to like really add to my game, get to the free throw line and have a season where I take like 9 a game. I'm towards the top of the league at like in terms of just taking free throws. I think it would increase his value because he wouldn't have to rely on so many shots sometimes. Like, even though he was great, I'm not like he was really, really good last night. He took 27 shots to get there. I think a lot of teams, when they look at Cam, they feel like, how could we incorporate that into our team if we don't feel like he can be a top 15 player in the league or whatever, a top 7 guard, whatever. So you said what?
Somebody sneezed or something. I don't know what it was.
Oh, but yeah, like that's like my take for Cam. I would like to see him just one of these years try to like be amongst the top of the league in terms of free throw attempts. Because I think it would increase his value. And he's a really good young player, man. Granted, he has holes in his game. He takes some ill-advised shots, but in terms of shot making and shot creation, he's really good at that. Like it just is what it is. As for anybody else on their team, I'm not familiar with the guy that Ev shouted out. I'll pay more attention to him this year though. But I'm not familiar with him. I don't really know how well he played last night. As far as Trey's still a maestro. He had a pass to Dyson behind the back. Oh my God. It's one of the best pass like no funny. It's the pass of the night for me. And then it's one of the best passes I think we'll see this year. Dyson didn't finish, like he didn't make the shot, but I encourage everybody to go back and look at that pass that he made. The angle on it was ridiculous behind the back. Really don't him even seeing it and having the wherewithal to know, hey, Dyson's left open over there. I can get this pass to him. Pretty insane stuff. Some of the shots, I still don't love his shot diet, but Trey's a hell of a player. He's phenomenal. And he put that on full display last night. So shout out Trey. And yeah, that's really it for me. Shout out Dyson as well, though. But you shouted him out. I want to keep regurgitating.
Thank you, brother. Y'all, two things to point out. Derek, and I know he was off mute. So I muted you, Derek, real quick. You were laughing. Some expired Diet Coke. Jordan was gonna crack a joke, man. I checked something yesterday, man. We averaged I think that the concurrent where we peaked at viewer-wise yesterday was at 78. Averaged 60 people in here yesterday when I checked the numbers during the show with 41 likes on the video. With that being said, we are hovering between 55 to 65 right now, but this video has 14 likes where we did 41 likes yesterday. If you are in here, y'all make sure y'all like the video. That also can help more people come inside of here and see what Facts and Stats is all about. And I'm pretty sure they will enjoy the talks today as we dive into the whole entire slate. And what I can't wait for personally is previewing that OKC and Denver game. I cannot wait to watch that game tonight. That is my biggest priority of the day, to watch that OKC and Denver game. Two teams that are viewed as Western Conference Finals, if not Finals contenders. So I can't wait to see it. So yeah, man, all in all, man, make sure you like the video. Make sure you subscribe if you don't subscribe to the platform already. And again, this is a daily thing, Monday through Friday. We talk about all sports, and it's a good time. You'll hear some arguments. You'll hear some heated debates. You'll sometimes hear some name calling. But at the end of the day, it's a big family. With the open door. What that means is anybody can walk through the door and become part of the family. We don't just shut the door. I don't shut the door and just leave the door shut. Anybody can come in. Anybody can come in here. Come on. Anybody can come talk inside the Facts and Stats, man. And it's an amazing platform with amazing people. Shaggy, Tween, J-Dub, Derek, Wes, J. Will, and Byron Johnson. All amazing people. Byron, my bad. His name say Byron. I did not mean to say your last name. Byron. My bad. So yeah. With that being said, shout out to Wes for chiming in on this Hawks and Nets game. Again, anybody, if y'all don't have anything on the game, it is not a problem. Everybody is not watching every single game of the night. Every game of the night. Every game that took place on that particular night. But I do want to do a thing though. Say, for example, going forward after the show on YouTube and we head to Playback. I do want to watch a game that I feel like people may have missed that night or need a rewatch, for an example. Maybe for an example,
open talk. That'll be hard.
Yeah, doing open talk. Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie, that's lit. That's actually a good ass idea.
I'm probably gonna do that going forward. Feature a game that we just probably didn't watch last night that wasn't actually televised or whatever the case may be. And just had that rewatch going on during the open talks. So.
I'll be interested to watch that Grizzlies game back. I feel like I missed that enough.
I feel that.
Yeah, you're gonna see one of the best foreign niggas you will ever see in your life, man. Lauri him. I don't care what nobody said. Lauri is him. And the fact that niggas try to make it seem like if he went to a top team, it wouldn't make a difference, or not even a top team, just a team that was meddling. And it's, hey, we're just stuck in no man's land. But if we add think if the Warriors added Lauri, my gosh, I truly mean that. JK is not the goods. I don't. That's one player where I get rid of my it's one game, it's early. JK is not the goods, bro. Lauri for JK, oh my gosh, like the things that would do for that team, but it is what it is. You know, I'm just gonna leave my dog in Utah. He'll find a better home one day, hopefully.
It's good, bro. We still got we still got a chance to go get him, bro. We ain't
No,
paid.
that's over.
We ain't paid Kuminga yet, bro.
That's over, bro.
Hold on. I'm trying to. Anisha sent me a message. Anisha sent me a message. I don't know if you can hear right now, but do anybody have anything to say to this? Like he said, he said, my bad. He said, yo, I don't even know how to do this YouTube shit. Like I can't even type or join the stage. Like anybody know what I should say back to him? Like anybody be having difficulties with the YouTube?
What are you talking about?
To type on YouTube, you have your thing in subscriber mode on it, which is a good thing. It encourages people to subscribe. You only have to be subscribed for a minute. So to type in the chat, it's a chat box on the YouTube. You click on the chat box. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. A minute later, it will let you start engaging and typing in the chat. As for the StreamYard link, it is difficult because StreamYard is not supported by Safari. So
supported by Safari, okay. So
I'm on a Mac. So basically, you're gonna go ahead and open up your YouTube if you're on a computer. You're just gonna go ahead and subscribe. If you do that, you'll be able to comment. If you want to do StreamYard, it's gonna be at the top of the very of the chat. You may have to like scroll up just a tad bit for it to appear. What I normally would do is I just copy and paste the link from the YouTube on Safari and I paste it into Chrome. And when you get to Chrome, you can click on that StreamYard link. It'll take you over. You're gonna go ahead and put in your name or whatever, and then you can join. You don't even have to be completely logged in. It's easier if you log in and create an account, but you don't have to. So that's basically it. If you're on the phone on the app, it's mostly the same, but I normally go through StreamYard on the actual app. You can do it through a browser. You can do it on Safari on your phone, but it's just easy to go through the app. So yeah, just try that. If you have any more questions, just ask Ed and blah, blah, blah. And
I appreciate y'all. He subscribed already, but I just seen him in here. Like he was literally in here. He tried to join the stage 2 minutes ago. He must be having difficulties on his end. I just don't understand how can I help him with at the moment.
Or maybe it was full and he didn't recognize that. Maybe that was the person. Maybe it was a nush. He didn't recognize, the room is full, so I can't get on stage. But yeah, I got a call, but J-Dub cleared it up. So follow what J-Dub said. Yeah, that's it.
I'm going to refresh and try again. I don't ever have that problem. Yeah, and it's probably easier if you get the StreamYard app in this as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I got the app. The
app. All you have to do
the
at
app
that
makes it a
point
little bit
is
easier.
all you got to do is copy and paste the StreamYard link from. Now, granted, some people aren't as tech savvy or just. It's not even about being tech savvy for real. It's just some people struggle with navigation. Because it's when you click that link, it's gonna take you. It's gonna open. You're gonna have a pop up. It's gonna have these options. Safari will be one of the options. Google Chrome will be one of the options. Something else will be an option. If you're on your phone, click Safari. It'll take you to a Safari tab. Open it up, and just wait for the StreamYard page to pop up. Hit the little arrow like you're about to send it to somebody, like you want to share it, and copy link will come up amongst a few other things. Hit copy link, then go to the app, the StreamYard app, and copy paste. You're in there. But yeah, man, stop delaying the heat talk. I know what you're doing.
Y'all trying to help somebody get in the Matrix, huh?
Yeah. Oh shit.
God dang, boy.
So yeah.
Tell you what, we'll record after doing all this stuff sometime later on today, and we'll post it. So anybody else has an issue, you can just click on that shit on YouTube and go through the easy how-to instructions. There you go.
There we go. Hollywood, welcome in here. Hollywood, great to see you in here as always. Next game on the slate, the Heat versus the Magic. The Magic got the win 116-97. I'm not gonna lie, in the first half, it was a good game. Like I did not mind. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but the first half it was a good game. Sort of kind of broke in that second half, mainly the third quarter where we got outscored 39-18. I don't know if that was due to the long halftime with the whole Pat Riley stuff, but them boys, two players on my team that did not come to play last night. I mean, two players on my team simply did not come to play last night. That's Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. Hard for me to really have thoughts and comments on that game when they put out performances like that. As usual, I'm gonna read the box scores for both teams, and I'm gonna dive into what I saw in the game, some things I like, some things I didn't like, and then we'll move. As far as the winning team, man, Paulo, big wing, gifted scorer, good passer. Once he gets an outside shot, he'll be a phenomenal player, consistently from the three-point line. 4 for 8 from 3 last night, 33 points in general, 11 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds in 31 minutes. His running mate, Franz, had 23 points, 10 for 16 last night, with 3 for 6 from 3. Wendell Carter, newly extended, 8 points, 14 rebounds. Jalen Suggs, funny enough, what we were talking about last night. Oh, he played 13 minutes. 11 points, or yesterday, 11 points, 4 assists, and a steal. And then pointing to the bench, man. It was good to see Anthony Black on the court a lot last night. That was one of the things that I noticed. That's the one thing that I was excited to see. He played 28 minutes last night. Markel Fultz is not in the way, or whoever else was getting minutes in front of him last year is not in the way. He is the backup point guard for this team. That is good for him. 10.6 rebounds, 4 assists. Gary Harris, I mean, shit, was quiet as kept. I mean, he came off the bench and was 6 for 9 from 3 and was hitting 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. So that was a bummer. Haven't seen just type Jonathan after got hurt, which he did again. But man, Cole Anthony was 0 for 7 from the field, 0 for 5 from 3. But pointing to the game, man, for the Heat side of things. Matter of fact, let me read the box score for y'all too. Jokic shot 15 times last night. That's probably the most times that he shot in his career. Finished with 15 points. Bam was 9 points, 1 for 5 from 3. Tyler Hero had 14 points, 5 for 10 from the field, 2 for 5 from 3. Jimmy, I missed that part, my bad. Jimmy was 1 for 8 from the field, 0 for 2 from 3 with 3 points. And Terry was here, man. He was getting up the shots, but he just wasn't converting a lot of them. 19 points for Terry, 6 rebounds and 5 assists. To the game, though, some things that I did not like was obviously the aggressiveness from my two best players. I seen the same old Jimmy Butler for the most part. You weren't being aggressive on that end. And one of the Heat reporters, analysts, whatever, he literally just tweeted this morning, Brady, with 5 Region Sports, I believe, that Jimmy or Bam struggle when they're being guarded by bigger wings or bigger defenders, such as Orlando, Denver, Dallas, etc.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm glad you said it first, because I wanted to get around to that. Like, that's the biggest issue.
That's the biggest issue, 1,000%.
Because I want to ask you this question: do you think if someone can actually guard you, right, Isaac, Franz, Paulo, whatever, how do you feel about a player going up against somebody that can actually guard them? How much do you put on them that you got to perform?
But you know, they always say great offense beats good defense, right? So you should not, in my opinion, just because Franz, Paulo, Isaac, whoever can guard you, that don't mean that you should not try to win your matchup, though. Like, don't just pass the rock off. Don't just do a dribble handoff. Don't just, you know what I'm saying? Like, Bert Jimmy did that.
You want them to jack? You want them to jack?
Not jack, but at least see if you can get yours. Don't even not see if you can do it. Just because you see a guy that looks like they can guard you or can guard you pretty well, that don't mean not look at the rim. That don't mean not try to be aggressive. That don't mean not try to assert yourself. That don't mean not try to win that matchup. And I seen that too often last night between both of them. They didn't try to win their matchups. They were like, all right, this guy's a good defender. Let me just pass this ball off and let Terry and Hero do majority of the shooting. right? Even Jokic put up 15 shots last night. That's what I seen last night. And I'm glad that you pointed that out. We're about to point that out as well.
How many threes did the Magic make in the third quarter?
The Magic making the third quarter?
Yeah, is that possible to show how many threes they made in the third quarter?
Yeah, I'm gonna get it to you. I'm gonna give me like 30 seconds and I'll have it.
Okay.
Magic in the third quarter made 4 threes.
And then how many threes they made in the fourth?
Well, the game was out of hand anyway in the fourth, so it don't really matter. But in the fourth, they made 3. They only made 7 threes in the second half, bro. I mean,
so they only made 7 threes. Yeah. And when they took off from y'all, what was the big contributor to you?
To me, I mean, shit. In that third period, Paulo hooped. Suggs, I think, hit a 3. Got some turnovers in that third quarter. Paulo, Franz, and Suggs. To be honest with you, that was the biggest thing, bro. And then Jimmy and Bam just put. It just wasn't that in that third period, bro. It just wasn't that. It just wasn't that, bro. Jimmy and Bam shot 3 times combined in that third quarter, bro. 3 times combined, and Bam only made 1 field goal. Now, that's my thing. You're Jimmy Butler, with all due respect, and Bam, because Bam is not getting no slack. You're Jimmy and Bam, the 2 best players on your team. This is a 4-point game at halftime, and you mean to tell me you're looking at Paulo and Franz basically just smack you in the face, and you're not going back on the other end trying to get yours. Jimmy Butler, how do you shoot 1 time in the third period and you play 10 minutes? You shoot 1 time? See, that's my thing. Like, you don't look at these guys that can defend you, Aaron Gordon, right? Because he do the same thing against Denver too. But these guys that can defend you and be like, like, let me just pass this ball off. I'm gonna not try to get mine. Like, where are you at with that, Jay Will? Like, you don't think that a guy should try to, I don't call it jacking. I just call it still trying to assert yourself or make your presence being felt on that end as well. Versus crediting that the good defender and just like, all right, I'm gonna pass the ball off.
I think when you say great offense beat great defense, or elite offense beats great defense, this go back to the Jimmy and Bam conversations. I don't know how everybody feel about them, but they're not great offensive players. So I'm just trying to figure out how much. I agree, like 8 shots is crazy. You got to at least get 15 though. Bam got to at least get 12 shots. Like, not getting shots up is crazy, but I think also they feel like moving the ball for a quality look instead of me jacking or trying to force something. That's kind of how y'all play, bro.
Yeah, last night, that for sure. That's definitely what it was.
So like, do they break how they play when they not that great at offense? That's the question.
Jay Will, let me ask you, like, so even if everyone agrees that they're not great offensive players, we agree that they're all capable, right? I mean, these are 2 players that still
capable to do what? Be
capable
great?
To score.
But I'm saying capable to do at a great level or capable to just do it at good?
I mean, I think above average. Like, I think a reasonable expectation for Bam this year is 18 to 20. Jimmy, I think 20 to 22 is what you hope. Yeah, I mean, contract year Jimmy is supposed to be something else, but, that remains to be seen. But my point is, if you see your guys like Hero, Rozier, let alone the guys on the bench struggling, then I don't think a lot of guys are going to complain if you're trying to get yours to, like, spare them. Because it's not like Rozier and Terry are getting slack with their matchups either. Even if Franz and Paulo or Wendell are giving Bam and Jimmy trouble, like, you got Suggs, you got Black, you got KCP to deal with. So the guards don't have a cakewalk assignment-wise either.
Who's on Suggs? Who's Suggs guarding last night?
I mean, Suggs should...
Terry, right?
Terry, yeah.
And then look at Terry box score.
That's why I'm saying Jimmy and Bam should have been more aggressive.
And then look who guarded Hero, and look at his efficiency.
Hero, I think
I live with that.
Hero
was fine. He just didn't. He didn't have a lot of volume.
I'm saying look at his efficiency. It was good. So he should have took more shots because he had.
I mean, we're saying that in hindsight, though. Yeah. I think Jimmy and Bam should still be more aggressive. Bam taking 5 shots, albeit getting to the free throw line.
This is my question. I'm saying, is there a baseline? Is there a middle to reach with Bam and Jimmy when they play against elite defenses?
Yes, go be the $40 million plus players that we're paying you to be.
Shout out to y'all.
And offensively, it's fine to not succeed at the highest level. It's fine to not have the success you're looking for. It's not fine to have 8 shots and 5 shots. But, like they had 13 shots combined last night. That's not okay.
Yeah, no, I
That
did
is
say
absolutely
Yeah,
not okay.
that's rolling over. That's what you can't have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
no, I agree. I think Jimmy should have took at least 15 minimum, and Bam should have took at least 12 to 13 minimum. I'm definitely with y'all. I'm saying at the end of the day, I'm just telling y'all how I think they think is let's play our offense and find the quality look. And I'm not about to force some shit over some niggas that's actually standing in front of me. And I think that's how I've always saw Jimmy Butler. I mean, when the Celtics came back down 3-0 on them, like all Joe told him to do was like stop piping up the 3-point line. Rob, Al, Jimmy, Jalen, and JT, stay disciplined. Don't fall for the puff fakes. When they try to get the switches on, Derek White and Marcus Smart fight through them. Keep the long, lengthy players with athleticism and size on them guys. Bro, Bam and Jimmy didn't look good like that. I know people gonna say his ankle was hurt, but I mean at the end of the day, his ankle was hurt in the first 3 games. He was hooping. Once they buckled down and put the size on them niggas didn't look the same. This is not nothing new. I agree, they shot should have went up more, but at the same time, I'm just telling you, there's a medium to meet with these niggas. They probably wouldn't even be as good as you think they were if they took up more shots. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not excusing it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like they could still lose this game and Jimmy and Bam shot more. But I just think like they need to shoot more anyway throughout the rest of the season because we know the Heat offense just isn't that good. Like
this goes back to the conversation y'all was having yesterday. I was just listening. I ain't really had chime in or whatever.
I was just about to bring that up.
If you put a defender on this team like the Suggs, right? In my opinion, bro, the Heat, the problem with the Heat is recognizing what fucking work and realizing what they need to do and what they need to pivot to. Bro, Tyler Hero should have been pivoted to yesterday. And I get
from an offensive standpoint, right?
Yes, nigga.
Yeah.
And I get that everybody is low on Tyler Hero. I'm low on Tyler Hero. But he has a skill set that the starting 5 don't have. So at that point, you have to feed the nigga that actually have the weaker matchup that could also get in position to be able to get his skill set that's better than the niggas based off a shot making perspective off. The Heat didn't do that last night. So you swap another defensive person for Hero specifically. I'm with y'all with swapping Suggs and Terry. Y'all swap that nigga for Hero. I get what y'all said yesterday. But when you play against another elite defense, this is the issue. Yeah. Elite defense, not no fucking average or some okay or it's good or whatever. I get the more stops argument. I'm definitely with the more stop arguments you get out on the break. News flags. Is the Heat a good transition offensive team? Somebody tell me, update me, please. I say no. So at that point, Suggs is getting you more stops, and you get out in transition. Is okay. Maybe he is a better transition player because he is quick, fast. He's very athletic, so he'll probably push the break a little bit more. But at the same time, I don't think their transition offense improved because Jalen Suggs is on the team, and I think their half-court offense don't improve with Jalen Suggs on the team either. If they playing against an elite defense, because Tyler Hero did okay yesterday. He should have got more shots. Maybe he could have helped. Who knows? This team is just constructed weird, bro. It's really, really constructed weird because of the best 2 players are not being great offensive. Real shit.
I hear that. I'm still on the side.
Bro, if they not a good offensive team, they got to show up defensively. What does it have to do with what happened last night?
What it has something to do with is Jimmy needs to create cross mismatches to get his offense off. If he don't, he's not that good of a fucking offensive player. So at that point, what do the Heat pivot to? Keep going to the best player that's not that good offensively that struggles against Lent, or nigga pivot to their best shot maker? That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
He's not good.
Before West chime in,
he's still playmaker.
Go ahead.
Nigga, hold on. One thing. This playmaking shit pisses me off. If a defense don't collapse on that play, what other playmaking is he going to do outside of scoring if he can't really deal with his primary? I hate this shit. Tyus Jones came to the team yesterday. We'll get to the Suns' trash-ass win yesterday, right? He comes off pick and roll. Monte Morris come off pick and roll. And I told you this before the season started. They come off pick and roll. The Clippers dead-ass staying home on the shooters. You score, nigga. You score. Same thing with Jimmy. Jimmy gets the ball, bro, and he's dealing with fucking a big wing. The defense not gonna fucking help off of a hero. They're not gonna help off of a fucking Tyler, Terry. They helped off Jovic last night, and Jovic didn't fucking convert from the 3-point line. He's very, very fucking key to their fucking season. He has to hit to make the defense respect. If he don't, what fucking playmaking is Jimmy gonna fucking do? Or Bam, when niggas are staying at home. Niggas, this league, I want everybody to know, this fucking year, teams are going to guard niggas and say, look here, get a 2-point bucket because we don't want to give up the fucking 3. Boston is going to have the entire league afraid of giving up fucking 3s. Everybody talking about get more 3s up, get more 3s up. If you don't have a Jokic, you don't have a fucking Luka, you don't have a fucking superb ass fucking playmaker that open up the fucking court for players, nobody's going to help off niggas for your playmaking to fucking exist. That's the Heat problem. We keep on talking about Jimmy. Jimmy playmaking is when it's really good, is when he's scoring.
Yeah.
When he's not scoring, what the fuck is this nigga?
Nah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And I know Wes about to respond back to what you said about the hero and Suggs thing. And that's all me and Z Blade is trying to say in a sense. The offense is so tricky because I always said that what Hero can do offensively, Jimmy can't do. But Jimmy is a better scorer than Hero because of how he can get to his buckets. So it's a tricky situation, but definitely would have went to Hero more often than not. But we now have him, like I said yesterday, shifting to this off ball role.
He a better scorer when he can be able to take an advantage of something.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I don't know if he's truly a better scorer.
No, I'm not. I don't think. Are you talking about Jimmy? Or you think Hero better scorer than Jimmy?
Naturally, based on skill set, he has a better shot. He has a better shot making ability. But Jimmy scoring comes from when he can take an advantage and not when he can't. That's my thing.
I get what you're saying.
Or he either gets fucking hot and then at that point, okay, cool. And that's the thing about this shit. Niggas judge niggas that can get hot versus like when they're not hot, they just got to be consistently at a medium level. What the fuck is Jimmy if he can't take advantage of a fucking mismatch?
Bro, I don't even want to say what I want to say because niggas think I be joking. Like, bro, I've been saying this shit for 2 years. I've been saying this shit for 2 years, gang. Like, I've been saying this shit for 2 years, bro. But it is what it is, bro. It's only one game.
Oh, say it, bro.
Nah, Wes about to respond back to Jay. Well, I want to keep it focused on something.
Yeah, I hear everything that was said. I think really good points were made. I also think that we're bailing Jimmy and Bam out for not being better, even if they struggle with these matchups. Like that's not an option, my nigga. Like you're the best players on the team. The team will live and die with you. You have to go perform. You have to figure out ways to be effective when you have linked and bigger defenders on you. Like it's not good enough to say, hey, well, we're not elite offensive players and we struggle with this type of defender, this style defender. So now that we meet the Magic, we have these guys in front of us who are all lengthy, rangy, and also big. Like they're just big bodies. We're crowded. When we go to drive, people can bite down. You can have some hedging. You can have whatever you want to throw out there. And because of that, we're not getting the look we want. We're not getting the switches and the advantages we want. And even if we go to a switch against a guy like Suggs, if we try to get him in a pick and roll, he's good enough to hold his own against us. So it's just a bunch of gloves out there. So tonight, we just, tough. Shrugs. We gotta completely pivot to Hero to help us win a game or win us a game or just keep us competitive in a game that's like that. Or we just, that's just not a good matchup. Not a favorable matchup for us. No, like you got to go hoop. And both of them, even with that being something that they may struggle with, they can play much better than they played last night. Offensively specific. Like they can play a lot better than that, even against those matchups. So that's just where I fall. Like I hear it being somewhat of an Achilles heel, but they're capable of much more than they showed last night, regardless of Apollo or Franz or whatever. Like they're just capable of more. I've seen Jimmy hunt favorable matchups. I've also seen Jimmy bust Drew Holiday's ass We can say it's still a favorable matchup because Drew Holiday is not bigger than him. He's smaller. But I've also seen Jimmy go and with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, not quite Paolo and Franz in terms of size, but I would say they're better, like just pure on-ball defenders than those two players. And I've seen Jimmy go get his against them. I've seen Jimmy go do these things against players who had that similar makeups. Seen Jimmy go get his own against Brian in 2020. We could say Brown wasn't the same level of defender, but it was the finals. Like Brown was engaged. He was locked in.
If you go look, one day since we love this hoop shit, one day we'll sit down and pull up the fucking hollow, and I'll show you how much he actually converted against JT, Bam, and LeBron 1-on-1. It's gonna be very low.
But I got a quick question though. Let's be honest about Jimmy. We know Jimmy's at his best when he's getting contact on him, getting fouls, getting to the rim, getting downhill pressure, all of that. Like, did he showcase any of that last night? Let's be honest.
Now look, I still agree. I still agree with the fact that Jimmy's smart at basketball. I do agree with the fact that Jimmy got to get more shots up, and I think Jimmy and Bam specifically needs to get better in transition. They need to get better at scoring in transition. And I just don't know if Spo, when Bam gets the ball off the break, I don't understand why we in 2024, 2025, when Bam gets the ball off the break and he has to give it up to someone instead of pushing it. This shit gotta stop. He need to let this guy fucking out the cage and just let this or pound it in his head. Get the rebound, push that bitch, bro. Go all the way to the rim if you got to. And if you don't, if you make the defense collapse and you got some playmaking ability to make a pass out of it, he gets the rebound and just give it up. Jimmy always walks up the goddamn court. Like they have to get them two niggas just gotta get better at transition. You the best two players. Open up the court in transition. They walk that bitch down too fucking much, bro. So I'm not excusing them niggas either, but I'm just letting people know in the half court set, I think there's a baseline that they can reach if the defense is disciplined and they have size against them. That's all I'm saying.
J. Will, let me piggyback on what you said about this Jovic point, where teams are gonna help off Jovic. That is something, but the other thing that I'm seeing also is Terry. Terry has to convert his layups and make his shots. Like he can't be inefficient. If we're gonna stick Bam in a corner, like a stretch five, not using him at all, someone has to be able to attract the defense, attract the help. Like no one's attracting the help. If they're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna live with Terry just scoring, just doing anything because he's just gonna brick. I mean, they're not gonna help off Bam, and Bam not gonna get the shot that he wants, or Jimmy. They're not gonna get the shots that's gonna be open. So it's just like the offense had to be rekindled, refixed something. Because I last night just showed me that we aren't ready for what the league has. The offensive league this year is we aren't ready, not at all.
I mean, I agree with you, bro. I mean, y'all shot how many threes as a team? Jovic shot the most. Jovic and Terry shot the most.
Yeah, like 1 for 7. Terry 2 for 7. Like
so as a team,
that shit is disgusting,
y'all
fam.
was in the 20% yesterday from three.
I believe so. Yeah.
We were 32% from 3.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't really convert.
And y'all shot 34 of them. Okay.
We didn't convert. Like, if you're a defense, who are you helping off of? Or why am I helping off? Why am I helping off Bam if we can guard Terry?
How many threes did Magic make?
18. I mean, the biggest thing they had 18 offensive rebounds, bro. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, we couldn't rebound for shit.
They had 18 offensive rebounds.
How many rebounds Jimmy had?
Jimmy had 4.
Man, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable by both of them.
The rebounds were far too.
That's unacceptable. That's
Bam
unacceptable.
only had 5 rebounds.
5 rebounds, bro.
Hey, bro, nah.
He would have. He would have sold by 6.
Played like that much minutes. He just got built.
Yeah, I mean,
it's another thing. Highsmith played 30 minutes last night.
I don't get that. Yeah, I don't
I
know.
gotta
He
tell you,
played at the 4-2, by the way. So
And
the
then that's
rebounds they were just snagging it over him.
and then
He
what
probably
Highsmith?
played the whole fourth quarter though, Jay Will. Yeah, Hotman played the whole fourth.
Yeah,
He played the whole
He
Okay.
played garbage
he played
time
the
too
whole
with the
fourth.
scrubs.
He played the whole fourth. Because Jimmy Bam and Hero didn't play in the fourth at all.
And that's another thing when you guard when you're trying to slow down Jimmy and Bam. How much space? How many respectable guys are around him on the court at the same time to open it up for them?
Thank you.
If I got
No
Highsmith in the corner, then I'm good. Like I don't have to worry about him as much. Let me try to stay close to Jimmy as Bam as much as possible. So yeah,
So all I'm hearing are all the reasons why they're not as good as y'all make them out to be.
Pretty
I
much.
guess I guess
Hey, Byron.
I swear, pretty
Pretty much.
much.
Copy.
I
That's
guess
that's what I've been over here peeping. I ain't
That's
gonna hold
really what I'm listening to. All the reasons why them niggas got why they jazzed up.
He are not jazzed up. What
hold
that
on
mean?
against elite
Who
defenses.
hyped them up?
It's the pin message in the YouTube comments 1110.
And
Man,
against an
literally
elite defense,
yesterday,
yeah.
y'all was telling me that they, as currently constructed, could beat every team in the East that's not Boston.
Who said that?
No, you
Ev
talking
was
about
one of the
me and
people who
Z
said it.
Blade. Yeah,
Ev was one of the people who said. Now they were all Heat fans.
Z Blade and myself said that
Blaze
it's
as
possible.
well.
We didn't say it would happen, but it's possible. That's all we said.
No, that's not it.
We
Somebody,
said
did
it could.
somebody else have a conversation, like help you in your, I think it was T as well, like help him
T was
in the
arguing something else
conversation
though, but yeah, T was in it.
with process. So yeah, that's 3 people for you, Joe.
Yeah, and all 2 out of the 3 at least, or 3 out of the 3 said that it could happen. They didn't say it would happen.
Yeah, I didn't say would. I
I
said
ain't gonna lie. Y'all got no chance of being some of them top
We
6.
can be honest. Let's be honest. Okay, it's one game, cool, but let's be honest. If it comes playoff time, let's be honest. There
Why
could be an adjustment, a change. If we
But
have
you
Spo, we
y'all
can't.
have
just
Bam, we have
y'all just
Jimmy.
gonna
There
flip this
could is there.
imaginary switch in the playoffs and
Is
everything's
this
gonna be
What
so
you
cable?
by y'all
mean? We
again?
showed that many years. I'm not even trying to be
That's
like
cable.
this whole
This is cable. Okay, I
homer
get them
type heat, but
confused.
like I'm not trying to
So
dismiss it completely. I do get it. Like the regular season is not our strength, but like come playoffs, we honestly showed many years that we can play up to any team. We can play up. We can match up.
I
I'm
think
not still being a homer. You feel me? Like
no. I that's something that I'm willing to like have a conversation about, because while I was listening to this segment, I was over here thinking, like, for the playoffs, how the Heat have been able to reach some of the heights that they have in the Jimmy era. And I was literally listing things. Obviously, execution, being well coached, having good game plans. Those are 3 pivotal things. But also,
yep,
you all have
yep,
been able to punk teams. I truly, like,
yeah, right,
y'all
yep.
y'all call me crazy. I think you all have been able to punk some teams and bully some teams. Maybe punk is the wrong word, but being able to bully some teams, and we're gonna out physical you, and not in a 90s muck up the game dirty way, like nothing like that. But in terms of, like, yeah, we'll get you to shy away from certain moments. I'm in your face. I'm here. It's not going to be easy. We're
Yeah,
not
you're gonna
bowing
see
down. Nothing.
hands. Yeah,
You
you're gonna
know
see hands. You're gonna see flying defense. Yeah, I
exactly.
feel you.
And with all of those things, I think it's cool and it's something you can somewhat depend on, as long as you still have a certain level of talent, and as long as the league doesn't have that level of maturity or whatever they need to be able to combat that. I think now granted, it's one game, and the Orlando Magic are young. Y'all can meet them in a series, and y'all could treat them like y'all treated a few other teams in the past. But as it stands right now, I think there's a talent discrepancy between the Heat and a lot of other teams.
You're
And
right.
I think that talent discrepancy catches up to you when when your best player is getting, again, Jimmy can have a great season still.
One
He
thousand
could be
percent.
second team all NBA, all that. I do think there's a talent discrepancy. And I think that relying on the things that you all have had to rely on, like to compete and excel at the highest levels, it's a good thing, because you want to be able to rely on a great coach, a great game plan, great scheme, execution, being in the right place. You want to be able to rely on those things. Those are very important. But at some point in time, you need an influx of talent. Y'all need more talent.
Bro,
You need another player.
we're
Like,
relying on internal development.
What's
We're,
and
what's
we're,
that's
we're
just
that?
where I
relying on
thought y'all need another player, bro. Y'all need
for
something
real, man. Like,
that Dame shit was so important, bro.
yo,
Bro,
you're
Y'all getting
speaking all of
Dame.
it. You're speaking to the choir, bro. We all have the same intent. Like, we need a player. It's not even us, but like, we all in here, I believe, 11-10, Ev, all the other Heat fans, we're, knocking on like the door for like a player to like with talent to come. We're not dismissing that at all. Like, we want that. But whatever plans the front office has is they want development. They want internal development,
Is
internal
that like
growth.
detachment?
Right.
You know.
That's tough,
But
man. That's
I
Hello,
tough.
mean,
everyone. Hello, everyone.
1110, welcome to
What's good,
YouTube.
living shit?
Glad you made it. It's another platform I'm trying to attack.
Yeah,
Still
I was like,
utilizing
how do I
Playback.
get up on stage with this thing? I was like, trying to figure it
Uh,
out.
I
Jay will
definitely
ask a
figured it out right
question.
now.
Jay will ask a question about Jimmy and Bam. I don't know
Well,
when he
I'll
came
feel bad now if you let him say that.
but I
Lord.
mean, yeah, back to the game. I mean, only thing that I wanted to add on
What was the
top of
question?
Jay Will, what did Jay Will say? He as I was speaking to talk, he spoke to basically said, I said that Brady tweet in the chat, and you liked it, right? So you know what I'm talking about as far as Jimmy and Bam going against bigger wings /
I
defenders.
don't even agree with that. For Bam, I don't agree with that. For Jimmy, you can maybe say that. But with Bam has like consistently against the Magic at least like average like 18 to 20 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think that was an issue. I think we're asking Bam to have a completely different shot diet than what he's like been working on his entire career. We did have him playing like Al Horford. Like that's what we're doing. He's in the corner. Like he's nowhere near the paint. We don't get him any
Pick and
looks off the
rolls.
roll. He's not even getting the post up. He had a great turnaround midi in the post. None of that. Like it's strictly just get in the corner and vibe. Like whenever Bam was able to get to the paint, he shot 10 free throws. Like he was able to get to the rack. But the offense, to me, this was my concern with like the Bam shooting threes thing. I was like, I like it being a wrinkle that he has, but I don't want it to be just the main thing for him on offense. Like that's not going to help us, because the offense right now seems to be very Terry Tyler go cook. And like, why are our two best players not the engine of the offense? Like that doesn't make sense to me. So the rebounding also is an issue. That's been an issue all preseason, to be honest. We've been awful on the boards. So the Magic, I thought in the first half we did like a decent job defensively, but we didn't close possessions at all. So then you have Gary Harris, getting threes because they're getting offensive rebounds and they're kicking in the corner and all that stuff. And then the third quarter was just a complete disaster. Like defensively, we fell apart. Offensively, guys were pressing. We didn't know what we were doing out there. And then Spo's rotations, once again, I'm just not vibing with it. He gave like Terry an entire bench unit. And I was like, why? And one thing I've also noticed from preseason is that I'm worried about the fact that once again, Spo is like not putting Duncan with Bam at all. And it's like, how many years of evidence have we had with Duncan and Bam being a great duo for us? And you're
Offensive
trying to
engine.
completely abandon it again? I don't
Ridiculous.
understand what's going on with Spo, to be honest. It's
Fatigue. He tired.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like I
Get
feel like
tired.
he's fighting the evidence, bro. That's what it seems to me. So the offense, it definitely needs a lot of work. I don't know. I don't really know. And over preseason, we relied a lot on forcing turnovers. I think we averaged like 15 steals a game preseason, and then we barely forced any turnovers to the Magic. And we were in rotation all the time last night. Like Paolo was hunting, the guards, looking to get Rozier on a switch, here on the switch, or whatever. So then, those guys slip. Jimmy has to tag, and then the corner three is open every single time. So there's a lot of issues that we got to work with. And the offense wasn't good, the defense wasn't good. So it's just a total L last night. So Yeah,
Yep.
that's it for real. Like,
Yep. And to point out what she was saying about the
and
rotation.
Jovic's three ball, I don't know what happened to his three ball. It's been
Fam,
cooked
I'm
all preseason, all
disgusted,
season.
fam.
I don't know what happened to King.
Damn, dog.
Because, when he was in the paint, he had a good night, but he just
Yeah, that's
couldn't
what I
hit
like.
any threes. Like, Jesus Christ. And I feel like he's rushing too. Like, sometimes he's like wide open and he's just letting it fly. Like, he's just not, I don't know. I think he's too into his head about them threes. And Terry, oh man.
He was getting him up. Yes.
We need to
Terry
cage him.
just, bruh.
Cage him. We need to
Yeah,
cage him
he
again.
needs to.
We need to cage him. Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting them shits up.
He's too out of control, bruh. He
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
really
he
run
is
no
too
offense.
free, too damn
He's
free.
just too
And to
loose
give
out there, bro.
him a whole unit with no hero, Jimmy or Bam is ridiculous. Bro.
Nuts.
It's literally ridiculous.
Especially with a lineup with
Even with the
Highsmith and
starters, bro.
TB,
Even with the
dog.
starters, he just don't. I don't know. He's just way erratic,
Yeah, too wild.
way wild, bro. So,
Whoever it is trying to come on the stage, I cannot see who you are, but you can type in the chat to let me know who you are.
yeah, and like I remember in preseason, or I think Spo had like a presser, and he was like, Jimmy and Bam will figure it out in terms of where they fit in the offense. How the hell you got an offense with the two main guys not knowing what they're supposed to be doing out there? That don't make no sense to me. Makes no sense to me. You can't have your entire offense not built on your two best guys.
The best thing for them to do, what I'm hoping is this triggers some type of emotion in Bam, to actually, now be vocal. Now tell them, yo, all right, yeah, I'm not with this fuck shit. Y'all not gonna look away from me while I'm in the corner. No, give me the ball. I'm going in the post. Send me the ball. Send me the fucking ball, and I'm getting to work. Cause I'm just letting you go ISO between the leg fadeaway midi while I'm in the corner with my hands my hands ready to shoot. That makes no sense. I don't like that offense at all. I don't. It's disgusting. I'd rather Bam take a three off a pick and pop than just sit in the corner wait three. No,
And
absolutely not.
another thing with like Jimmy, Jimmy didn't particularly shoot well, but his role on offense is weird too. Like we just have him being a screener, and it's like it's just Jimmy setting screens a lot of the time, and it's like, what are we doing with that? I feel like we could do a lot of Jimmy and have a guard screen for him so he can get a smaller guy on him or somebody attack. We don't do any of those things. It's Jimmy in the corner. Jimmy set a screen. It's like Jimmy's not initiating a lot of the actions, and it's just like, what is he out there for if that's what we gonna have him doing? So it's really weird. I think Tyler had like a decent game. Like out of the two guards, Hero was definitely better. Definitely better. I think Hero was efficient.
Yeah, he was out the way.
He had a nice game.
Not too bad.
Terry was just, not good. And that's kind of been the theme of preseason, honestly. I think Tyler had a pretty good preseason. And Terry was just defensively, Terry showed some nice things. A lot of deflection, steals like that. But on offense, no. So I don't know, bro. It's game one, but I'm definitely not encouraged with that. Like that was very bad hoops. Bad hoops.
I got you, T.
What's more concerning though, the offense or the defense?
Anish, I'm gonna let you right back up, Anish.
Based on how we play, for sure, the defense, like you could
T,
say,
request again.
because we always rely on our defense to keep us in games. Like we're a defense first team, so if our defense is, crap, then it's all gonna be crap. Because we've been able to win games with like not being that great of an offense, but being a great defense. So
Getting stops and getting the rebound.
Well, I would thank you, Cable, because I was just about to say that or ask 1110, like, because earlier with what you when you were giving your breakdown, you were speaking to, you felt like the defense was fine, like prior to the third quarter, but again, your biggest point was, hey, we're not finishing possessions by grabbing boards. Do you think that, like, do you when you pinpoint that, do you feel like it's the defense as a whole, or you should just pinpoint, hey, close possessions? Because I'm asking, didn't you feel like they defended well and then just didn't close, or do you feel like the defense wasn't up to par for what you feel it should be?
I
Aside
think
from like the
first half
closing.
was like a lot of rebounding stuff, but that third quarter, it was just defensive breakdown after defensive breakdown.
All right.
So, yeah, I would say that's how it felt like to me. First
Okay.
half was like way too many rebounds we gave up, and then the second half it was like a combination of both. I don't think we rebounded well either, but we def had like a lot of breakdowns defensively. And then we had I can't remember how many turnovers we had, but we had some really bad turnovers. We weren't able to get in transition a lot either. So the Magic, I kind of expected the Magic to be like a top 3 defensive team. So to have that team as your first game of the season, yeah, shit, it's a reality check for sure. Because they limited us to being a half court team strictly, and it seems like an emphasis for Spo with the new offense is that we want to get out and run, we want to play with pace, and we couldn't do that. So, yeah, I feel like it was a combination of both in the second half, and the first half was definitely rebounding was a problem.
Hey,
All
11-10.
right.
Are you finished your statement, or Wes? You finished your questions? I just wanted to ask you something. I don't want to interrupt. It's still sound a
Yeah,
little bit.
no, that was my only thing. Rock out.
I was going to ask 11-10. Did we get dominated last year in the matchups against Orlando on the boards?
No,
Like
I mean,
to the degree of last night?
I know we went 3-1 against the Magic last year. I don't remember
We scored.
rebounding and stuff. So
No, I was more talking about just the rebounding aspect. I think that was Lolo who said we scored.
It might have been even in terms of rebounding. I'm not sure if they out rebounded us when we played them last year.
That was just my only question. I ain't been to throw off the show or nothing. I was just asking about.
Do you care to know that answer? Because I might check it if you care.
Yeah, if you want to check, it's great. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
What that look like.
I don't know if he cares. I mean, I'll check.
Nah, I just thought it would be interesting because I know, like, Paulo is like a very much like especially the offensive board disparity, like between the two. I just wanted to see that if you can.
Yeah, let me find the first matchup and then just look at all. All right, so first matchup will be December 20th, and let's see what it looked like. They had 15 offensive rebounds. They out-rebounded us last year by about 9 in game 1. In game 2, the Heat won. They out-rebounded us. If they did, let me check this. The Heat, actually. We out-rebounded them. Sorry, I know this. And then game 3, let me try to be a little fast with this. So 1-1 so far as far as the rebounds. Game 3, they out-rebounded us again by 8. And then game 4, the last game, probably split, to be honest, on the rebounds. We out-rebounded them. Yeah, we split. So we out-rebounded them. So 2 games they rebounded us, 2 games we out-rebounded them. But nobody out-rebounded the other team by 10 more rebounds. Last night it was by like 16 or something like that. So, yeah.
Hey, thank you, Ev.
No problem, bro. Any other questions for 11-10 or any other comments on the Heat and Magic game? All right.
I have one question. I didn't really watch this game. How did the rookie look, though?
He didn't play till garbage time.
Oh, okay, that sums it up. All right, bet.
He would not be playing a lot this year.
If Jay Rich come back, where does his minutes fit? Like, he's like they're chopping off Terry Rozier with the bench lineup. I'm assuming, right?
No,
I mean, honestly, I don't think Jay Rich plays because I don't see where he puts. He's not. Duncan is going to play regardless of the bench. Let's start there. Duncan and Hame are playing regardless. Those are our 2 stamped.
For sure, yeah, those are stamped. Those are.
And then we're also going to highlight / prioritize Haywood. Now, if Josh is looking better than Haywood, then I guess. But Haywood.
Oh yeah, you are right. He might play over Haywood, right? He could.
Yeah, but I think they value Haywood over Josh. Me personally.
That's
I think they value Haywood over Josh. So I don't see
Jay Rich's full son. Come on, man. Like
where does he play though?
That's what I'm saying. They cut Terry, right? They have to.
No, but you're not going to go on all bench lineup though. What you mean? What are you envisioning? Because if Terry's running with the second unit, if Terry's running with the second unit, that means you're telling me that Jay Rich will be taking that second unit,
Man,
and that'd be a
you
whole
cut the
second.
centers. You cut some of the centers. You play Bam.
What you mean cut some of the center?
You're playing TB. Like we're playing. Okay, I know for a fact if Kevin Love's coming
TB
back,
only
Kevin
played
Love.
because Kevin wasn't there.
Yeah. So honestly, Cable, I personally don't think Jay Rich plays.
Yeah.
At this moment, I think our 9 or whatever it is that 9? 1, 2, 3. I think it'll be 9 with Kevin Love instead of TB. So our 9 guys, that'll be our 9 guys. It'll be Jaime, Duncan, Haywood, and Love off the bench, and that's our 9. I do think he's going to switch up the rotation. He's definitely not going to stay with what he did yesterday for sure.
For sure.
With Terry, Duncan, Jaime, Haywood, and Thomas Bryant, no, I don't. It needs to be a mixture of.
Sicko. He had all 3 of them on the bench at the same time.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, bro. And he did that twice. He did that twice too, by the way. I mean, it's ridiculous, bro. So yeah, I think that would be a change. That's all. Even if it's Terry and Bam, or something like that. Terry and Jimmy with Hero and Bam, playing longer in the first period. Whatever you got to do, but it got to be Terry with one of those guys. Preferably not Hero, because Terry and Duncan can still be good together as well with Jaime. So yeah, man, that's it, man. That's all I really got to say on the game. I think we got Charlotte next, so that'll probably get us off on a better ground. But
I will say though,
Shout out to
Ev,
my Hornets, man. Shout out to my Hornets.
regardless of like, I think the lack of like knowing their role to me falls more on Bam than Jimmy. Like I think that's just Jimmy not being aggressive. I don't think that's him just not knowing what to do on offense. I think that's just him choosing not to be aggressive more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. It was some times last night I wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, but again, Jay Will said earlier he played within the flow of the offense, so I get that too. When 11-10 also came up, and Chimes and had offense last night will look like it was built for the guards to perform. So it is what it is, man.
Haters for my Heat family, dog.
Next game, continue to ignore the troll.
I'm dead ass.
Finish eating whatever you eat, bro.
I don't hate watch the Heat, bro. Come on now.
Bro.
Ask the roof for y'all. Ask the roof for the Heat. If they're not going against y'all.
What you saying, 11-10?
I said, depending on how these next 5-10 games go, might not see me no more, bro. No fun.
Bro, I put your little.
My schedule get dark real quick, very soon.
Bro, I put your little tweet in the playback last night. Bro, you gotta stop saying that.
The NBA is not back. Man.
Like, bro,
you gotta start over, respectfully.
Our developers in like a bro. Like, go ahead, bro.
I might as well pin it.
But reminder to everybody that's in here: 4 people subscribed already today, this morning, or afternoon, wherever you were. Thank y'all so much for that. Make sure you all hit that subscribe button. Road to 700 subscribers at 627 right now. Also, let's see if we can beat the like count that we did yesterday. Yesterday's live stream or yesterday's show had 41 likes on that video. Let's see if we can beat that. We're at 25 right now. So if you are in here, you don't like the video yet, make sure you like the video. If you are in here, you're not subscribed to the platform, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And if you're wondering what Facts and Stats is, Facts and Stats is a daily sports show Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Facts and Stats is also a podcast where you'll see weekly or bi-weekly episodes being uploaded. And then also, Facts and Stats hosts watch parties. It's a phenomenal thing. And playback.tv/Facts and Stats. Make sure you all sign up today and join the Facts and Stats Playback Room. It is free, no charge to do so. So you can easily download. The link is in the description as well to easily join the community on Playback. Over 1,500 members is on there or in there. Over 1,500 members is in the Facts and Stats Playback community. And typically after the show on YouTube, when we head over to Playback to talk about some random stuff or another topic or whatever the case may be, I will feature a League Pass game on the screen that we probably didn't watch last night. Long as my League Pass is still with that Tatum crap, I gotta look into it. So next game on the slate yesterday, and thank y'all for support, by the way. Next game on the slate, I did not prioritize watching this one because I knew Embiid and Paul George was not playing. I knew it was just going to be Maxey shooting a lot of shots, in which he did last night, 31 times. Jay Will was right. Eric Gordon will look like
He
looks
had
like
disgusting film.
Eric Gordon started last night, but Caleb did start the second half. Thankfully, we got Derek up here because, again, like I said, I did not watch this game, like not a lot of it at all. I know Dame went off, I think, in the third period, whatever it is. But Derek, man, sort of kind of like just takes to Philly and dive into what took place last night in this game.
Yo, did Caleb start in the second half over KJ Martin or Eric Gordon?
I think KJ, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was KJ.
So that means that when PG come back, he'll start at the 4, or Kelly at the 4, and then Eric Gordon will be at the 2. Okay.
I did not see that coming for some odd reason.
Hey, bro, somebody told me about the report last week, bro. So
I did not see no Eric Gordon being no starter. I ain't gonna hold you.
My sources is correct.
And you plugged in.
Bro, look at him, bro.
What you got though, Derek? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So QSim said in the chat, I agree with almost everything except the Maxey terrible. I know that stat line looks very scary. However, as was already said, PG and Embiid were out, and Milwaukee knew that just as much as Philly. And it was Nick Nurse said, roll the ball out, Maxey, go have fun and see if we can do something. So I think Maxey did what he could with what he had. He also should have went to the free throw line at least double the amount he did. Scott Foster was on his own time last night. That was brutal. But yeah, otherwise, look, Milwaukee played their game. Dame looked comfortable. Giannis, still a big problem, per usual. And Taurean Prince couldn't miss. Darvin Ham might be the Prince whisperer. I don't know, but he was perfect until like late in the third. So that was tough. This team is not deep nearly enough if you're missing Embiid and PG. The other guys did what they could, but we don't have a body to guard big forwards, let alone Giannis, who might be unguardable. So, like Eric Gordon for old man, he was okay, but I don't want him playing more than 20 minutes a night if I could help it. Caleb was cool. He did Miami Heat Caleb things, so that's nice. KJ is just a trade chip. I really want more for him, but past the deadline, I'd be shocked if he was still here. He's just a good contract. Drummond did what he could. I predicted double-double. He got it. And yeah, I mean, the other guys did, like old man Lauri, cool. I'm glad Kyle's still here. Vibes are high. I'll take the leadership and whatever offense he can give me. But again, we just don't really have the depth to withstand a lot of these games. And Milwaukee was terrific shooting the ball. Lopez, I think, was their only like poor shooter. And they were without Chris Middleton, obviously, last night as well. So, yeah, I mean, just a tough first game, but can't be too surprised. Maxey will be better. I'm not really concerned. I think he was frustrated with the officiating, and that led to some poor decisions, shots, or late reads. But Kelly Oubre is our second leading shot taker, and that should tell you all you need to know about this team currently. So it is what it is. Yeah, Milwaukee will be really good, and Philly, we won't see Embiid at least for another 2 games at minimum. So it's going to get a little ugly to start the year, but that's okay.
Derek.
Yeah.
Do you think like currently constructed as your roster, do you still think you have enough like on a night-to-night basis to compete with Paul George there? Like knowing like Embiid's like, probably not playing back-to-backs, etc.
Yeah, I mean, with PG, I think I said yesterday we can do 50-50. I think that's fair. I think it is a game-by-game basis. I think this isn't like the best you've seen of Maxey. So I think Maxey can be a number 1 option when Embiid is out. PG, I hope, can be a suitable number 2, especially in the regular season. But look, I mean, Process said yesterday, you've heard me say it numerous times, it's very tough being a Philly fan because no one, including Philly fans, care about the 82-game regular season. It is just a wait until the playoffs. and see what we can do. That's the only way this team is being judged. We could go 82-0 and it would not matter. So I don't think this team is complete. And I said that before the season started. PG is cool. That's a good addition, but does not mean this team is complete. Caleb is too small to play the 4, as is Paul. Yabusele's not a starter. So you still need to find a forward that can at least, at bare minimum, eat some more fouls and do something defensively with Boston, with Milwaukee, and with all the usual suspects in the East.
You have, and just my final, do you have any like forwards that you are looking to like maybe acquire by the deadline? Like any ones you particularly would prefer? Like,
oh, sure. Oh yeah. That's all my offseason is looking for players that the Sixers won't go get. But Dean Wade, DFS are the obvious names. Santi Aldama, I would love. I mean, just coming off a 27-point night, but I don't need 27 from him. I just need someone who can kind of rebound, provide a little bit of size. That would be cool. As far as other guys, like, if I want to get silly and the Pelicans, burst into flames, I'll take Herb Jones. I'll throw 2 first-round picks for him. But no, I mean, realistically, it's just tough to see. We got to wait until closer to the deadline, see what teams are kind of falling apart and who's trying to sell some contracts to avoid the aprons. Sim says Fontecchio. That's cool, but if Fontecchio doesn't know how to shoot, then he is useless. I'm sorry to say. So he's not too high for me. Look, we need someone who is hard-nosed, can rebound, and ideally is a switchable defender. If you have any offensive capability, that's awesome, but that's not my top priority. This team has routinely struggled rebounding, consistently getting stops, and really just finding a pace to play. Embiid's pace is on the slower side. Maxi's best pace is on the faster side. And both can play with each other to a degree, but you need to find that good middle ground. The middle ground means you have a good defense, start to finish. So you need a defender to come in. PG, I expect good things when he's back, but I don't expect him to be a great defender, let alone one that has to take number 1 options on a nightly basis. So I want someone that can do that, even if they're not the best, but someone who can just take that away. And ideally, Caleb Martin's a 6-man. That's the dream. That's what this team needs, but we have to wait and see.
Well said, Derek. I don't think many people watch this game in entirety.
I don't blame them.
In entirety, obviously due to the injuries. I know this was nationally televised. But yeah, man, you recapped it pretty well. Good win overall for Milwaukee. You also pointed out how that everyone shot well for the most part outside of Brick in that starting unit. And in general for the game, man, they shot 53 from the floor, 43 from 3, and obviously 71% from free throw line because the Giannis was 9 for 16. But overall, field and 3-wise, shot pretty well. So shout out to them. And if Torian is playing like that, I was very trendy defensively. Someone typed in the chat that he would have Maxi in a box. Is that true?
So Trent was better defensively, especially from the past couple of years in Toronto. But the entire Bucks team was loading up on Maxi. They were Giannis was able to shade, Lopez was able to shade. Prince is a good wing. I know LA fans probably have him tainted, but he's still a solid role player. So everyone not named Dame basically was shading on Maxi, which made the drive difficult. But to his credit, yeah, Trent was very disciplined. He didn't jump on a single pump fake or, didn't overreact to Maxi's first step.
Just a good little team defender, but that's all I've been calling him.
Yeah, and that's all you need. That's all. I mean, that's all you really need from the Bucks.
All right, thank you, brother. We're gonna go ahead and look at the next game on the slate. Anybody got any questions, comments, or anything as far as the Bucks and the Sixers game last night before we move?
Dame, big Dame, man. Very, 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 very excited to see my Dame for 25 agenda. Or 25 Dame agenda. It's a better way. Damn, it's loud outside. I'm very excited to see that pinning out well. Off to a great start. And Giannis, he scaled back in terms of field goal attempts and was still very, 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 very effective. Granted, not a strong opponent, so we'll see it against a better opponent. But I like what I saw. And the additions definitely were additive. I think Doc did some good things in the offseason with their offense as well. I saw a better functioning unit as a whole. We like to kick him when he's down. Got to give him credit, when it's due. I felt like he had some good things going, better actions, better looks. Um, not not relying on the same mundane way of trying to get Dame involved with just high ball screens and then doing whatever, and then also mixing things up for Giannis as well. I thought they were a little more creative last night, so um, just credit to the Bucks again. Not a strong opponent. I think Philly will be okay. I like a lot of what Derek said, but Philly's just you can't beat injuries. Not to your top two players, or not top two. Excuse me, it's disrespectful to Maxi. Not to two of your top three players. So yeah.
Lily, welcome to the
That's
stage. What you
that's
got to
all.
say as far as the flip side
Oh
of
damn.
things? My bad.
No. I was gonna kind of add to what Western said for the most part. All the only thing I wanted to see, bro, is for this team to handle opponent the way they're supposed to handle them. Like this team, like I say, without two of their top three players, I saw that Bucks team in situations like that last year, still dead ass, keep that team in the game. They legit, they had seemed like they had it on their mind. Dame was aggressive out the gate, so that's what I was looking to see. Like handle this opponent, bro, and they did it. So shout out to them.
All right, what you got for us, Lily?
Hi everyone. My voice is a little. I just wanted to make one comment. I kind of have a question. I don't know if y'all could answer this, but I saw an interesting tweet last night, and while I was watching the game, I kind of tended to agree with it. The thought of Giannis and Dame taking maybe shifts, or maybe their 2 man game is not I think Dame personally has a better 2 man game with Brooke, and when Chris gets back, him and Giannis just have this undeniable connection. Their 2 man game works. So maybe as far as how the team is constructed, I know everybody wants to see Giannis and Dame 2 man game come alive happen, but what if it does take form of okay, they just work better in shifts, Giannis led lineups and Dame led lineups,
Yep,
stuff like that.
yep, that should definitely be a wrinkle in the rotation for sure. 'Cause, I mean, Dame, I think we didn't talk about this a few times that Dame and Brooke got better synergy than him and Giannis. And I mean, it comes down to Dame is not some expert like PNR handler for the most part. So if you got a big that can just pick and pop, it make life easier for people like Dame compared to a rim rolling big where you gotta probe a little bit, you gotta probe a little more, you gotta kind of just I guess manipulate a little more and pick and roll when it comes down to a roller compared to a popper. Because a popper is space. You got a lot of space, so it make life easier for you if you're not the best decision maker, say in pick and roll. I like the best, um, I say decision maker. I won't say Dame a bad decision maker. He just not the best executor in terms of in pick and roll. Dame's a scorer. He's a scorer. So he don't have that good balance of scoring and facilitating in pick and roll. So Brook make life easy for him being a pop dude. So yeah, for sure that should be a go-to wrinkle in Doc rotation. Because we already know what Chris and Giannis Chris is
Yeah.
literally a better decision maker pick and roll in my opinion than Dame. Not more dangerous, but just a better facilitator. So yeah, that should be a wrinkle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with everything you said. To piggyback, or to I guess add another just answer to what Lily asked. Yeah, I'm with that, Lily. So stagger and those 2 man games, definitely. And I think it could in a sense be more dangerous at times than just the trying to get it to be great with Giannis and Dame, from the standpoint that if you can get the best version of Dame and Giannis
Mhm.
in a game together, even if it's not with them working together, as one, as a team, but it's, hey, we stagger. You have your moments. We have the other has his moments, and then we come together in the fourth quarter and we get it done as a team, as a unit. But throughout the game, hey, we unleash Dame in a quarter. And we've seen Dame several times go 15 points in a quarter. We've seen Giannis go dominate quarters and things of that nature. And I think it'll allow them to keep their rhythm, establish a rhythm, and then keep it throughout the game when they do it like that. So I agree with that.
Lily, I was gonna ask
Yeah.
just one thing. Because I didn't really like. I kind of seen a little bit of the fourth, but the game without reach, I kind of like just didn't pay that much attention. Do you guys
Mhm.
run like when Giannis is like the primary big out there? Do you guys running like inverted screens with like Dame and Giannis like in the offense? Because I think that would be a way like to me where they could benefit off playing next to each other a little bit more. Is
I
like have
want to
Dame
say,
necessarily screen for Giannis, especially if he's this whole big like without Brook on the floor.
yeah, I want to say they did not do that this game, and that's one of my problems with. Well, like, okay, this is my critique about Giannis. Like in the first half, especially, I get that he wants to get himself going, but it's kind of annoying. And I've been saying this, like him putting the ball, like taking the ball up on the court. Like I never want him to have the ball like when Dame is on the floor. Personally, that's just me, but that's gonna happen, whatever. So it is kind of just annoying when he like initiates off because like I think the first half they were stuck around in the first half, and majority of that is because like it was Giannis ball. Like I've seen this before as a Bucks fan, like before Dame, it's just like people standing in the corner while Giannis ISOs, and I hate that. Like that's how the offense gets stagnant. I think a lot of that was happening in the first half. It was just him like trying to make a like go get his. And everybody was just standing around, which I really don't like. And like icing Dame out kind of in the beginning. It got better over time, so I don't want to like harp on it, but like I was like, this looks like the same as it was looking last year, which did not lead to any success. So I would like to see more like movement, and it happened in the second half. There was movement, but like I said, I think they don't have the right chemistry right now. But like as long as like Dame can like go off and dominate during his time, and then Giannis can go off and dominate during his time, I think it can build over the season again, hopefully. But yeah, I still don't see it. I still don't see Giannis like becoming a better screener or becoming like he like even looked Dame off like for a final shot. I think towards the end of halftime and gave it to Torian, who was hot to be fair. But yeah, just stuff like that kind of shows you that like the chemistry isn't all the way there yet. Sorry if that didn't answer your question. I kind of went on a tangent.
No, you went on a tangent, but you did answer my question, and like you just broke it down to like more things you would like to see with the offense. So that you answered it well. Like don't say sorry for that.
But yeah, that's all I came to say. And shout out Bobby Portis. It's his extension year. I think we'll get a more productive Bobby Portis. And Pat Connaughton was normal last game, so that's cool. But yeah.
Dope. Lily, is your buddy situation good? To extension? Because funny enough, like Derek talked about needing a four. I think Bobby Portis would actually be like a really solid four for them. No funny, especially if he's on the last year of the deal.
Yeah, I think he's on I think this is his extension year, I think. But I'm not sure. Somebody can check, but I'm pretty sure it's his extension year this year.
Damn, Chad, I'll stop talking then. God damn, fuck.
All in all, really, I appreciate you coming up and whether that's talking about Milwaukee or even the Packers. So thank you. And yeah, man, things are looking good on Milwaukee for your two best players. Hopefully that keeps up and Middleton comes. Anything on Middleton? When is he expected to return to the court?
They want to aim for the Boston game. I think that's a terrible ideal. I think that's the sixth game of the season. Not quite sure. I just don't think they should have him ramp up against the best team in the league. That's not like something that I would personally do. I would like return him for like a game. Let me see. Yeah, right there. I think November 10th.
Okay, so November
Or
10th.
no, October 28th. No, October 28th. You were right the first.
Okay.
That game.
Okay.
But
All right,
I wouldn't do that. But yeah.
Thank you. Anybody got any other Milwaukee questions or Sixers questions for Lily or Derek? All right. We will move to the next game. OG, your time is coming up soon, brother. If you are in here. So another game I didn't watch none of at all. Honestly, shout out to the Cavs. They took care of business quite often and early in this one. Going into halftime, they were up 20 points. So That was the game. Came out third quarter, kept the same energy. Supposedly, Evan Mobley hooped last night. Though. Evan Mobley was really good offensively. When you dive into their box score for their game, they started Dean Wade and replaced Max Strus, who was still dealing with an injury for the next couple of weeks as well. But Mobley, 25 points, 9 rebounds, 2 steals, 3 blocks, 1 for 2 for the 3-point line. That's all you can really ask for a guy like him. Donovan Mitchell followed that up with 21 points, 2 for 5 from 3, 7 for 14 from the field. Garland didn't have his best game offensively, at least shooting wise, I want to say. Excuse me, guys. Man, why the hell did that y'all just came? Garland didn't have his best game for the field. Finished with 7 and 6. And then Jared for the most part, 4 blocks, a steal, 14.7 rebounds. So shout out to those 2 big guys down low. And then when you look at the Raptors side of things, Scotty was terrible last night. IQ got hurt, only played 14 minutes, did not return. Also, did not practice so far today. Just reported about 20 minutes ago. I think Grady was having a good first half. I don't know. Let me put it up. What Grady was doing in the game in the first half. While I'm looking up some other statistical things in this game, did anybody watch more of this game than I did personally? That's on the stage.
Absolutely, man. You know we tapped in to see if Scotty was going to be what Heavenson said. And it's not off to a great start. Is Heavenson around? Is Mazak around?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of them got to be in here.
Yeah, Mobley took that nigga chain.
And against all teams. Lord of mercy.
Mobley
against all teams. That is insane. She wouldn't be in here.
Hey, Byron, and then Evan Mobley going off too, making threes.
He the best.
Even crazier.
Said bon. She would be MIA.
I say he on the road. I don't think anybody.
Nah, because it cut out for a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, just quickly, obviously, Mobley was the best player on the court last night. Mobley was incredible, right? And I want to give credit to him for how he played. Kenny Atkinson, I think, I don't know if it's really him unleashing Mobley. I feel like more of this is development. We saw signs of this last year. And this is why, like, it's important to give players time to just mold into themselves. Like, everything isn't finished overnight. Like, everybody's not going to pop in a year or two. Like, Mobley is still rounding into the player that he will be, which is going to be a hell of a basketball player. I want to be very clear right now. May not have been on the as early as some people expected it to be, but I think this is year 4 for Mobley, right?
Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah.
Yeah, like, come on, man. And granted, one game, but really, really good signs last night. He looks stronger. He looks more physical as well. And he looks like he looks incredibly versatile. Like, he's just so versatile on the court. On both sides of the ball now, too. That's offense and defense. So shout out to him. D Mitch, I think he, low-fi game, but he played well. He credits him for not doing too much last night. And kind of, it seems like I feel like their offense is trying to lean into, hey, we want more people involved. We want everyone to eat. Well, not everyone, but we want to incorporate Mobley more for sure. Make sure that Allen is a consistent double-double and have our guards scale back a little bit in the regular season. Maybe that'll be what they do now. They haven't faced a tough opponent yet, so we'll see if that is abandoned if things aren't going well. But, shout out to those 2 guys. Garland, I didn't like what I saw last night from Garland. I'm not selling my stock, but I am questioning whether or not he can regain his 22 form. Because, I didn't like what I saw last night at all. But Toronto is typically giving him a hard time. Like all iterations of Toronto, just seem to always have some link that gives him some trouble. Bigger guards like IQ is bigger than him. Hell of a defender as well, although he didn't play the whole game. But yeah, we'll see from a Toronto standpoint. Good luck. That's it, man. Good luck. I don't think this will be a great season. But aren't they in control of their destiny? Like don't they have their picks and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be fine. Maybe they'll be in a Super Six state.
Hey, Twin. How you doing?
Hey. You guys talked about the Raptors yet, or just the Cavs?
Nah, just the Cavs right now. We barely touched on the Raptors.
Okay, can you scroll down to the Raptors, please, Ev? Or Javon, whichever one you want to go by.
Sure, Nevaeh.
All right. So I'm gonna start off with quickly. He only played 14 minutes. He got hurt, so he couldn't play the rest. I think he only played up until like the half, I think, right? But in the showing that he did have, he played really well for the 14 minutes that he did play. So shout out to Quickly. That was really good. I think they said RJ should be coming back shortly. I want to shout out I'm not gonna lie, I hope Quickly comes back soon, because if he don't come back, like that's gonna be an issue, because the Raptors don't have depth. They only basically have like their starting five, and then everybody else is a bit of a question mark. So having to go into their bench to fill up their starting five isn't gonna be a great look for them. I want to shout out I can't say his name because y'all just get arms.
Boucher.
Huh?
You saying Boucher?
Shout out to Grady, bro.
Grady.
Shout out to Grady. Hell of a game last night, man. Taking the steps here too. Shout out to Grady, man.
Yeah, that's who I was gonna say, but y'all get mad when I say his last name. He's like I've been saying, I don't know if Wes was there, but I've been saying I think he should be the starting two going forward. So that means RJ probably I think going forward, RJ should be the sixth man, and just you make Grady the two. And then you get a good 3-and-D guy for the three. But Grady last night once again showed why he is part of the future for the Toronto Raptors. Scotty had a bit of a difficult night, but he did play well in the passing aspect. He did what he could do there and helped with the rebounding. Let's see who else. Poto was okay. Boucher was good. I liked Boucher. Boucher gave some good minutes. I think he went 4. I think he only missed like 1-3, right? I can't really see on your screen because your thing's small.
Boucher was 4 for 5 from 3.
Yeah, so he only missed 1-3. So he shot really well from 3. I really hope that he can put some more weight on though. But the thing that I'm worried about is that that would probably mess up his shot though. But that's it. Like I said before, they're not that big. They're not like that deep, the team. So it's mostly you have to focus on Barnes, Quickly, Grady, because you don't want me to say his last name, and RJ, a little bit of Boucher. But this is a developmental year for the Raptors. They're just going to try to develop their rookies. Hopefully it could lead into a play-in so that they can get some experience in the play-in and maybe hopefully a little bit of experience in the playoffs. But it just seems to be more of a developmental year and just developing.
Speaking of development, Twin, did you like what you saw from Evan Mobley to comment on the Cavs?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
What she say?
I said he was fine. I never said that he was shit. I never said Evan Mobley was shit.
I never said you did.
I've always said I've had high expectations for Evan Mobley, and I thought that they kind of smother his development because of how they played him the previous years.
Mm-hmm. You weren't too confident that as long as they had that backcourt that he would be able to.
Well, if you noticed, like Garland didn't really play that much because he got in foul trouble early. Like at least, and I've been saying this for since the first reiteration, because the first game Garland, I think he got injured, so he came out early, and I was like, the Cavs look better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been kind of on that. So
okay,
yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
You picked the wrong profession. You should have went with the family business.
Once again, like Garland got in foul trouble again early. Like what West said is true. Like the Raptors have also, because they've always had very like switchable defenders.
Yeah, I'm just accepting. Like, I mean, I'm a Darius Garland fan. Like, 'cause I'm still gonna be a fan of his, but it's just a reality I'm accepting about him. He gonna be like a D'Lo type of player, like more better, but D'Lo like a D'Lo type. Like they just gonna struggle against big wings. It just is what it is. Like he's not athletic. Everything about him is going. He's relying on skill, craftiness, et cetera, et cetera. If he can't, be effective on the strength of that, which more oftentimes than not, he will be able to outside of, certain playoff matchups and, certain matchups in the regular season. But I just don't think he gonna ever be able to overcome unless he just get put in a like ideal and perfect situation in terms of like personnel around him or like offensive scheme. If that don't happen, then he just gonna always struggle with just, big wings. That's versatile. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree. But in the beginning of the game though, the Raptors looked really good, and they kind of like, I think when quickly like got hurt, that kind of just went to the dirt. That shit was kind of nasty to watch without Quickly. I'm not gonna lie. That was
Scotty
disgusting to watch
Quickly,
without Quickly, huh?
Scotty Quickly and Grady. Like I really like them three in terms of like a core future. Not saying they gotta be like the three best players on the team at all times in terms of the future, but like in terms of like building around being part of the future. That's a solid ass. I like them three.
Yeah. That's another thing too with Grady. Like, he's hitting his shots was good. He's really good at like, he's getting better with putting the ball on the floor. And then also like, he really tries.
Nah, for sure.
Like
You
even
could tell,
defensively, like he really tries.
yeah, you could just tell he a baller. Like you could tell he a lab rat, and you could tell he competitive. Like that's two things I like about him. He gonna always try and get better on, like add something to his game every offseason. He got a fairly good high IQ, and like you say, he competitive. He gonna play his ass off. So
I want to say something, but I don't want everybody to shit on me, so I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Nah, please.
No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna keep it to myself, and I'll see how he develops. But I have like a player comp in mind for him, for how I think that he could do. But I'm gonna just keep it to myself. I'm not gonna.
What does that do for us?
I would love to get. I would love to get that on wax.
What does that do for us right now, though?
What do you mean?
I believe the people on YouTube watching
why not just tell us?
Like that player comp.
Yeah, why not just tell us?
I think he can be like a version of Hayward.
Not a bad comp.
Okay. Yeah.
Not a bad comp.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of like his ceiling as a player.
Yeah.
I don't think you should get shit on for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think he can be, because he really tries defensively, and also like I said, like he's been working on putting the ball on the floor, so I think that can get better, much better actually.
Yeah,
get up here, OG. Get up here, OG.
I can see that.
Thank you, Nevaeh, for coming up here and chiming on the Raptors side of things.
You're welcome. I only did that because for you, Ev. Right? That's only for you, Ev. Look at that. You're welcome.
What's only for me?
I only came up here and spoke because like I didn't give you a birthday present, so happy birthday.
Oh man.
Thank you. OG, if that was you trying to request one more time. Twin, hold on, Twin. I'm gonna let you up.
He said my presence is a present. Kiss my ass.
Nah, try again, OG. Try again, man. Cause you gotta let me know what the hell happened. No, fine. You gotta let me know. I did a live bet OG with the Rockets, and some way somehow they let them come back and win the game.
Is OG one of the the mellow bashers? I know for sure Jay Will like the face of that whole club.
I don't know OG Rock with LaMelo.
What's the deal? What's the deal?
You came in a couple of times. You came in a couple of times in the playback room yesterday, OG, in the first half. It was yelling Sengun and Rockets, and you know what I'm saying. And then at the end of the game, I didn't see you.
What you mean? I ain't run nowhere. I was speaking. What you mean? I was talking to my fellow Rocket fan. Can you see my face now? You see it?
See,
Do you see
You know
what
what
I'm
I
saying?
mean?
I'm not ready from there. Hey, look here. And I go to eyes. I ain't ready from there, nigga. Now look here. Say, look here, man. I ain't finna sit up here in front and tell y'all that I wasn't disappointed. That had to be one of the most disappointing endings that I've been around for a minute. I got high expectations for the team. Ain't none of that changed. It's one game. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't running nowhere. And yeah, Sengun was killing. I love my dog. Ain't nothing changed around that. Ain't nothing changed with me and Sengun. Ain't nothing. And as a matter of fact, I like what I saw from Jalen last night, in spite of what I was hearing from a lot of my Rockets fans. Everybody talking about, yeah, he took a bunch of bad shots and he settled. And I didn't agree with that. I went and looked at the second half last night after the game was over. I'm sitting there looking. I didn't see one. I think I might have saw one bad shot. So I wasn't mad with what I saw from Sengun. I wasn't mad with now he did. Now, there was some stretches late in that game when the people talking, they clowning him for what happened with Grant Williams, and they say Grant Williams did this to him, and Grant Williams shut him down. Certain archetypes he struggled with. Like I said before, I never understood why Bismack gave him so much trouble. I guess it's just dudes that's just like tree trunks in the paint and don't move. But I can't argue with what he gave me last night. I mean, shit, what were people expecting for him to go 50 and 30? Shit, he had 28 and 15, 28 and 19, some shit like that. So I'm not mad about that. He played his ass off. He played hard. I don't have a big problem with what I saw from Jalen Green last night. For the most part, bro, I don't want to go too deep in the blame game, too deep. But that forward position for us between Dylan and Jabari. Some got to give, especially if you sitting over there with a man Thompson over there. You talk about the things that Jabari comes up short, the areas that he comes up short in. Shit, everything you can, with the exception of shooting, that's the only thing he got on the men right now, and I haven't seen exceptional shooting from him up until this point anyway. So I think with that first unit, without having a dynamic playmaker, I think we get a little stale. I think Charlotte adjusted in the second half. I think people point to the offense last night. When I looked at it, I saw defense. The defense was atrocious. LaMelo was getting to that paint, getting whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, how he wanted it, whenever. I mean, it was ugly. We couldn't stop nobody. It looked like they made an adjustment. They pulled our big out. And then the guards were attacking the boards. We were killing them on the boards in the first half. Second half, they killed us on the boards. I think a lot of this stuff, a lot of stuff that I saw, I'm not so worried about it. I still like my talent. I really do. I'm not, I haven't given up on anything. And that's crazy. I had to calm some of my cats down last night. That's crazy coming from me because I don't like losing. I hate losing. But I think Ime, one of the things, I'll say this. One of the things that I said coming into this year that I want to see improvement in certain areas, obviously it was Jalen Green, number one. I think a lot of our success depends on him. So I needed to see something from him. I saw some of that. I think he struggled from the 3-point line, 5 for 15 overall. Overall, I think they were all good shots. Dude's gonna miss shots. So if you putting yourself in the shot looks a lot better. Last year the shot was a little bit broke. Looks a lot better, playing under more control. So I'm okay with that. But the other thing that I wanted to see was, I know that was Ime's first year last year, but I want to see what it looked like from an offensive standpoint, from a scheme perspective. How would he help the team? How would he help the players? And I'm gonna have to see a little bit more. If I'm being honest, I'm gonna have to see a little bit more from that perspective. This ain't that Boston team where you got, cats all around and they can get their. We're gonna need your help in this. We're gonna need a little bit of your help because we were killing them last night in certain areas. They adjusted to some of that, and we made no adjustment. We just kept doing it. Just keep doing it. It worked in the first half. Keep doing it. So I ain't out on him. I'm still an Ime guy. Big on Ime. Like the guy, but I do want to see. I want to see some growth from an offensive scheme standpoint. I didn't see a whole lot of that last night. It looked a little dry for me. It looked a little dry. But overall, I ain't going nowhere. That was a terrible loss. You cannot lose to the Charlotte Hornets at home with our three starters, and then their second best player gets hurt in the first half. Don't even play the second. You just can't. You can't. No matter how you look at it. But I'm not going nowhere. It's one of eight. We lost Orlando by 30 last year to start the season off. Hey, we still won 41. So I ain't went nowhere. We still gonna win. I said 48. I ain't going nowhere. I'm good right there. I'm good right
48.
there. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I
you
said.
tripping, bro.
That's
Wait,
what I
what?
said.
You got y'all
I'm
win
not.
48
I'm
games?
not. I'm not finna come in here and argue with you niggas back and forth about. Wait, why you say? I said
No,
48.
yeah,
Let
I
the
want
season
to.
play
Yeah, I
out.
don't want to. I
Let
don't
the
want to
season play
argue.
out.
Wait, let me add that. Can you want to bet on that? 48 games.
We already got bets. I got bets with you, Heaven Sent, a few of
Jordan
y'all in there.
Goods.
Jordan, and anybody else who wants something. Now, I'm not giving y'all the 48. I'll give you 45 if you want to bet.
Oh, we already got. We already got a bet in that mark already, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm here to snitch on you today because I was in that Rocket speech. So I want to hear your thoughts after the game.
Oh,
by the way.
hold on real quick. You niggas need to quit all that following niggas around all through spaces and go,
Oh,
hey,
here
let me
we
hear what
go.
he's saying and coming back
No,
reporting
sir.
shit.
No,
Y'all need to
sir.
stop all that old mark ass shit, man.
No,
Stop all that
sir.
old
No,
mark ass shit,
sir.
spying on
No,
niggas and
sir.
shit, man. Shit.
Nah.
Go ahead. But go ahead. Tell on me. Tell on me,
Yeah,
nigga.
I'm about
Go
to
ahead.
tell on you, bro, because I
Go
heard
ahead.
you pretty much said everything you said, in that space, which I appreciate you for keeping it real. But you admitted one thing you said in the space, which is how you worried about Sengun versus, 6'7", 6'8", strong guys. I don't know if you want to dive into that a little bit, because you didn't really talk about Sengun too much in your little,
Yeah, because I
solo.
think I started off and said I'm not worried about Sengun.
Nah, you
I'm not.
sounded a little worried last night. That's not what you said last
Well,
night.
run the tape then, nigga. I don't know. I got a bad memory. I'm 51, nigga.
Oh, you
Run the
got a
tape.
bad memory now. Okay,
Run the
I got
tape.
you.
You
I
got
just
it.
told you what you
You said.
said. I just told you what you said.
Oh, I didn't hear. Go ahead. Say it again.
Remember,
Say it
you
again. What you
last
say?
night you said you don't worry about as much against big guys, but against 6'8", 6'9" guys who are like strong, you need to see. You may be kind of worried about how he might perform against those types of guys.
Yeah, I think I started the conversation off about certain guys give him trouble. Certain guys give him trouble. Certain archetypes. You must have missed that part.
No, my
Yeah.
okay.
And I'm
That's
gonna
how I
throw
kind
him
of
some
started off.
bell. I was in there too, man. I was in there too, trying to support my Houstonians.
He
And
did talk about certain
he
matchups before he started that. So
right.
Did
And
he
Yeah, I mean,
go in?
definitely
Did he go
last
in
night
detail? I was want to go
he
in detail. We get the details about when he performs well. We don't get the details when he don't perform well. I mean, okay, shout out.
I just said it. I don't know what else you want me to say. He struggled against Grant Williams, and he struggles against certain archetypes.
Do you
What do you want me to say?
how concerned are you about that? Like, do you think that like what do you think he needs to do? I want to hear, like, I'm not trying to get you a gotcha moment. I really want to hear what you think he needs to do
Okay,
against those types of
how about
guys.
this? How about this? How about this? I know certain guys that I didn't see him struggle against. I ain't seen him struggle against Jokic. How about that, nigga? I ain't seen him struggle against AD. I ain't seen him struggle against the niggas I know gonna be there. So I ain't worried about these little sawed off ass niggas. Now, how about that? I ain't worried about now one of them. They
You
gonna
got
be
to
there.
beat them to get
They
there.
ain't on the
You got to
good
beat them
teams,
to get
nigga.
there. What the fuck you talking about?
Well, we
It's
gonna
more
see
them.
about
It's
that.
more these
Okay, well
guys
we'll
than them
see.
guys.
Well, we'll just see. I'm not worried. Sengun is the last person on this team that I'm worried about. Then that is my word. I am not worried about him at all.
and that's
I'm
why I
not worried
came off
about him.
mute. He said that last night. OG was talking some of the fellow Rockets fans or some of his fellow Rockets fans off the ledge when it came to Sengun, because I won't name drop him, but shout out to my guys. They were talking about the tendencies he's shown to not play well against these archetypes and the issues within his game that cause him not to play well, and how he won't go left. He refuses to finish with his left hand. A lot of things that can play into him being guarded well, that he could just, a quick adjustment, switch up some things. His post position being too far out and not getting a deep enough seal, which I think is more of a body type thing. He's 6'9" and he doesn't have a crazy wingspan, if I'm not mistaken. He's not gonna get a lot of deep seals. Like, he just doesn't have a body for it. But OG was saying, I'm not worried about. Like, that's the last player I'm worried about. So I give you that credit.
We just disagree on the math of that, just because like I don't, without knowing like what you think he can do to improve in those things. I don't. Yeah, concern, maybe not ultimate concern, but like it's definitely something I think to like monitor. I would say I wouldn't just say like I'm not concerned about it. But the other thing I wanted to ask you, you don't think y'all have a very young, talented roster in terms of like prospects? You don't think you got too many people, bro? Like, I'm looking up and down. Y'all got like 10 young, talented prospects, but I just wonder how much they might step on the development of each other. Because at the end of the day, they're all gonna, like, a lot of them are first round picks or higher picks, or guys who have a lot of promise. So I feel like they're gonna want to try to maximize them full selves as well. I don't think that you're gonna get that. I don't think you're realistically gonna get a team full of that many young prospects where you have okay, uh, we got four of them are our core, and then the other 4 or 5 want to be role play. I don't think that that's realistic. So, what do you think about that part of it?
Well, for me, I think you got to decide on which ones you want to keep. Everybody can't go.
Exactly.
Everybody ain't gonna be able to
Exactly.
go, right? And I think that's part of the plan. That's a good problem, right? I mean, that means we got some stuff that we can offload to try to get more of what we actually need. So to me, that's a good plan. I think they've decided on the first two that they definitely want to keep and try to build around for the most part. Yeah, so I'm good with that. So guys
It,
like
it can be good. It can also be bad, though. I think depending on how you go about finding it out.
I think the guy that gives me the most concern from that standpoint for what you're talking about is Cam. So I'm a little bit worried about Cam. I don't know if he's going to be able. I don't know if we're going to be able to find
Cam
minutes
over
for Cam.
Jabari, OG.
I'm not just man, Wes, for real. I need to understand. I said this last night. Jabari is one of them dudes, man. When you look at him, you say, man. I mean, he'll fool you with his frame. 6'10", 6'11", long, can move a little bit. But when it balls down, he's not very athletic. Doesn't finish at the rim very well. Can't get his own shot. And then he's not. And then from a defensive standpoint, he gets pushed around. I think y'all saw last night. He blocked Mark. No, he blocked Rashard. He blocked his shot. And then on the next thing, my man got the rebound from Charlotte and he moved him, just bumped him with his shoulder real quick and dunked on his ass. So my point is, I just don't know what role. I don't know. For me, I see a guy like a man and all the things he brings to the table, and I say all those shortcomings that Jabari has right now, I got a guy right now that can do all the and on that he can play make a little bit. He's been on the ball his whole career. He's always been on the ball, and so for me, in that starting lineup, when you got a guy like Dylan, you got Fred, who's not very dynamic from a point guard standpoint, and the only time he can really get guys shots, well, I mean, he can get Sengun shot off a high pick and roll and get a pocket pass, that type of shit. I'm not out on him. I'm just saying that was good for where we were last year, but for this year, we might need a little bit more dynamic of a point guard. So my point to that is, yeah, I'm okay with moving Jabari either out of the starting lineup for a man or altogether to get something else that we might need a little bit more of. And that kind of goes back to your point, Jordan. I think we got enough talent that we can maneuver around. We can basically settle in on what we want to keep, figure out what we're still missing, and sell some of that shit to go get what we need.
Yeah. I think this should be the last year of the trying to figure it out who
Oh, it is.
thing, in my
It's
opinion.
absolutely. It's absolutely. To me, this isn't. I'm not considering this a rebuilding year. I'm considering this a stepping stone year. I'm not. We're not finna go contend for nothing. But what I do want to do is get in the playoffs, understand what some of that feels like, so we can start growing from that aspect. I'm not looking to rebuild and all that. I think they should have a clear identity. Clear understanding of what they're trying to do. I think Tari Eason is a man. Tari ain't going nowhere. Tari gonna play. For me, just from a selfish standpoint, I want Cam to fit in there somewhere. I love everything about Cam. So to your point about that, Jordan, that's the only one I'm concerned about. Everybody else, I'm not concerned about. Not from a young personnel standpoint. Jabari, I think we're gonna have to figure out what we want to do with Jabari. I think we're gonna have to figure that out. And if we didn't have an option right there waiting behind him, I wouldn't be so. But right now, we got somebody right now, man. If y'all ain't watching the man Thompson, he made a 3 or 2 last night. It still ain't looking pretty. I ain't finna lie to you. But if he can get halfway, I mean, if he can get a half decent shot along with everything else he brings to the table, defensively, rebounding, playmaking off the rebound from a defensive rebound, all that shit. Say, man, I'm telling you, we got something special right there. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm still high. I think guys were way too. I mean, guys were ready to jump off the cliff, breathing all hard and shit. I'm like, man, I need to share some of my blood pressure medicine with some of you niggas. You niggas out there, what's going on? Well, it ain't that bad, bro. Yeah, I'm mad too. I didn't want to lose that game, and I had no. Like I said, if somebody would have said bet the house on it, I would have bet the house and the $3. I'd have been out of the house and home.
You
I
gotta
just
think
knew we was
though,
gonna win
OG.
that game.
Y'all
But
y'all talk y'all talk a lot of shit, man. Y'all talk
we
cash
did.
shit, boy.
Yeah,
So
and I'm
what
still
I
talking shit,
think
Wes. I ain't going nowhere.
nah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Like I think for the other guys like who were really just so so down last night and despairs by the loss. Um I think a lot of that played into it, but also the way I think from a process standpoint, like that's the main thing that I kept hearing being pinpointed. The process. I didn't like Jalen's process. I didn't like Sengun's process. I hated Fred's process. It was all a processing thing, like the process of the players individually. They didn't feel like was good enough last night, and obviously, I think. How were you up by 20 at one point in that game, or just double digits?
Like
I
18,
think
I
it was
believe.
18. I don't
They
know if
were
we got to
okay.
20.
So
Yeah.
blowing an 18-point lead at home, third quarter, really nasty. And like I said, just looking at the processing of certain players and things of that nature was just all I kept hearing pinpointed last night. But to be real, I'm more where you are on last night's game. I think that obviously there's some things that you would like to see improve. I think, excuse me, one of the things with a young team that has expectations, sometimes people forget how young they are. Um, and the Rockets are still very, very, very young, and especially in
Still a
terms of
lot of growing to do.
exactly. And the players who they're depending on, they're two young players. They came in the same, I think, in the same draft or maybe a year apart with Green and Sengun. But it's like, hey, these are the stables, and they're young players. They're players who still have a lot of growing to do, and just being in positions more often than not. Like the first half, you really were having your way, and it seemed like in that third quarter, you got a little lax, and stopped focusing on execution, and it was more about, okay, well, now it's open gym type. We're handling these guys. Maybe it started smelling themselves a little too much and got a little sloppy. The next thing you know, Charlotte was back in the game. And Charlotte was, all respect to Sengun, all due respect. They were in the game with someone who, like, you all didn't have the best player on the court last night to me, um, and not specific to just the game, but I just think LaMelo is a better player. And with that being said, you don't want to ever find yourself in a position where you give a guy who is the best player on the court any type of, if he can smell any blood or give his team momentum, you don't want to do that. And that goes both ways. Like for a team who may be up on the Rockets, and then they let them get some life and sense that, hey, I can smell blood. And same for LaMelo Ball last night with the Hornets. Even down a few starters and Brandon Miller getting hurt early in the game and things of that nature. But yeah, your perimeter defense wasn't great. And I think that was my biggest takeaway from the game. Like defensively, perimeter defense, not a lot of resistance. So guys are getting whatever they want, to the tune of step backs, to the tune of penetration, to the tune of collapsing the defense and being able to create open shots, whatever it was, even to the tune of, off ball defense with cutting and things of that nature, and not paying attention to those things. So I think the defense, just attention to detail could clean up a little bit. But then offensively, yeah, it's just it's a process. Jalen, um, I do think guys were a little too harsh on him settling. Like I think people overuse certain words.
But that wasn't set. You know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
bothers me more than anything, man? Let
yeah,
me elaborate on that. Rick. That bothers me
yeah,
more than anything when I hear cats say, well, no, you missed them shots, so now you just got to put your head down and get to the rim. Bro, come on, bro, play the game, brother. The game tells you how you should react. You don't just come in with a preconceived, yeah, I'm just about to go to the hole every time. You cannot do that. And I went back and watched that when I was on that space, and I'm sitting there watching it. Those shots he was taking, he come off the screen, bro, they were right there waiting on him at the nail. They were waiting on him in the paint. So you want him to just put his head down and beside, just, no, I'm finna go run right through that. No. He took the shot he was supposed to take. Now, if you want to talk to me about he got to get better at making those shots, he got to up his percentage, we can have a conversation about that. But all that, well, you missed a few shots, now you just got to put your head down. Man, bro, that tells me what you know about basketball, bro. You don't play the game like that. If you
yeah.
was
I'm
to
with you,
adjust,
OG.
if that's what I teach, if you in range and the defense gives you a certain shot, if you don't take that, Bro, now you just compromise our whole offense. Yeah, take the open shot. And if you missing that motherfucker, that means you got to get better at that shot. That don't mean you stop taking those good shots. Those are good shots. And I don't agree with that in any way, shape, form, or fashion. You come off of that, you open and they playing back and you in range, let it fire. Let it go every single
And
time.
and
So
my
that's the
only
way I feel
thing
about
to
that.
and my only thing to that, OG, because I agree with your overall assessment and opinion on that. I think the only thing I pinpointed for Jalen last night, I think he had some possessions specifically in that third quarter where he and like right before halftime too, where it seemed like he was gung ho on, all right, I want to take the three, instead of, okay, let me. It was more so like a playing fast thing. So I agree with you. The shots, a lot of his shots were open. I don't think he took a lot of highly contested bad shots last night at all. I like the bad shot thing and the settling thing, because I think people focus too much on, okay, well, who was your primary? You should be able to take this guy to the paint and go get whatever you want. It's like, I hear that, but at the same time, when the defense is scheming something one way
Yes.
and trying to play you to something, sometimes it is to the detriment of your team. Sometimes it can be a benefit. And I think Jalen started well from three. Like Jalen started 4 for 7 or 3 for 7. Like he started well from three. And then he kind of tapered off, and that's a part of the game, it
Yeah,
ebbs
that's
and
what I'm
flows.
saying.
But I think the only thing I would like to see, um, stepping into the space sometimes and taking a mid-range jump shot, because I think it's a part of his game that he can utilize more as well when the three isn't falling. And like I said, I felt he was rushing a little bit on some of those shots, and like just rushing to, all right, this is the decision I'm making because of the look. And it's probably like we talked about last year, hearing one thing in your head, but also looking at the game and processing it the best possible way you can, as opposed to just going with your initial first thought or first look. But aside from that, I thought he played well. Like again, the shooting percentage wasn't great. So, people who want to kick his back in, by all means, do what you got to do. But I thought he started off well, got a little cold, and last year is where that cold spot, he would have disappeared for the rest of the game.
Exactly. He
He
hit some big shots late.
There we go, and that's what I was going. He hit the shot to cut it when y'all were down by 5. Hit the shot to cut it to 2. Hit the 3 to cut it to 2, and then hit the 2, a mid-range jumper, to
Yeah.
piggyback off of what I was just saying, to tie the game up, and coming through with those big shots and just staying in the game and never wavering. I thought was a good sign. So yeah, like that's my take on that game, man. Good game. That was like, I came in yesterday saying that was like one of my watches of the night, and I enjoyed that game.
How do you feel they should go about? Because they brought Fred their veteran leadership and to help close games, so that maybe they could be in more of those playoff type situations, and then see how those guys do in those situations. But at the same time, how do you feel they should go about closing games from the standpoint of, like, you want your younger players to learn how to do that as well? So how do you feel?
Absolutely.
So
Ab-
how do you balance that with Fred fitting in closing games and then wanting Sengun and Jalen figuring out how to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have that all laid out right now, but one of the things I disagree with from an email perspective last night is when he benched Sengun. I don't know what, because I guess he figured what my man Grant was kind of, I don't know, he was just trying to send a message, I guess. But I didn't agree with that. I mean, I think you have to commit to these guys. You committed already with the money. So if you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna commit to them if you're gonna commit to them with the money from that perspective, commit to them all the way. I didn't agree with that. I think at some point, like I said before, we're not about to contend for nothing this year. So to me, I would much rather use this year as a learning, try to go as far as we can, of course, but I don't want to sacrifice teaching and learning and building the guys that I know I'm gonna have to rely on in a very near future. So to me, I'm not trying to win by any means necessary. I want to build my young guys, specifically specifically Jalen and Sengun. I want to prioritize that much more than, because that was a stretch in that
My
game
dog
last night.
OG growing, man. He's singing a different tune from last year, man.
I
I'm
think because I think
proud.
we're in a different spot now. But in one of the things last night, I was sitting there watching that when you talk about Jalen in that certain spots. Man, Fred, I love Fred for what he did last year. I'm not finna clown him. I'm not finna just, come down on him too hard. But at the same time, Fred damn near chucked us out that game late last night,
Exactly.
man. He
Exactly.
almost chucked us completely out the game. It was Fred,
Hmm.
bad shot. And I'm like, come on, bro. And at that point in time, if you was in my living room, I'm sitting there saying, why we not going through Jalen right now? Why we not? Because I haven't seen the whole. I didn't see him being erratic, taking bad shots. I felt like you could trust him last night, but we went away from him based on what we were doing last year to try to win games. That approach is different. I don't need Fred to play that role this year that he played because the team is different. We got a different mindset. We're trying to do something else. Last year was rebuild. Bruh, we don't need you to do that now. I need my young guys. Now, if they miss it and they can, then you can kind of insert yourself, Fred. But you inserting yourself, Fred, first and letting these guys play backfield to you, I'm not going with that this year. And I like Fred. But I don't need him to do that this year. So that's an Ime thing. Ime's gonna have to figure that out. He's gonna have to push that right button. And again, I'm an Ime guy. I ain't nowhere off on Ime. But that's a couple of things that I saw. I want to prioritize my young guys that I've committed to first. Because this year should be used to help grow them. Don't sit Sengun down. Come on, bro. What kind of bullshit is that? Man, all that you do that in year 1, 2, and 3 when you're trying to send a message and all that. Don't do that. You just dropped off. They hit man in the back, and then all of a sudden, hey man, come on, sit down. And man, fuck all that. Call time out, cuss him out, do what you got to do. Put his ass back in the game, man. All that old bullshit, man. I didn't agree with that. I don't know what we got out of that. Like I thought the nigga had asthma or something last night. I didn't know what he was doing over there on that bench. But yeah,
I
I
think he
hope
was
that
doing
answers any
offense
question.
for defense because like you weren't able to get like just in fairness, like again, respect the Sengun. Defensively, this is some tape he's gonna see himself and be like, okay, I could have done better in these moments in these spots. And I think it was just a defense for offense switch. Unfortunately, you were able to get the stop, but you weren't able to get the rebound. Now I agree with OG on and that you don't it's one thing if it's like seconds left in the game and you're going offense for defense and you know you're going to call a timeout right after and get whoever back in the game. It's a whole nother thing where you take him out the game and he misses 3 possessions because you are upset about, okay, defensively, I don't like your effort. So I'm going to pull you and you might miss 3 or 4 possessions. That's a little different. That's not something I think I can get behind with OG. But I do think the thought process was I want to go defense or offense for defense right now, or defense for offense. Got the stop, just couldn't get the board. So it ended up being to no avail. But I think he missed like 3 possessions when that happened, and that's something that I don't think I can like truly get behind.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Um,
I didn't understand that. It felt like a long stretch. And the thing about it is, he was rebounding the ball well. You took him out. I understand what you're saying from a defensive perspective, but I don't know if it was you or Jordan that brought it up. The perimeter guys on the defensive end were terrible. And if y'all remember, I don't know, it was probably 2, 3 weeks, a month ago. I said it's more than one way to skin a cat. You're gonna have to be really good on the perimeter. If you're not good on the perimeter, yeah, he's gonna be a liability because he ain't blocking shots down there. So if you're gonna be bad on the perimeter and everything gonna funnel right to him, I wish you luck. I'll be the last motherfucker coming in and say, well, yeah, he got to be. That's not him. That's not him. So we gonna have to be good. We gonna have to either one or two things gonna happen. He gonna get a consistent jump shot. We can go get a 5 he can play with, and he can play 4, or we're gonna have to get good on the perimeter and keep guys out of our paint so that we don't have to put all that pressure on him every single time because that's not his forte. So yeah, in that second half, I looked at that defense. People were talking about offense. That defense, bro. I mean, it wasn't just Melo. It was Lil Iverson. It was everybody out there, bro. It was everybody that put the ball in the hand. They got whatever they wanted. They got second chances. It was atrocious. So, but yeah, that's a school for my team, man. Like I said, um, I'm not coming down on no numbers. I still feel good about. I think sometimes it's good to get slapped early. I think it's good to get slapped in the mouth. We talked, Wes, you were talking earlier. I think sometimes teams, like especially young teams, we look what we just did in the first half. They don't understand how you got to put 2 halves together. You got to put 4 quarters together. What you did in the first half doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, you might not be able to do what you were just doing because they about to adjust. right? And so I think putting the whole game together is part of the growth process, part of the learning how to win process. And we don't know how to do that just yet. We just got a decent enough team established. We don't fully know how to win yet, not all the way. We're on our way, but that's part of this whole process. But we still on the right course. I still feel real good about my guys. I'm not finna sit up here and say we could have used Steven Adams and that if we had him, we'd have rebounded. Nah, fuck all that. We should have been able to win that game with what we had out there last night.
Yeah. Agreed.
But that's what it is. That's what it is for me. And we got a tough stretch. People and some of my fellow Rocket fans talking about they got the Spurs and all that. Say, look here, man, the Spurs about to be tough to deal with. But y'all can sit up here and say, I mean, with that big old alien down there, I know CPO, but having that lob threat right there is gonna make his job a lot easier. So, and then the little pieces around him, just having CP there, I honestly feel like it's gonna make. I'm not saying they finna go win 50 games, but it's not gonna be as easy as people thinking. And then we got Dallas right after that. So getting a wake up call early because we didn't respect our opponent enough to play hard for 4 quarters or for whatever reason. I think that's gonna be good for us. I think that'll be real good. I think you'll see a different team tomorrow night. And so we'll see. But yeah, that's the scoop on my team, man. Yeah, I ain't going no. I had to talk them youngsters off. I ain't never heard them cut. I thought it would just be me coming off about the crash shot. I had to come in there and talk to them. I'm like, hold on, man. God damn, y'all calm down, bro. We good, man. It's one game. We got blew out by
Yeah.
30 last year, but we good. I hope
But
I answered your question,
shout
man.
out Charlotte's head coach.
Yeah, for real,
I don't
for real.
remember his name, but again,
Something
black
Lee.
dude,
Charles
Yeah,
Lee.
yeah.
Charles. Okay, well, thank you, Derek. Shout out
Yeah.
him. Made a good adjustment in that second half to crowd Sengun. I agree with OG. I don't think Ime did a good enough job of adjusting and having some outs for Sengun. Really, like a release valve. Okay,
Yeah.
this is your look. If they're gonna crowd you, you're gonna have 2 or 3 bodies around you, and they want to pack the paint and not let you get up shots. Really get into anything. Hey, these are your release valves on the court. This is how we're gonna help you, and just give you an out. But shout out to Charles, man. Great to see again, black head coach, and then get his first W in his first game. Shout out to him, man.
The only thing is, I just wish it wasn't in Houston. But yeah, shout out to him.
Shout out to Charles, shout out to West, shout out to OG. Thank y'all for that Rockets and Hornets segment. And OG to dive into what's going on in Houston. By the way, y'all, there are 2 spots on the stage. For anybody that want to join the stage, feel free to join the stage. We got about 4 more games to go over. Then we're going to dive into these semi-small 4 games that we have today. And then the playback room may get started after we're week passing the game from last night. I might do that today, or I might start doing that tomorrow or a day next week. It all depends. With that being said, though, if you are in here, you're not subscribed to Facts and Stats on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Picked up a couple of subscribers today. Thank y'all. Also, we had 34 likes, a goal to get to 42. So if you are in here, you did not like the video, make sure you all like the video as well. We'll greatly appreciate that. That also can help the algorithm out. Back-to-back days, averaging 60 or so viewers. And I'm not going to lie, guys, for YouTube, that is really insane. So thank y'all. As I'm live on YouTube, it shows me other random YouTube pages on the side. And I'm seeing pages with like 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, and they only have like 30, 40 people watching right now. So the fact that I might be at 1,000 and there's 60 people watching on back-to-back days is insane. It really means a lot to me. And I can't wait to see the growth of the platform come January 1st, 2025. So long as I stay consistent, I'm sure we'll be pretty good. But yeah, thank y'all, man. I can't do it without y'all. I appreciate everybody as members of the Facts and Stats YouTube community. There are 4 different ways you can extend your support for Facts and Stats on top of just being in here. You can become a member of the Facts and Stats community, 3 different levels: level 1, level 2, level 3. Customized perks and emojis, different features as well. Early access on some videos and things of that nature that you guys will be able to get. Also, throughout the show today, at any time, you can send super chats, super stickers, and super thanks. So don't forget that. 4 different ways you can extend your support for Facts and Stats. On top of hitting that subscribe button, on top of hitting that like button on the video as well. Jumping back into the slate, We had the Rockets versus Rockets. Pelicans versus the Bulls in this one. Lonzo's first regular season game in 1,000+ days. He's on a 12 to 14 minute or 14 to 16 minute restriction. Last night he played 14 minutes. But the main one of the bright spots in this game was Lemaine going off offensively. He was shooting his ass off. He looked like Zach LaVine of old. Obviously, been dealing with injuries here and there the past couple of years. But last night he was healthy. 27 points, 5 for 8 from the field. West made sure to point out Brandon Ingram and how he performed offensively for the Pels. I'm assuming West watched more of this game. They also had the rookie big man have 12 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 blocks as well. They're going to probably need him a lot.
Yeah, Messi was huge.
Yeah, they're going to need him a lot early and often. I would just pass it to West. I know he watched more of this game than I did. So, what took place in this game last night, bro?
Yeah, I watched the whole game, man. And needless to say, I was impressed with obviously Bingram. You know, if you know me, you know how I feel about him and how much of a fan I am of his. But for the game overall, I think the Bulls played a really good first half. Obviously, you spoke to Levine's flurry. I think it happened like middle of the second quarter to like the end of the quarter. He hit another level. So shout out to him. But the Bulls, I think that the funny thing about Chicago, it's like I don't think they really have. I don't know where they're going. Like when we had a conversation like a year ago, maybe a year and a half at this point, about direction and do teams have direction? I think the Bulls are one of the teams in the league without much direction. It's kind of sad to see. And you know, you would hope that they can figure it out. But they have a lot of good talent. They definitely have a lot of good talent. Great to see Lonzo back on the court, and he's not back on the court like hey, I checked off I checked the box of getting back to the game. Like at least I was able to complete or accomplish that goal. Like no, he's still a player. He's still an effective basketball player. It is amazing. Shout out to whoever that guy is who donated his meniscus to Lonzo to help him get back to doing what he loves and what he's so good at. But Lonzo looked good. The Bulls, like I said, they have talent, but I don't think they have a real direction. And as it really stands, defensively, they're just not. They're not going to be a good unit. So offensively, I think they'll be able to score. They're going to put up points. Zach LaVine's healthy. Kobe White had a bad night last night, but when like every night won't be like that for Kobe. Like he was 4 for 13, 0 for 5 from 3. That won't continue. And Vooch was, 8 for 12, 21 points. They had Jalen Smith acquired from the Pacers in the offseason, the backup big. He had a really good game for them. I think Ayo played relatively well, so they'll be able to put up points. Giddey did his thing, I guess, in his first sighting. So again, they'll be able to put up points, but getting stops is where they're really, really going to struggle. And in terms of guard defense, they don't have anyone in their starting lineup who's a guard defender. And then they don't have a rim protector. And Pat Will is just out there like, okay, I'll try. I'll do my best, but he doesn't have much help defensively. So that's where they're going to struggle. For the Pelicans, I think it was great to see. Very unfortunate that DeJounte got hurt last night, but it was great to see him on the court and kind of put guys in the right position. CJ, who's been masquerading as a point guard for the past 2 or 3 years that he's been in NOLA, was in his right position last night as a 2 guard. And I think he looks, it's just more natural. He looks better there. Brandon not having to create everything. I spoke about this last year during the playoffs when everybody was trolling him and trying to kick his back in. And, somewhat rightfully so because he didn't play well enough. But I spoke to, he can't keep having to create offense from 30 feet out. from 28 feet out. That's not a winning recipe for his game consistently over and over and over and over. He needs to be able to get the ball in certain spots. He needs to be able to post up at the elbow, get the ball, and then go to work in a smaller space, because he has the skill to do it, and that's what suits his game well. DeJounte was able to get him the ball in his spots last night. He got the ball moving a lot, coming off of screens and actions, moving, getting downhill towards the basket. He got some post-ups as well. And he had some moments where he had ISOs from the perimeter. But the key thing is him having a point guard allows him to get the ball in spots where he can be most effective. And I think we saw a really, really good sign of that last night. I'm hoping for a speedy recovery for DeJounte, because that team is going to need it. Also, I'll say for Ingram, I like that the broadcast. I always listen to the Pels broadcast. Shout out to their broadcast. I think it's really good. And they spoke to, in the offseason, the organization, speaking to Brandon and telling him how much they needed him to clean up his shot diet. And not from a standpoint that you take God off of shots or anything, but from a standpoint that you could take better shots, and you settle a lot for looks because you're so comfortable in certain areas. But if you took a step back to get a three, that's a better shot, not only for you, but for the team and how we function as a unit. And also, sometimes when you get in the mid range and you stop and pop, one more step and you're at the basket. And this will be better. And shout out Hoop Venue. We had a conversation, an extensive conversation about that one day, and he brought it to my attention how Ingram, he does settle a lot. I thought Ingram, I was of the mindset that he wasn't settling that much, and that it was more so about the team and the looks he has. And hey, this is a good shot. I'm, one of the best mid-range jump shooters in the league. It plays to my game. I'm getting all the way to the basket. I just don't have the necessary space when Zion's in there, blah, 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 blah. But it last night to me showed he can truly get to the basket. It's a want to. If he kind of sets his mind to it and is focused on, hey, get deeper, get paint touches consistently, get deeper. Don't just settle. Especially when he has favorable matchups in terms of small guards on him, and that's the biggest thing. When you're facing wings, and guys with length and things of that nature, it's cool if you feel like I'm gonna just hit them with some footwork, get them off balance, and rise for my jump shot over them. But when you have a 6'4" or 6'5" guard on you, something like that, you gotta be able to bully them and get down to the paint and get deeper. And I think he did a good job of that last night. I already spoke on CJ. DeJounte didn't shoot well, but I think he played a good floor game. Had 10 assists. I already spoke to how he set people up. And he was messy. And Hawkins. A lot of people clown Hawkins last year. I think he provided some really good minutes for them last night. Hit some big shots, some good shots. The three ball was there. I think he cleaned up his shot selection. He used to be the ultimate jack. Everything goes up. As soon as I touch it, I want to go. Nah, the game is slowing down for him. He's picking the spots better, understanding where he should be looking to get shots. I was impressed with that. And Yves Messi, he looked good. Now, some of it may be the Jalen Smith and Nikola Vucevic matchup, and maybe that aided, but he did everything you would want a big man to do, especially as a rookie coming off the bench. He rebounded the ball well, converted around the hoop, and if I'm not mistaken, he had 3 blocks, so he had 4 stocks in his first game, 23 minutes, and I think all of those minutes were pretty much positive minutes, +4 in those minutes. So shout out to him, man. And I think the Pels, it's a good step in the right direction. It'll be interesting to see what they look like with Zion and incorporated into the mix. And Trey Murphy as well as the season wanes. And that's another thing, like, quickly before I end, because I've been just running. I think the Pels are going to end up having we have too many bodies problem, similar to what Jordan Woods was saying about the Rockets. and it'll be interesting just to see who ends up being the odd man out. I've called for it to be Bingram because not because I don't think he's a good player, like I love him, but because I think there are better situations out there potentially for him. Um, but I don't know if the Pels are going to do that. Who knows? But somebody's going to end up being the odd man out. And it'll just be interesting to see what they do, because it's again fully healthy. They have a lot of mouths to feed, man. They truly do have a lot of mouths to feed. Like Trey Murphy would come in and take Hawkins rotations minutes, and that'll be fine. I don't think Hawkins is someone who they have to play, but at the same time, like it's a lot of mouths to feed, man. And the plate is only so big, so that's it. But that's my take on the game.
Yeah, you were running, but don't mind. You watched the game entirely. So I appreciate everything that you said. You spoke on two sides of the ball. You also spoke about board and the direction thing. I think if I had to think of teams in the league, they are definitely at the top of that conversation that we had about 2 years ago as far as direction. I think the Raptors cleared up what they want to do. I think the Nets cleared up where they want to go as well. But the Bulls are just sort of kind of just right there in that middle for me still when it comes to them having a direct direction. I think the Rockets cleared up. Pistons are sort of kind of still, but you still sort of kind of know what they're trying to do, at least. The Bulls is just hard to say. As far as the Pels thing and too many mouths to feed, the reason why that also can become an issue for teams, or especially like them, because all their best players, not including CJ, but I don't think none of them over 30. Like DeJounte, Zion, Ingram, Trey, Herb, his mouth doesn't matter on the offensive end. But you spoke to Hawkins as a great shooter. Like those guys, those young guys coming to the league, and they want to try to score. They want to try to provide. They want to try to produce, because contract purposes or just who you've been in college, who you've been in high school, it takes time for that mind to shift where I'm going with that and completely buy in. It's not easy for young teams to buy in and understand. I think that's one of the biggest things with OKC. So it's not easy. So that's a good thing to point out as far as mouths to feed. I think they'll be okay. I think if they were going to trade BI when it came in the offseason, it would be hard for me to see them trading BI during the season. But if they do trade during the season, they have a guy in Trey Murphy who they like a lot that they just extended probably about a week ago or up to a couple of days ago, really. So they'll still be able to have a good lineup. And I shouted out DeJounte Murray earlier this week as far as one of my favorite offseason moves because of him getting back to that road of being a point guard, being a floor general, putting guys in their spots, which he said he couldn't wait to do. And like shout out to Hollywood, and like you said in the chat, that was on display. I think he had 10 assists last night. So that was immediately on display. Granted, he just fractured his hand. Unfortunate, it sucks. But I'm sure when he gets back, I can't really see how he put Zion in spots like he was doing for Ingram last night or having CJ operate off ball. So, well said, bro. Great breakdown. If they love him, I'm not sure if they trade him. We'll see what happens. They want to make it work with him. And I think that's best. I think the Pelicans have a real damn good team. I think the Pelicans have a good team.
Oh,
No, go ahead. It was good.
yeah, I had a question for Wes when he made the point they got too much mouths to feed and the odd man out. I think, and then he brought up Ingram. I think that the reason Ingram's odd man out, I feel like it's because the contract negotiation and all of that. Like, do you think that has to do with it too?
For sure. I think that's another big part to playing this as well. Ingram is looking to get paid, and rightfully so. And I'm sure his agent is telling him not a dollar less, like not a penny less. Like, this is our number. This is what we're gonna look for and stay at. We know the caliber of player you are, and we're not gonna let your situation dictate what we're willing to accept from a team in terms of, dollars and years and all of those things. So that's a good point, Twin.
Yo, I appreciate that, yo.
Always, Gangy.
Well said, Wes. Great
My dog.
breakdown. Honestly, greatly appreciate it. This next game, we We got Miles up here. Then immediately following this, we get to hear from Jay Wood again. And then immediately following that, shout out to the Warriors. We'll get to that game as well. 126-124 Grizzlies versus Utah. Game went down to the wire. This was a great game when we got an opportunity to put it on the screen and watch it. Miles, brother, what's going on with you, man? How you feeling? Okay, I don't know.
Good. I ain't gonna lie. My guy played. He hooped. Unstoppable. Pretty good. I ain't gonna lie.
Unstoppable. Unstoppable?
Yeah, that's the word I'm gonna use. Come on now. Quit playing.
All right, go ahead. Talk about the game last
22,
night, bro.
22 and 10. What you doing? What? Anyways, but really, it was good to see Santi play how he did, which was surprising. Because I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I wasn't expecting 27 points from him. I want to say we came out, shot the ball well from three. Edie didn't have that much of a good game yesterday. I talked about the first game just. Everybody was being real physical with him. It just takes us some learning curve, and he'll be fine. John Bain started off bad, like it's kind of slow, but most of the complaints was the rotation, and I'm gonna factor that too. The games we got coming up, we got Houston Friday, Orlando. I think Orlando Saturday, then a back-to-back after that. So, and we missing 4 guys. So I wasn't too tripping about John not playing till the fourth, for John not playing till 4 minutes left in the fourth. I think Tyler Jenkins knew what he was doing, and there was a reason why he did. So, other than that, I mean, everybody played well. Jake DeRavian and John Consar still suck. Excuse me. Jalen Wells played pretty well. It was like one time where he came up off a break and Ja was running with him and he kind of froze and didn't know what to do. But it was time to fix all that. Huh? All right. But it should have been that close, but I'm just glad we beat the damn Jazz, because for some reason we struggle with the fucking Jazz. I just want to see how we look Friday against the Rockets. I know Jaren not going to be playing Friday. He's not coming back till we open up at home against the Magic on Saturday. But other than that, the game probably shouldn't have been that close, but it was. It was a good game, entertaining game to watch. Really improved about what I saw from Santi. Other than that, I think it was pretty fine. On to the next one, to be honest.
Yep. Marcus Smart could have been better offensively with some of the things that I saw. But overall, I mean, Ja with that tough bucket to help seal the deal was insane. I don't think Keontae shot well in this one. Yeah, Keontae was 3 for 18, 1 for 6 from 3. So that was one of the biggest glaring things that stood out in that starting lineup. But Walker Kessler, I mean, I was always confused on why they wanted to move him so bad, or why his name been in rumors so early in his career. It's only like a year, 2 or 3 for him, and he's been in talks for like the past season and a half. I feel like he's a good guy that you can have down low, personally, especially from a defensive standpoint with his rim protection. That's always been there. He's been that same type of player in college. Now transferring over to the pros, I expect to see what he did last night if he's playing the necessary minutes. In 30 minutes last night, 14 points, 6 offensive rebounds, 5 blocks. That's what Walker Kessler is. That's what he can provide for that team. Lauri Markkanen, you heard Wes rave about him earlier on in the show. 35 points, 9 rebounds. Just a gifted player, man, offensively and defensively. Whenever you're that big, that size, and you can score in that many different ways while on top of getting to the line, I mean, special. Was a big Lauri Markkanen fan in Arizona. He always been really damn good. And just granted, he's in Utah now. I wish he was in a different spot. He get more highlights. Year 3 for Walker. Thank you. Wish he was in a different spot, but I mean, it is what it is. We'll see how he finishes out his career. Clarkson off the bench for them, 25 minutes, 17 and 7. John Collins is coming off the bench this year, by the way, guys. For the Utah Jazz, like John Collins will be coming off the bench. They're going with their first-round draft pick of last season and Taylor Hendricks now starting full-time. 4 time this year with Lauri and Walker. So This will be their starting lineup all year for the most part. Keontae and Taylor, 2 first-round picks last year, mixing that in with Lauri and Walker, and then Colin Sexton. So solid team. Miles said he don't know why the game was close. Memphis, Utah always plays them close, but Utah being a lot of close games with a lot of teams this year. They're deep when it comes to guys that they can play. They're a young team. They're going to get up. They're going to fight. They're going to play hard. They're going to work. And then playing in Utah is always a tough place to play in, regardless. Especially with that coaches. He tries to limit stars as much as possible. His name slipped me so fast. Tell me Utah coach again from Boston. What's Utah coach name?
Will Hardy.
Yeah, Will Hardy. There we go. Quick slip. So yeah, man, you can expect that out of Utah. 0-1. They're probably not going 40, 45 games, but them 30 games that they win, them 25 games that they win, 28 games that they win, or 35 games that they win, they're going to be some tough games for sure. He spoke on Jalen Wills. I like Jalen Wills. I think he's going to have a good year for them. As long as he's playing with Gigi and Vince being out. But it's something that's going to take. It's a learning curve for Jalen. He was a really good scorer in college, so it's going to be a learning curve for him. With him coming off the bench from Memphis. One of the things that I noticed, I'm looking at the box score though. This is a team that had DeAnthony Melton. This is a team that had Tyus Jones being backup point guards, and now that role is fully handcuffed with Scottie Pippen Jr. This is a guy that's been floating around with the Lakers, been floating around in the G League, been floating around playing a lot of summer league preseason basketball. He now got a contract with the Memphis Grizzlies. Played 22 minutes last night on the bench, and he was the backup point guard. He is the backup point guard for this team, and he had 6 points and 7 assists with 2 turnovers. So that's something I'm going to be monitoring. Not saying I watch every Grizzlies game, but I do wake up and look at box scores every night from all the games. And if he's giving you good playmaking off the bench, that's all you can really ask for. So shout out to Scottie Pippen Jr. for 1 game that contract, and 2 getting 7 assists in the first game. I like that. So it look like he's probably making some good passes. Probably gonna put that game on and Playback, to be honest with you guys. But yeah, here nor there. Shout out to the Grizzlies. 1-0. As far as Utah, yeah, I think I said what needed to be said as far as that aspect as well. But I know Patty Mills on Utah. I heard Justin say that the other day. I did not know that. Rookie Cody Williams had 2 points last night. 0 for 0 from the field, 0 for 0 from 3. So that's that. Next game, I'm passing one to Jay Will.
Yeah.
Utah, what's up, buddy?
No, not my fault. That's some dumbass shit. But one last thing I did want to speak on though, was really Zach Edey, to be honest, because everybody expected him to come in and just be like, well, most people thought he was gonna come in and not be able to keep up with the NBA pace. What I saw last night, it was fine. He does what he needs. He's going to do what he needs to do. But last night it seemed like everybody was more physical with him. Cause in the summer league, Denner was like cooking Walker Kessler. But last night you had Lauri, Walker Kessler, and John Collins all around him, and they were being more physical with him. Whenever he was catching the ball in the paint, he was getting really good. He was getting great position, but when he came to just catching the ball, it seemed like he was just catching the ball like too low, because he already 7'5". He was catching the ball too low to the point where they was taking it from him, or he wasn't just strong on the catch. That's all it was. But I think Edey will be fine. That should have just come. It'll just come with time and getting used to the NBA and how to speed and how to. This is not the summer league. You're going to get real NBA talent night in, night out. He'll be fine. And other than that, I don't see any. I will want to see the team when they come when it's healthy. I've seen people complain about Marcus Smart a lot offensively. I mean, Marcus Smart got his moments where he do dumb shit on the offense, but his defense is a thing that I would like to keep on the team. More people have been saying about him and Luke Kennard getting traded sometime during the season. I don't see. I mean, I can see a reason why. It just depends on the name that we will probably try to get back. I've seen some people float around Brandon Ingram, but I don't know how that'll fit, to be honest, money wise. I know B.I. want to get paid, but honestly, in all reality, it was just good to see. It was just good to see the team play in like together, because niggas ain't been together in a little minute, and then you got Ja doing Ja at the end of the game, doing amazing shit. So And then I mean, I think it'll be fine. Our rookies look pretty well outside of Edie. Jalen Wells is probably gonna be the one to replace LaRavia once Gigi and Vince get back, because LaRavia is not gonna get those minutes. This is probably a proven time for him the first 2 weeks while everybody else is getting their shit figured out. I think they'll be fine. It just takes kind of the new offense looks pretty well. The niggas was fouling a lot yesterday, which was, we know we're not trading with y'all Hollywood. I don't even know why folks want that shit to happen. But they was fouling a lot last night. But I think it'll get fixed up and like taken care of as the season goes by. Cause I like the new offense, to be honest. A lot of movement, not a lot of people standing in the corner just looking. So I think that'll be a good thing going forward with our offense. And I want to see how the offense translates to the playoffs, because that half court offense has been bad since Taylor Jenkins has been the coach. I think it'll be better. I think it'll just take a little minute for everybody to get used to it, and it shouldn't be no issue, to be honest.
Well said, brother. Thank you for the extra words. Jada, I was going to say exactly what Wes said to you as well. Before we go circle to Jada to get the Rockets thoughts real quick, and then Jay Will on the Suns and Clippers, I do want to make an announcement real quick. Guys, if you are in here and you are not subscribed to the Fact and Stats platform or on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you want to know more about Fact and Stats before you do so, because sometimes people want to know, like, well, what are they? Who are they? What do they do? Fact and Stats is a daily sports show Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you are ever just chilling, whether you're working, whether you're at home, whether you just want to hear sports talks, conversations, debates, whatever, Fact and Stats is the place for that every single day, Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. And we talk about all sports. The only sports we do not cover or talk about is hockey. That is the only sport. Like tomorrow, the World Series start. A lot of people in here will be tapped into that. Shout out to the Yankees and Dodgers. A lot of people in here will be tapped into that. So the only sport we do not talk about is hockey. But other than that, if you want to hear football talks, Monday and Tuesdays are great days for that. It's supposed to be Sundays as well. They didn't do the last 2 Sundays because I think I was traveling both last 2 Sundays. But yeah, come on, Johnny. Stop trolling, John. Make sure you like the video, y'all. Trying to get the 42 likes today. And also trying to get the 700 subscribers. So make sure you like the video. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Yeah, that's fine too if y'all want to. If y'all want to do like a preview or something like that, I don't mind. Jada, real quick, Jada, win that Rockets game, man.
Yeah, man. So I stick to my script where I don't overreact after one game. And I think, when we were here, I think it was yesterday, or day before yesterday, I did have the Hornets as one of my quote unquote surprise teams. I thought they would be pretty good as long as they're healthy. And I think LaMelo Ball was phenomenal. As far as the Rockets, I think they played really good at first. Like I would say for the first quarter and almost the whole second quarter. And then it was just kind of amazing to watch them stop doing what was working. I think that Şengün was cooking early on. He basically had a double-double like in less than a whole first quarter. Or I think he had 19 and 13 at the end of the first, 9 and 13 at the end of the first, and then got a double-double starting second. The only complaint I have is Fred VanVleet, man. I think he lost us the game. Every now and then, Fred will have like this quarter where he thinks he's Steph Curry for some reason, and he just starts launching these threes for some reason. It's normally like over a 2 or 3 minute stretch. He decided to do it for a whole fucking game yesterday. And I think the issue with that is we have like one true floor general, like who will kind of calm the game down, settle things down, be the adult on the floor. And when it was time for him to do that, he decided just to launch threes. And I just have an issue with that. And it's okay if you do it in stretches, but to do it the entire game, which is a problem. So essentially we were up all the way by 18. And then the Hornets made a run, and they made a run more based off of just great hooping by them than terrible hooping by us. But nothing happened to settle things down. I think it was a collective collapse. Jalen Green started off great, and then he missed a couple of threes. And once he missed a couple of threes, instead of saying, hey, let me see the ball go through the goal, he decided just to keep on shooting threes. I think he missed 5 in a row. I want to say he missed like 7 of his last 8. I think he was 5 of 15. He started off 3 for 3. So that shows you how it went the rest of the game. I didn't hate the shots. I wouldn't say they were good shots. Şengün missed a lot of bunnies, but at the end of the day, even last year when we started doing things like that, Fred is the one who kind of settles things down, and he didn't. So he has to take accountability and ownership for that win. I mean, for that loss. I do think that Ime could have did a little bit better when it comes to that. If you see things aren't rolling, stop, call timeouts, and like set something up. He didn't do that until the very end of the game. And you know, in fairness, once he did it, we tied the game, and they came and made a big 3. And then all of a sudden, Şengün just made one of the stupidest plays I've seen him make his entire career. He was driving down the court and for some reason went behind his back. I'm not sure if he was trying to pass it. You saw that?
Yeah, he didn't know what he wanted to do. That's all.
Yeah,
He saw who was that? Grant. I think Grant went for like a charge show. Grant showed that he was going to take a charge, and he just tried to avoid it, or he didn't know what he wanted to do. He got caught up. That's all it was.
I think he was somewhere caught between passing the ball out to the guy who was on the arc and just going behind his back, and it was just like a terrible decision, right? That was like the 4th out of 3 turnovers down the stretch. I think Reed had 1, Fred had 1, and it was just kind of weird. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, but Fred, you can't do that anymore. You have to have accountability. I think there were more positive takeaways, but the negative takeaways were just complete utter shit. So I did like what I saw out of Jalen outside of him missing those threes. Şengün has to start making those bunnies. That's why his rebound numbers are so good, because he kept getting offensive rebounds. And then in the second half, we couldn't get offensive rebounds at all. My bigger takeaway is I just really like how Charlotte played. I think they're a well-coached team. When I tell you LaMelo was in his bag, dude was in his bag, bro. Like, I'm talking about making quick, decisive passes, court vision, manipulating the defense, because I don't think our defense was bad for most of the game. I think we played pretty good defense, but they were just hooping. Shooting outside, the shot looked crisp going in. And defense, the defense is really good. I don't think people talk enough about LaMelo's defense. The defense was really, really good. The effort was really, really good. So I think they got them a nice little team over there, and they did that without Mark Williams. They did it with Brandon Miller not coming out in the second half. I don't know how sustainable some of the threes are, but they looked really, really good. So, you know, we fucked that game up. We'll see how we do it on Friday. Obviously, we're playing a better team. Y'all just got through talking about the Grizzlies. So that'll be good competition. Was going to go to that game, but another event just popped up that's going to have Beyonce there too. So I might hit that shit instead. But yeah, I mean, we got to play better on Friday. We'll see how it goes. But again, this is part of the maturation process. So yeah, just pretty interesting to see how everything went.
Well, thank you, brother, for one. Yeah, again, I was going to say the same thing Wes said. Definitely wanted your thoughts. I know you was waiting to get to that game earlier. Glad you circled back in here. Also, everybody that's in here, man, thank y'all so much for the support. Cannot stress that enough. You are in here, whether you type in the chat, whether you're just watching on your phone. Somebody sent me a picture yesterday of watching this on their TV, whether you put it on your TV, your laptop, whether you tell your coworkers, whether you tell your Twitter chats, whether you tell your significant other, whoever. Thank you for just being in here. Thank you. I always got to take the time out of my morning to extend it and show my appreciation for this community, man, that I built. That took a lot of hard work, a lot of grind, a lot of determination, and a lot of faith. Definitely faith. Faith is the biggest one. A lot of faith. So with that being said, did anybody else have any pickups on that Memphis and Utah thing? Man, I feel like nobody else wanted to extend any word of that Memphis and Utah game. If not, we'll move to the Suns and Clippers. Anybody got anything for that Memphis and Utah game?
No, I think I rapped so long on the Pelican shit, it made people be like, all right. So I take responsibility for that. My fault.
Nah, you were good, bro. You had to move back in a little minute on one specific subject by yourself, but you were good, bro. You're good. Let me see what they saying in the chat. Replay well, but then make a big impact. They play on the ball. Okay. All right. Who is that trying to enter, y'all? Make sure I read that pin message. You want to join the stage and it stays full? Let me know who you are, please. Let me know who you are. Miles never had anything good to say about the other team. He not getting anything positive.
Hey man, shout out to Santi Aldama, man. That's a Maryland product right there. Loyal Maryland product, DMV product. Once again, man. Shout out to those stepping up last night. Shout out.
Wait,
Shout out to
Santi Aldama
That nigga
from
Miles do be
DMV?
hating.
Shout out to
That
Jay
shit
Huff as well, man.
frustrating.
That's again another product, man. You know, another
He
DMV
do
Nah, I
be
know
product.
J
hating.
Huff.
That
Salty
nigga
Aldama
don't
from
know
the
one way.
DMV.
He a Maryland guy, yeah.
I ain't even know that. Shout out to him.
That's crazy. Shout out to him.
And Jay Huff from Virginia, man. Shout out to the DMV. Best fucking hoops
Yeah,
in the
I'm
nation,
hip
man.
to J Huff.
Nobody can touch it.
Y'all are comedy. This next game, man, and before we get to the preview a little bit, and like I said, it depends on where my mind is, but not my mind is. I didn't mean to say that. I'm probably let that Memphis and Utah game roll and play back, as long as it's clear and not laggy or whatever the case may be. And we'll dive into some more things. Tomorrow we'll also have some more topics, and definitely Monday or next week as well, versus just going through all the games and that's it. So I definitely will have some side combos or side things to start the show, similar to what we did today as far as performer of the night, disappointment of the night, etc. 116 to 113 overtime game, new dome. Shout out to the Clippers. Shout out to the Suns. We ain't hear from J1 like an hour. J1, I ain't going to pass this one immediately to you, brother. You say you had some things to say. You called it a trash ass win, and I quote. What your thoughts on this game last night, brother? See, he probably sleeping now. We lost J. Will, man. J. Will probably sleeping.
Man, that nigga don't sleep. I don't know what you talking about. That nigga active somewhere.
J. Will don't 8 a.m. He got hard here, real vimp.
Hold on.
Damn.
Let me try to send him a message. Let me try to send him a message. All right. I don't got my glasses on. I don't even want to try to look at this box score. Anybody got something to say? Anybody want to kick this off? I just hit J. Will. Anybody want to kick it off?
You talking about the Suns? Which game are you talking about?
Suns Clippers.
Oh yeah,
this is gonna go against the gimmick, man. Shout out to Bradley Beal for what he did in overtime last night.
Hey, that was shout out Z4.
That was something. You know, Booker fouled out. We saw it last night. They needed somebody to step up. That's what you trade for Bradley Beal for right there. Kevin Durant, he was getting double teamed pretty much the entire overtime. You give someone Bradley Beal the ball who can dominate on ball as well. He did that last night. He basically took it into overtime and he did it himself outside of KD. So shout out to him for that. That was that's what they got the money for, man. That's $250 million. That's what Bradley Beal's getting paid for, is those moments right there. You know, that type of performance. So shout out to Beal and what he did last night. Dare I say, sealing them the victory.
If y'all missed the game, that game's on NBA TV right now on replay.
Yeah. But that James Harden shit, man. The final minute, what was he doing? Yeah, especially those last two possessions where 45 seconds. He's got 14 seconds on the shot clock. He drives into the paint. He's not even looking for a shot. He's looking to pass the ball to, I think, Norman Powell. I don't think Zubac was in the game at that time. He's looking to pass the ball instead of trying to score. He didn't want to take over. He didn't want to finish that game last night. And then last night, with 4 seconds left, they need a 3 to win the game. That pass in was just terrible. So, yeah, Clippers, if they had a chance to win that game, they should have won that game. But they threw their opportunities away. So that was just a bad last minute from the Clippers. But that should have been a victory.
Let me know if you need to give. I'm gonna do a mic. I
got it. I'm gonna drop into the football preview.
I got Miles out here. All right.
Yo, Ed, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Bro, they should have won that game, bro. I'm gonna be honest though. Like, it was up 10 to end the fourth quarter. I'm gonna be honest though, bro. KD just different. I gotta tip my hat. That minute he sent it to OT, bro, that was a double team. Nigga had his hand up in his eye. He still hit it.
Talk about the footwork, twin. Talk about the footwork, twin.
Fuck, I'm up here.
KD really one of the ones.
Man, talk about your nigga. Being here ready to press anybody, they say something about James Harden.
What you got to say about the game, though, from a Clippers perspective? or just period?
Yeah, I ain't gonna be long because like a little bit under the weather or whatever. But I mean, it was a long game. Like in my head, I'm just seeing like the shit that's going on. Because in the first half, like we're playing defense all throughout the game. But that second quarter, we just couldn't get anything to fall. I think we hit like 2 shots. The offense just gonna be an eyesore all season. We don't really got the best offensive players outside of Harden and Norman Powell and a few other guys. We don't got that many guys that can create our own shots. So I already know what our calling card is. I already know we're gonna hang our hat on the defensive end. So I really wasn't shocked the defense gonna be good. The defense is real. Shout out Van Gundy coming in being our new defensive coach. We finally got new pick and roll coverages. I know Dan Craig. We picked up Dan Craig for the Miami Heat. I really thought he was gonna change shit for us, but like he was running the same shit for 2 years, bro, and the defense was just never good. So I like that move in the offseason, getting Van Gundy in here, switching
Hold
up
on,
the
y'all got
defense.
Jeff on the coaching staff?
Yeah, that he running our defense and
Damn.
shit.
Big, I
Yeah.
ain't gonna lie.
Bro, you ain't.
Yeah, so
I don't know if you was in here or not in the playback when we was watching. I'm like, bro, it looks so weird seeing him on the damn sideline in 2024.
Nah, I wasn't in here.
I did
That's
not
Like
know
he
I
that
been a
am
either.
because he been on
broadcaster for a
TV.
hot
Yeah,
little minute. Yeah.
he been on TV for a minute, so he back on the sideline. He got us looking different on defense. Like we starting to like when teams is running pick and rolls not on top of the key, we want to trap and show and is recover, rotate and things like that. So shout out to him for that. And the defense looked good. Make sure we really contained like uh Booker and Katie for the most part for most of the game. It was really Bradley Bill who killed us in that third quarter. Getting to that third quarter when we were down, like, because I know we ended halftime, we were down like 8. That was a miracle to be down 8 because the offense was just non-existent. So we was only down 8 going to that third quarter. But shout out James Harden for that little takeover he did in that third quarter. Like we really like overcame that deficit. Then we end up taking the lead. We end up making that first rotation back with those bench guys that damn near sold us in the second quarter. But I like what Tyloo did. He kept Zubac in the game with the bench guys, so we started going to him more. So we ended up going 8, ended up going up by like 8 or 9 points. But then this dude Bradley Bill ended up staying in the game. Shout out to Bradley Bill because it wasn't for him in that end of that third quarter, we would have been up like 13, 14 points because he hit some big shots when we had the
Didn't D
momentum
Book
going.
foul out?
Yeah, he fouled out at the very end.
So, all right. So I'm gonna do like I'm gonna ask you and like anybody else that wanna like maybe chime in. I saw something on the TL saying because I low key fell asleep on this one. But how y'all feel about somebody on the TL saying that Book filing out helped Bradley Bill be more decisive? Like how
I
y'all
mean,
feel like y'all saw
yeah,
that?
nah, because like at that point, they was just going straight to Kiss. He fouled out so late in the game. Bradley Bill was still, they really wasn't getting that dude the ball, even when he was still hooping. That was the surprising part. The whole Suns offense was just surprising to me because the whole thing was just throwing me off. Because guys like Book and Bill weren't really getting involved until they really had to. Every time they run that, I don't know why. Every time they run they picks with Nurkic, he's not going to the rim. He's standing at the 3 point line. You know every single team gonna give you that. So that's the only shot you get in every single possession. Nurkic taking way too many threes. They're wasting too many possessions on him fading to the 3, and they're getting too many threes out of him. So that's just helping the other team. The only time really Big Book and Bill got the ball is when like shit was like getting turning left. That and they actually hit some big shots, even though we contained them for most of the game. They hit some big shots. When Book fouled out, Bradley Bill still even low key wasn't touching that bitch. They only gave him that bitch towards like a few times toward the end. They were giving it to Katie, but Katie did his thing towards the end. So shout out to Katie for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So back on that the end of that third quarter when Bill hit some big shots to keep them in the game. We was up 9 points. But James Harden ended up coming back in the game. Like we was up 9. I'm thinking we about to close it. The starters is coming back in the game and shit. But I went on. We started doing some dumb shit. Tyloo even said that shit at the end of the game, saying like how we sold it. We really could have won this game and we made some dumb mistakes. I know James Harden hit like an early shot clock 3. He missed that. We turned over the ball when they went small against us. We tried to like feed Zoo off the inbound, and he end up turning the ball over. So we just did some stupid stuff towards the end of that game, even though we still had a chance to win it. KD hit that big shot with a few seconds left, and you guys got to put your hats on KD because like that was basically over two dudes. James Harden came late with the contest. He still hit it. And I know once we went to overtime, I thought they was going like the Suns was going to just like extend the lead in overtime. But I mean, we still kept fighting. James Harden still kept hitting his going to that midi, and I encourage this dude to keep going to that midi for 48 minutes. It seems like he only wants to hit the three or the layup sometimes. Like, dude, if you're not getting to the layup, you can hit the snake dribble three. Let him come around and just shoot over the guy, especially if the defender is small. I know Ryan Dunn was giving him a little bit of problems, but you're stronger than him, bro. If you can get bumped, just go over for midi. And he started doing that the entire second half. That's when he was like way more efficient. So we just need Harden to keep doing that. And I just know once we got to overtime, guys was gonna start gassing out because we just didn't have the legs. And then Harden ended up just I know that last free throw he missed, that just came to like fatigue, low key. And then on the inbound, he dropped the ball. So I'm not really mad at it. It's the first game. I know our defense is gonna keep us competitive. I know the offense is not gonna be an eyesore, like I said, but the defense is real. You're gonna show up every night with our calling card. You're gonna play the Clippers, and if you're not gonna get back on defense, you don't want to rebound, and you don't come with effort, you're gonna lose to the Clippers. So for once, we're one of those teams that's gonna give teams the L's for like them effort losses. You know what I mean? When them top teams don't want to play with effort, we gonna be giving those teams the effort losses instead of it being the other way around. So I know we'll see. We got Denver in a few days, so we'll just see.
Well, was there, brother?
Yeah, that
Jay,
was a
were
good
you?
breakdown.
No, I was. Jay, were you active yet? Jay, Will? Nobody convinced me that man ain't fall asleep or
And
something.
nah, he just fighting crime in the streets of Houston. Shout out my nigga Byron, man.
When
But
when his team pull up, bro, he not here. That shit
but
comedy.
for
Twin,
for the
stop talking if
game
you're not gonna say nothing
quickly,
about James Harden, bro.
I'll say I
Watch
was really
back, bro.
impressed with
Talk about Bron.
I was really impressed with Derrick
My
Jones
his
Jr.
team won, bro. My fault.
Derrick Jones Jr. had a really good game to me. Speaking to the defense that Amadou, pointed out, Derrick Jones Jr. and Chris Dunn, you felt their presence. Like it's not overrated. It can't be overstated, especially if they can get Kawhi healthy. Kawhi, because he's still a good defender. Like he's not an elite defender. He's not, depoy levels anymore, but he's still a really good defender. Actually, great. And to have those pieces around him, I think does so much for his defense because also now he doesn't have to be that elite level all world. I have to be the best POA every night. Boom, 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 boom. And I think that will help his defense probably tick up, to be honest. Because he has some coverage out there. Jimbo, 10 for 28, 8 turnovers. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, man. Had a really good third quarter. I like what Amadou pointed out about his midi. When he went to his midi, he did look like a different player. I will say that his mid-range shot really helped him get into the game. Like, because as much as I could kick his back in, without his third quarter, this isn't even a game. So credit to him adjusting for what it's worth. I'm not giving him the tired excuse though. Make your fucking free throws. And stop turning the ball over so much. Like catch the ball on an inbound. Those are things that have to be done. And those were two costly blunders, as we all know. For the Suns, everything that everyone said about Bill is spot on. And I'm just so impressed that he was able to do it with such a low volume. He took 12 shots last night. It was 8 for 12. That is, granted, that won't be every night. But if he learns how to be that effective, and like last year he was 51% from the field. His 3-point percentage in volume wasn't really where I think they needed it to be. And obviously he just wasn't healthy. But he was really efficient last year compared to his previous year in Washington. And I think if that is something that we continue to see, that could change some of the equation in Phoenix, and I might have to eat crow on my preseason predicament of them taking a step back, because if he's that effective with limited touches, that'll just open up everyone else's game and open up the floor. But I didn't like their offense. I didn't like a lot of what I saw. It looked weird. And again, like I said, in the third quarter, there was a point in the third quarter where Durant had 7 shots, Book had 5, Bradley Beal had 5. I don't know if that's a great recipe, but they got the dub. Shout out Durantula, man. What is this for him? Year 18? Still going, man. Special dude.
Special dude. Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see they made it a point of emphasis to let Tyus Jones run the offense. I think that's the biggest thing that I took away from that game when it comes to the shot distribution between the 3 best players on the team. But every rebound, for the most part, you've seen KD get the ball to Tyus. You've seen them allow Tyus to bring the ball to the court a lot. So it seemed like he was there to set the table, or brought there to set the table, obviously, to initiate and to get guys easier looks or in their spots. He rounded that up with 8 assists in the game, worked a 2-man game with KD down the stretch. Obviously, going to need to be better from the 3-point line. He was just missed some open threes last night. Was 1 for 5. Never really was a strong suit part of his game anyway. More so of a guy that has a good floater, finishing layups and things of that nature. 11-8 for him. Nurkic, Amadou pointed that out. Yeah, man, they're trying to turn Nurkic, not turn, but he's also trying to be like a stretch big for them. He wants to be a floor spacer for them. Granted, can that help their offense? Yeah, but I don't want him to be too reliant upon that. So
Should make no sense, bro. Like he could easily get to the middle when there's 2 guys on the ball. He can get to the middle, and it's gonna be a 4 and 3. He's gonna either get a catch and shoot from somebody else, or he can hit something at the rim against a small. I don't know why he was stopping at the 3-point line. He stopped at the 3-point line too many times, and you could even see. I saw there was a play where Coach Budenholzer telling this nigga go like you stopping at the 3-point line, go. I don't know what that nigga was doing, bro.
Yep. So that's that. That's what he's trying to work on. That's what they're trying to get him to be. And it's funny because Mike wanted him to be a stretch big too, because of the makeup that he had in Milwaukee. So with Brook. So we'll see, Brad, if he can be efficient or at least decent from the outside in most games. He was 1 for 4 last night. But that can help stretch the floor out for Bill, Booker, and KD. But I don't know how many guys or teams will respect Nurkic popping or being on the outside.
No one will.
Yeah, so and he been doing this since the preseason. So this ain't nothing new for the Suns. They played 2 rookies off the bench yesterday. Both of them played 9 or more minutes. And Ryan, and I forgot how to say this dude's name right here. But he's a backup big man for them on top of Mason.
Yeah, that's him. I didn't know who that was. That number 4 guy.
I forgot his name. Oso Markkanen. Yeah. So 2 rookies gonna be playing for them off the bench. It's pretty much gonna be their rotation, man. So yeah, that's that. Shout out to the Suns. 1-0. Comeback win at that. They went down by 8 points or something like that with 4 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go. They worked their way back. What's going on, D-Mac?
I was gonna say shout out to Bradley Beal. Good to see him out there playing well. Had himself a nice opening night. I will say that, and this isn't particularly it. And we'll also give a shout out to KD. Doing his thing. This isn't particularly as it pertains to just this opening night, but I am kind of concerned about how the Clippers season is going to go. I think that it is a tough rested conference. I wouldn't be surprised, obviously, if they found themselves in the play-in and obviously could make it, or I should say miss the playoffs as a whole. That has to do with a lot with Kawhi's injury and how much that he's going to be able to mitigate some of the wear and tear on Harden. Harden is still a very good player, a guy that can go out and have a performance like he did last night that was, still really top notch. But there's a lot to carry for him at the age that he's at. And, I'm not saying that it did contribute to it, but he did look gassed in overtime of that game. And so that's going to be a constant battle for them against the better teams. There's still bad teams that they'll be able to beat, and Harden will be able to lead them through that from that standpoint. So I am concerned about the Clippers possibly, missing the playoffs this year in general. But no, it's a nice game. And like I said, good to see Bradley Beal out there hooping.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we could miss the playoffs, but I mean, shit. If we get the Houston lost the other day last night too, so if we better than Houston, we keep our first round pick. OKC chooses to swap with Houston. So really, if you're really looking at the goal, either be better than Houston, or you want to even go greater than that, make the plan. But I just think that the way this, like, Talu is perfect in these situations. We seen this situation in 2022 when Kawhi got injured against Utah in the playoffs. He missed that entire season. We went into that season with just Paul George. Paul George played 30 games that year. He led Reggie Jackson, Marcus Morris, and Zubac to 41 and 41 record, and we was in the play-in. So like, we're used to these situations. We've been in these situations before with worse rosters. So I'm not going to count us out like how everybody else been counting us out. Basically, got us 13th seed and below, because Talu is familiar with these situations, and he loves these situations where he's just going to coach and find a way to win a game, and where he can just hang his hat on defense and putting your best players in the position to win the game towards the end. That's basically what it's going to be, just like how he did in 2022. So if James Harden can, like, because I know there's going to be times where we're going to have to sit him, because this is not sustainable. All these minutes, all this production on his body. That's why I think Kawhi can play between either half the season or less, for like 40 games or below, either 30 or 40. That'll just be enough for what they're trying to do. If James Harden can give us, because I know last year he gave us like 16 points per game. If he can give us like 20, even like just below 20, and give us a double double, 10 assists, I know Zubac's production is going to go up. He had 20 last night. Kevin Porter Jr. was what, 0 for 7? He's not going to be 0 for 7 every night. So I know we're going to have something back on offense. Last night was terrible, but we're going to get something back on offense, and the defense is going to be there. So expect the Clippers to be competitive on every night. I'm not rolling them out on any night against any team. So we'll just see. I still think they in the 7 to 12 range. Like, that whole 7 to 12 range is going to be separated by 1 or 2 games. So whatever happens from there happens. And then either they make the play-in or they don't. We'll just see.
My response back to that is free Harden, bro. I'm glad you got high hopes. But I'm pretty sure when we get to game 2025
Shaggy
and
want to trade?
Kawhi
Damn.
still not on the court, you'll loosen up your stance. But I get why you feeling the way you feeling right now.
Game 25, bro. After game 25, there'll be like 50 something games left. I just need him to play 30 or 40, and we'll be straight.
Yeah, but at that 25 game mark, at that 30 games, if you had to predict your record, say Kawhi don't play them 30 games, what you predicting your record to be in 30 games?
14 and 16.
I don't even know y'all 30 games, but I just disagree with that. But I mean, we'll see.
What? All right, bet.
We'll see.
Bull
Yeah, we'll
said
see.
he don't even know the games and he disagree.
I don't even know the game, but I disagree. But hey, we'll see though. Y'all played a competitive game last night. Your stance is y'all gonna be competitive no matter what.
Yes.
So I can't argue that. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing to do but respect that. So yeah, man, we'll see, man. That's all I really got to say about that. Last game of the night, real quick. From last night, I meant to say, sorry. Was the Warriors and Blazers? Anybody got anything on the Warriors and Blazers game? I really don't have any extra words, to be honest, for this game. Shout out to the Warriors, well rounded, great win. You had 7 guys in double digits. Nobody played over 25 minutes. Blew them out the water. Play it. Anybody got any extra words for this game?
Shout out Andrew Wiggins and Buddy Hield.
I ain't gonna lie to you. There ain't too much to say about this, John. It's like you said, well rounded win. Let me just give some guys their credit. Shout out Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins was a big part of this win. He had himself a good performance. I think he hit he probably ended up hitting 4 threes, but I think one of those was like a garbage time fourth quarter 3. So while it mattered, he hit like 3 threes that were he was able to space the floor. I was a little confused when we decided to start him tonight, last night, but I guess it paid off. I guess niggas still got faith in Wiggins. He had a bad season last season, but there were some factors to that. So I guess I'm not gonna count him out yet. Let's hope he got a bounce back season this year because he's still a talented player. He still has capabilities that are useful on the basketball court. It's just about whether or not he can fully utilize them. Let's put it like that. But last night was more so about the defense. The defense played at a high level. I think it was one quarter. I don't know if it was the second or the third. I think it was the second quarter or the third quarter. We held them to like 12 points. Like they They didn't. They barely scored. Matter of fact, it's on the screen. Let me see. My fault. I ain't trying to just be talking. No, they held them to 28. They held them to 21 in the first quarter. Yeah, I was tripping. All right. Well, it was a quarter. The defense played really well. What else? Who else I want to get credit to? Buddy Hield. I'm about to say, how the fuck I almost forget to get to Buddy Hield. When we got him, people were acting like he was he's not no crazy player, obviously, bro. But
He
for the
better than
Warrior
Klay
system,
Thompson.
what we asking to do, and I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't gonna get into that. For the Warrior system and what we're gonna ask him to do, like niggas act like he's still not an elite shooter of the basketball. Like nigga can still shoot the ball, bro. He's gonna get a lot of open looks. I said that earlier. I said that when we gave the season prediction. Like he's gonna get a lot of open looks. Now the Portland Trailblazers is a pretty bad team, so I want to see it versus a little better competition. But to speak on the Trailblazer side, who played well? I guess Scoot was sort of ass. I ain't gonna lie, he was alright. Anthony was cool. Ayton ass.
Did Scoot look generational, twin?
Generational?
I was just asking. I didn't watch the game.
He looked alright.
You don't have to say any extra words for the Blazers.
He played garbage time, bro.
Y'all trying to get
I know that
your
nigga
punches
L
off from my
so
nigga, man.
I know L so annoyed by that shit at this point.
I don't know.
I don't care.
I don't know
care
what
that
the
T
hype
act. I
is
don't care
about
about that T act
shit,
that question,
bro.
bro. I don't feel no type of worry about that. I promise you, I don't feel no type of worry about that at all.
I was
I'm
like,
just saying,
you a fan all of a sudden?
I'm
Like
just
them
saying,
year
nobody
rounds
make
been
up.
crazy.
Nobody make up words to say about the Blazers. You don't got to. There's nothing to say. You don't got nothing. If you don't got nothing to say, you don't got to try to.
That nigga Scoot, bro. I'm just saying, like, he was alright. You feel me? Like, he was playing a bunch of garbage. He played some garbage time minutes. Like, when niggas ain't give a fuck no more. Like, I guess.
Yeah, I will say I am surprised he's not starting. I think at some point you gotta start the kid, see what he
They
can
gotta
be.
move. They gotta move Jamie Grant. Not even that he's in the way. They just have too many players that like they have to get playing time to like that they have money invested in. Let's put it like that. So
Nigga, I'll put
Tell them niggas stop
Scooter.
asking for 2
Nigga,
first round picks.
I
Can
get
them
Tumani Kamara. I get he's a better player, all that shit. Nigga, Scoot. I'm putting Scoot
yeah, I'm
in
with you on that.
Kamara's spot. Grant stays in the starting lineup. Avdia, Simons, and Ayton. And I'm trying to see what I have, man. I hate this bench stuff.
And then they got Donovan Clingan on the bench. I liked Cleveland defensively. I think he has a ways to go offensively, but he has to get some PT too. They gotta see what they got with him.
Yeah,
If he's gonna be a good player for their future or not.
Especially in what was a 40-point game at one point. Clingan only played 13 minutes. Like, Chelsea, come on, man. What are we doing?
But I didn't even say nothing about Steph, man. Steph had a cool night. He was, I think, 1 assist or 1 rebound shot for triple double. I know he needed
He was
something.
trying to get that hole too.
No, he wasn't, man. What are you talking about? He didn't even play the fourth quarter.
You ain't see the clip.
Okay, bro. But yeah, good game, man. Good win.
It was
On to the next game, bro. I ain't gonna say too much. On to the next
It
game.
was a play on Kaminga. It was either behind the back and it hit his head.
All right. To this plate today, I don't think anybody have anything to say about game 1. Is he from up here?
What's game 1? Celtics Wizards, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody has anything to say
I ain't
about
gonna lie,
game
y'all.
1.
Listen.
Shout out,
This
man.
can either be a
Shout
good
out.
game or the play of the day might be Peyton Pritchard.
Shout out, man.
All right, you got anything to say, Z-Farm?
Lo, you feeling the blowout?
Possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be a blowout, but just on my terms. Expect the new offensive system for the Wizards. They're not going to use Poole as the primary point guard this year. It's going to be multiple initiators. I feel like they're going to use Keyshawn George, Kuzma. I wouldn't be surprised if Bub Carrington is involved in that. But yeah, they're not going to run a primary point guard this year. It's going to be initiators. And don't look out for Keyshawn George tonight, man. That's my guy. That's the guy I want to look out for. Would not be surprised if he is getting a lot of minutes tonight and a lot of run. So, yeah, but I expect this to be a blowout. 15, 20 points. I don't think this spread is being respectful to the Celtics. So I'd take 15, 20. If they don't handle that job tonight, we'll see. But, yeah, I'd take it a little higher. It's 13.5. I'd take it maybe 15 to 20 tonight.
Shit, I might take it at 25.
Shit, 30 might be good too. Who knows? But, yeah, shout out. We got to see tonight. Young core. Best
I might
young
as well
core
just
in the
keep
East.
the numbers going up. 40 ball, then fuck it.
Yeah, they ain't doing that. But shout out to the young core in the East, man. We're coming up. We'll see you next year.
Yep. On to the second game now. What I'm looking forward to watching in this Dallas and San Antonio game is year 2 Wemby. You know, the growth of Wemby. Did he improve on anything in his game as far as regular season games versus Olympic games or preseason games? Chris Paul, how would the impact on Chris Paul have one in that locker room, one him being an on-court coach, and then 3 also getting the ball to Wemby in spots that some of his players just did not do too well last year. They're still playing without Devin Vassell, so that's sort of kind of like a bummer.
Let's go, God. Let's go, God.
And then also next on the downside of things, Klay Thompson. I mean, new place. You know, he's now a Dallas Maverick. Expect to start the small forward position for them this year. Don't know. I know it's a preseason battle between Lively and Gafford, but Lively's the better center to me. Don't know if they're going to opt to bring Lively off the bench. Still, we'll see. And then also other acquisitions that they added. Dinwiddie is back. Najee Marshall's in the mix. Quentin Grimes is in the mix. So what's that new Dallas rotation going to look like? Exum still out. You'll still expect to see Jalen Hardy, who just got a new 3-year extension as well. Play minutes as well. So Dallas has a solid 9-man rotation. I like it. Another game to see Luka and Kyrie, TNT doubleheader. I pretty much all I got to say, man. Year 2 Wemby, Chris Paul effect. What can he do for those guys and Sohan? And is he a better outside shooter? Harrison Barnes. What is he going to do for that team? Champagne, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in Dallas, I say what I need to be said as far as me. I got Dallas winning this game. I got Boston winning the game. Dallas spread is in at 8.5. I think they get the win in the home opener. And that's the me on the first 2 games. Anybody get me for the Dallas and Spurs? Anybody got the Spurs winning up here? Don't think it's likely. Just had an X. But this is coming up and add something.
I think they got a shot.
I got Dallas.
If Wemby, I think if Wemby, comes out there and pulls a LaMelo ball, he might could.
All right, what you got to say about the Nush?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm locking for that first Wemby. Oh, my fault on this.
Yeah, I would say this should be like an easy dub for us. Like we should get the win by 15 plus. Luka is gonna have his game. Kyrie's gonna do his thing, and I want to see some things from our new guys, such as Quentin Grimes and Najee Marshall, and Lively. I can see him having a really good game for his first game. And for the Spurs side, Wemby's gonna do his thing, obviously, but this still will not be enough for them to lose by more than 15.
Damn, 15? It's a regular season game.
Yeah, I got us winning by 15 or more.
Jesus.
Oh, you think y'all about to ask them boys? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where BJ at, man? BJ, get up here.
Wes, you up there?
15, crazy.
Watch DJ.
Wes is not up here.
I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that. You know the screenshot gonna be going crazy. That first Luka and Luka Wemby ISO. You already know Luka gonna call his ass out. So I'm locked in for that. I want to see what the young alien gonna do on that perimeter.
Yep.
If Luka has spurt, he better not play with that nigga, man.
Hey, bro, that nigga, he gonna do it, bro. Trust him.
Like I don't really have too much for previews, really, especially right now for game ones. For that third game on the slate, though, Wes is not up here no more. I want to hear what he had to say about the matchup, but obviously I'm looking at
I got it.
Who's guarding? What D-Mac? I'm sorry.
No, I got a question when you wrap up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Who's guarding Jokic tonight? How will they guard Jokic tonight? How are they going to crowd Jokic tonight? Whether that's Chet. I don't even know if the other Jalen Williams is acting. I don't even think he's
Zay is kid. I forgot Zay was hurt.
Yeah, both Hardenstein and Jay Will are out.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they're probably going to struggle with Jokic down low. We'll see.
Yeah.
Are you trying to
I
say
feel like,
something?
yeah, I was gonna say like
Damn, Hardenstein and Jay Will out. What the hell?
They're
What's
both
wrong
injured.
with them?
Injured.
Y'all know?
Yeah. Well, Hardenstein was his
Hardenstein
hand.
broke his hand, I think.
Oh,
His
damn.
hand injury. Yeah, and
Oh, I missed
Jay Will,
that.
he's still dealing with like that strained injury.
Damn,
Yeah.
I ain't know that.
Yeah. So I feel like what OKC's coach is gonna do is like try and match Chad's minutes with Jokic, and whenever Jokic is out of the game, that's when Chad's gonna be out.
All right. I agree. I think that'll make sense. Jay Will hamstring. Okay, from Goods in the chat. Yeah, man, I'm just ready to watch this game. I already have nothing to say as far as the preview for that point. Like I said, this is two teams that people are expecting to make the Western Conference Finals, if not the finals. OKC was the best team in the West last year. Denver was also really damn good last year. So I'm just ready to just see what it's going to look like. Russ first game at the Denver Nugget. Caruso, what immediate impact is he going to have for OKC? And then SGA still going to be SGA. I think he's a tough guy to guard. Also, I'm monitoring Jamal Murray's health. You know, how well is he going to be with him being 100% healthy this year? Aaron Gordon got his contract. They got the fourth forward in the fold. Julian Strawther, he will be important for Denver this year coming off the bench from a scoring/shooting perspective. He will matter, in my opinion, as well. And Russ. Let Russ be Russ. Let him be the guy in the second unit. And getting guys in their spots, orchestrating and get to the rim, hopefully finishing his layups and things of that nature.
I will also say, interesting little tidbit to see is just like if Peyton has done anything about that lack of jumper, because if he can like be at least respectable in the corner, it'll be. I think that bodes well for them because that's just another defensive guy that they can lean towards. If he can do anything in terms of shooting, even a little midi, bro, even a little short corner. Like it would be interesting to see how he plays too, because I think he actually will have like a necessary needed role this year.
Yep, good point out. This Minnesota and Kings game, my bad, dang, I jumped right to the next one. So yeah, that's the Denver OKC. Make sure y'all put the fact that playback room tonight, man. We're gonna be watching all 4 games today, with prioritizing the 2 doubleheaders, but also flashing the screen on Minnesota and Sacramento. This last game, I have no extra words either. Just really, I can't wait to see it. DeRozan, new face, new place. Wolves are now 0-1 to start the year. Kings first home game of the year. This should be a high-scoring game. I think this is a good game to bet on. If anybody was gambling, I think it's probably the best game of the night to bet on personally, or even a 2-game with OKC and Denver, and then Mini and Kings as well. When it comes from a betting perspective, I think Joe was coming up to say something about OKC, but I got the Kings winning tonight personally. Joe, what you came up to say, bro? If anything, if not, we're gonna have D-Mac, whoever else. I know Jada wanted to come up and talk about that preview for that football game, and then we'll probably head to playback if anything. If not, the playback won't be live for 4 hours.
Damn, no T, even though that's
Yeah,
my
so I
team.
got
That's kind of fucked up.
T2, my bad. T2. D-Mac, what's up?
Before we transition away, so I got a quick question, and y'all can tell me that I'm crazy, and I just made this up in my head. It's complete. It could be just I made this up, but whenever people discuss, injuries or hurt during kind of the playoffs, the delineation in which I've always kind of looked at it is, injuries is something that takes you off the field, court, etc. And being hurt is just kind of normal playoff time because over the course of a long season, really in any sport, people get banged up, and usually when you get to the end of it, you got something that's bothering you from that standpoint. And that's always the delineation that I've always bring. But is that something that I've just made up and that you guys have never heard of that? Or am I just
I do the same shit though. That's exactly what I do.
I heard of it.
Okay. That's what I was told earlier today that I just made that shit up in my head. So I just want to make sure I'm crazy.
No, that's definitely a thing for sure. That's 1,000% thing.
But yeah, we talk about this Thursday night football, man.
Joe, did you have anything to say on that OKC game, or are you good?
Nah, I'm straight, bro. I'm pretty sure I just came up real quick. I was towards the end of it, so
You just came up to what? I'm sorry, you can't hear you.
I said I came towards the end of it, but I'm pretty sure y'all went over everything.
Okay,
Bro,
Yo,
I checked my phone, right, bro? And this nigga add to my I'm sleeping on the Suns. What?
No. Guys say you was sleep on the stage.
Oh, I thought you said sleeping on the Suns. Oh, my fault, bro. I'm finna say,
No.
yeah, don't start this bullshit, bro. But yeah, go
No.
ahead.
I called you like 5 times.
Nigga, you said they a super team. You can't possibly be sleeping on them.
You're.
I mean, so just because they're a super team don't mean shit.
I'm saying if you think they that talented as a unit, there's no way he gonna say what you just said right now. How can you say they was sleeping on them?
There's a lot of super teams, bro, that's been put together. That's been some mid. So what? Just because you're a super team don't mean you're supposed to go win it all, bro.
What super team been made recently in recent memory?
Recent memory. This one, nigga.
It's the only super team that's been made is a KG, that KG Nets with all them niggas.
Okay, see what Melo, Paul George, and Westbrook was made too.
That's not a super team.
Westbrook, yes it is.
No, that was not. Don't do that.
Westbrook.
Hold up. Melo was coming off.
Westbrook.
They told Melo he coming off the bench.
Westbrook, AD, and LeBron was a mid-ass super team. I mean, I can keep going, bro.
Wait, Dale, how was that a super team? Wait, how was that a super team?
With Melo?
No. Westbrook, AD, and LeBron. How was that a super team?
Two All NBA, two All NBA players.
Shit, here we go.
Two All NBA players. Two All NBA players coming. Two All NBA players with an All Stars, not a super team.
Gotta give Tween credit, bro.
Didn't make the All-Star team. Not even
Tween still being able to spark up a combo like this out of bullshit.
I'm sorry, who is in the super team?
It's impressive. It's
Jay
impressive,
Will
young brother. I ain't gonna hold you.
Shit, call Jay Will out. Why is my name brought up?
Bro, because you started this.
Wait, Jay Will, who's a super team?
What you mean call him out? Like you just being ignorant, but shout out to you though.
Who are you guys saying is a super team or isn't a super team?
The nigga just said that the Suns are a super team.
Bro, he's been consistent. He thinks they're a bad super team. Like this is Tween. That's why he's going like that.
That would qualify for being a super team, even if we think that Bradley Beal has lost a step. I think that does qualify.
Yeah, and that doesn't even with Jay Will saying that a super team, Jay Will still has active things about that roster.
Yeah,
like,
you gotta know his full stance, brother. Like T saying, you gotta know his full stance, bro. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, bro.
Honestly, I think this is one of the few times where I don't think what Tween is trying to say is wrong, to be honest. But I don't want to drag.
Niggas ain't one of the few times.
But you could be a super team with holes. You could be a super team with holes. That's what the Suns are.
But all I'm saying is like in terms of what Jay Will said about the Suns has been pretty consistent. Like he's called them a super team, but like actively said like they're missing key pieces in terms of like role players, etc. Why he doesn't believe in them. Even to like the super team degree, who the 3 stars are. He's had comments about like. All 3. I was about to say 2 of them, but niggas spoke about KD too.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is even like because obviously super teams, there's a certain synergy that has to exist between the stars, and you could say that Beal and Booker are redundant-ish at the very least, and I guess KD to an extent, but I don't, KD is such a versatile player, it almost doesn't matter. And certainly you could say that they have holes in their roster, like that's not even the question. So. Two things can be true. You can have a super team that has holes and maybe not the best synergy between the stars. But they do qualify, in my opinion.
What I miss?
But yeah, come on, like, bro, Ev, you said, what this between this. Bro, he literally led by saying, man, call this nigga out in regards to
I didn't hear what Tween initially said, though. I
Jay Will out for what?
Ev, what did he say? What did he say? You just called it.
I am not entertaining it, bro.
That combo, bro. I'm trying to do this shit.
I'm gonna just leave it alone.
I feel you, bro.
Whoever that was trying to come to the stage, I gotta let me know who that was. Vikings and Rams preview. I do want to hear T on this one. As far as some expectations, I know Cooper Kupp is returning to the field. Then after this, we may hit the playback. But I know Cooper Kupp is returning to the field, and I can circle back to Jay. We'll see if he got anything to say about the Suns and Clippers game now that he's here. But Cooper Kupp should be playing. Puka is questionable. He may play. But T, what are you looking forward to in this game tonight? Against the Rams. Against the Vikings. I'm sorry. Again, whoever's trying to join the stage, you have to type. You have to let me know who it is. Bro. And T is not here. Okay. Football guys, D-Max, D-Farm, y'all have anything you're looking forward to this Thursday night
Sure.
football?
Yeah, we can talk about this a little bit. Interesting test to see if the Rams have any better answers coming off the bye week, specifically on the defensive side of the ball.
We
To try
didn't
and slow
come off
down
a bye,
Richmond.
brother.
Or,
We played the Raiders last week, and the defense was looking
I
good.
feel
But
like it was it a bye 2 weeks ago? My
yeah,
bad.
it was a bye. It was a bye prior to the
Been 2
Raiders.
weeks. Yeah. My fault. If they have, I'll say better defensive answers versus a better offensive team. Obviously, we know that the Raiders are struggling offensively. But Cooper Kupp coming back is going to be interesting from the standpoint of it just gives Stafford better answers versus what it'll be again. Flores' really good blitz scheme. We saw the Vikings get taken advantage of a little bit versus the Packers. Vikings defense, I should say specifically. And so we know Stafford incredibly, call him mindful, but he's one of the more intelligent quarterbacks that you're going to find because obviously he's a veteran.
Come up, agent.
And so that's going to be a really interesting battle. His mind and can he find those answers quickly? So it's good that Kupp is back. Sam Darnold maybe been a little bit uneven than his initial start was. So can the Rams maybe push that a little bit more and create some turnovers that will keep them in the game? Or are the Vikings going to bounce back and keep it rolling to what their hot start of the season was after their first loss? So it's kind of what I'm looking at.
Okay, so I gotta go. Okay, yeah. So, this game's going to be very interesting tonight. I think it's a very good test for this Vikings defense that has been hyped up. It's another good passing scheme they got to play. And for the Rams specifically, I'm very interested in their performance tonight because I do feel like if a loss happens, we've been seeing these rumors for the past week. Kupp is on the block, or listening to offers for Kupp, and apparently Stafford has been in question and has been in talks with Minnesota Vikings. If they lose tonight, don't be surprised if moves are made. Don't be surprised if this team tries to go forward. Not really saying a rebuild year, but a retool year for the Rams is coming. So, yeah, if they lose tonight, don't be surprised if trades are made. So, and especially to the Vikings too. That's kind of crazy that they play him on Thursday, and he might be going to him. So, yeah, that'd be huge for him.
I will say to the overall game. I last week against specifically Vegas, it was a lot of heavy boxes, and and to be fair, as I do think
Bless
the
you, whoever that was.
Can y'all hear me? Because I just cut out.
Thank you, bro.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. My fault.
Bless you.
Thank you. We can hear you, T.
Yeah, T. If we talk,
he got to reboot.
AJ, you can try to come to the stage again.
Real
Joe,
quick,
hold on, Joe. Let me let agent up. Vikings fan.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? My fault.
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Oh, I was saying, if you watched, I doubt too many people sat there and watched Raiders Rams while all the other games were going on. But we played a lot of full boxes defensively, and pretty much Crosby was like just out there wrecking the game like pretty consistently. Like even sometimes even like just having Stafford slide in to the other side and get sacked. I will say in terms of like just Kupp coming back and like all the trade rumors surrounding. My only thing when it comes to I think Stafford goes for less, right? Just with the money and etc. I do think though, if Kupp is not a second round pick, I don't think he's moved, right? If we don't get a true second for him, I don't think he's moved just off the fact of the cap we save of just cutting him next year. We save what, 25 million if we cut him before the start of next season. So I think literally second round pick or bust, second round and above or bust in terms of a trade. Outside of that, I could see a situation where we either restructure Kupp for the later years or just completely just cut his ass next year to save the 25 million cap. In terms of this game, it'll be interesting to see Kupp out there. I hope that the disparity of passes is a little bit I don't know, because I thought Jordan Whittington has been playing good when he does get opportunity, same as Tutu. So still with Puka not being out there today, I still hope the disparity of like who we throw it to is like I don't want the lion's share of the entire targets in terms of pass catching game to just be Kupp. I would like to get our tight end more involved. Uh, Wes. They set it up for Stafford.
Wait, bro.
Wait, my fault, Trey. Yeah.
No. He talking to the dog.
Up the. I was saying
Yeah, you can keep going.
they set it up for Stafford and Cup's money. Especially prior to the Stafford restructure, for us to be able to get off the money in 25. Even Aaron Donald's contract before we had extended him, like just off the strength of love. We had a lot of outs for all three of those guys in 2025. Before the 2025 season starts. So, it'll be interesting to see. I think we can find success running the ball against them. I think it was a little bit harder to run the ball against all the stack boxes we seen last week. Also our offense just did not look good against the Raiders at any point last week. The Raiders should have won that game. No funny, like the Raiders should have won that game last week. If they had any form of competent offense, they would have won that game. We gave them opportunity after opportunity. We were literally outside of the one touchdown drive with Kyron, we were literally punting damn near every time. Like 3-and-outs punts, 3-and-outs punts. But our defense did show up, and it is a bad opponent, but Darion Kendrick, what he was able to do, Byron Young just actually setting the edge. Same with Jared Verse, actually setting the edge and like converting some of those pressures into sacks as well as Fisk. I think it'll be interesting to see because I think our defensive performance last week was very underrated. Shout out to Kobe Durant getting NFC Defensive Player of the week. Last week. I don't know. I think it'll be interesting, but I will say, bet purposes, take Aaron Jones as anytime tutty. That would be my advice. Or his yards, either one, because we let 5 yards a carry, 5.6 yards a carry. Last time I checked before the Raiders games, like 5.5 or 5.6 a carry. So I would take all those guys. I think this game will be a lot closer though than a lot of people are giving it credit for. I don't know what the line is at though so far. It's only -3 by the ESPN bet odds. Okay, but that's interesting.
Short week on the road, it kind of makes sense.
And then, and to be fair though, I don't know if the Detroit curse is still in effect, but the teams who played Detroit have been getting fucked up the week after. So,
I mean, this is the level of physicality that Detroit brings to the table. And whoever asks, we can't hear you. The two things I'll say is no, you good. A definitely has to be a Braden Fisk game, in my opinion. Again, Vikings very good tackle duo when you're talking about O'Neal. And Darisaw, those guys are both top notch at the position. So maybe a little bit difficult for what Verse is going to bring to the table, and Young for that matter. But both of those guys still really good players. So I'm not trying to say that they just be non-existent. But Fisk is the guy that maybe can take advantage of the interior offensive line a little bit more. And on the flip side of it, Brian Flores loves to live in those stacked box world because he likes to have his advantages as far as being able to blitz. But it's one of those things where against his team, you cannot, get discouraged by having maybe not even negative gains, but maybe 0 to 1 yard gains on the ground, because there are also going to be opportunities for you to pop one free because you run into the blitz or the gap in which they're not blitzing. And you can obviously get to the second level easily and create some explosive plays. So Sean McVay needs to stay patient with using Kyron Williams. As long as he's able to do that, then I think that the Rams certainly have a chance to keep this close. But obviously Aaron Jones, you do expect to have a day, as T said.
I don't get.
I will say to that point, we have started using a core more and it's well for success. Like I don't know. I think I don't know. McVay is one of those people where he is very smart, right? And when it comes to football, but he's very dumb at the same time. Like I've literally watched this man go. Even in that last game, like we were getting fucked up every time we drop back to pass. It was literally terrible. We were getting fucked up every time, and I watched him on back to back drives go 3 passes in a fucking row. Like so that when he's doing shit like that, like even if you look at like whatever, I think we're like 28th in the red zone. A lot of that shit is even some of the Stafford picks to me are more predicated on like bad play calling than just Stafford making bad decisions. It's him trying to force things, but if you throw 3 passes on first and goal, second and goal, third and goal, that's just never going to result well, especially when the strength of our line is the interior. Even with the injuries we have on our line, the strength of our line is the interior. Like I don't know.
I don't get why the Rams are so quick to even want to entertain tearing it down right now. I don't know, maybe it's because of next year and how it looks next year, but as far as this year, bottom of the NFC and even the lower half or the top of the NFC, I don't it doesn't make much sense to me. You've been hurt. That's why you're not a perfect team. You have holes, obviously, defensively and on both lines, to be honest. But I don't get the thought process of just it's time to tear it down just yet.
To be
Yeah, I
fair though,
think. Oh,
Jordan, some of that shit is overblown. In terms of like, especially Cup and trade talks, I don't think people have realized like literally what the season after the Super Bowl, he's been in trade talks. Even prior to the Super Bowl win, he was
yep,
in
he
trade
has been.
talks. Like so, like it's nothing new for when it comes to especially with Cup and with Cup. It makes sense. If I can get a second round pick for a guy who is getting older, not uber athletic, is dealing with like ankle and hammy injuries pretty consistently throughout his career, I wouldn't be opposed to that or saving the 25 mil. In terms of the Stafford thing, it's more about if Stafford wants to leave. I like the thing is there's no like like timeline of how long Stafford wants to be there, and I think that's one of the reasons they're looking into that.
Boy,
But
when the going gets tough,
I, I will say though, I doubt though
You
Stafford is
can't get that off as a Lions fan. He
at
stuck
all.
beside y'all for
Yeah,
so
he
long.
Yes, for
You,
yeah,
sure.
you
yeah,
can you can't get that shit off.
you wrong for
Hey,
that, Jordan.
hey,
That nigga
T.
stuck beside
What's
y'all when
up?
y'all was broke and going to school.
Question:
Fuck out of here, man.
Are those Stafford and Viking
that's
rumors you
just
hear them? Are
that
they
that
actually real, or what's going
that's
on with
just
that? Is that
not
just smoke screen?
this ain't
From
damn it,
one
Mike.
of the Rams podcast I watched is that it's not it wasn't directly Stafford Vikings, it was just Stafford trade period. From what I heard from people who quote unquote have insider information, it's just Stafford if he wants to move period to a contender. So
Got
like
it.
and then Vikings would be the contender because of Sam Darnold, but even then like Sam has been playing really well. Like, and I don't think like Stafford to me started the season playing well, but out of like the last 3 games, to me he's not looked that great. I don't necessarily think it like makes. I guess isn't Darnold's deal up after this year? I don't know.
Yeah, he's just got a one
Yeah,
year deal.
he's on 1 year deal.
But
To
my
me,
thing is,
it feels. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
don't think they get to like. Yes, like I guess like marginal plays, just like arm talent wise, but like I don't think like inherently like just getting Stafford just makes them that much better. In my opinion, like
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
do.
think it's just a trust factor.
I do think that they would be a significant upgrade. I don't know how realistic it is, and again, I think that the way that you positioned it is, if Stafford wants to go, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. It's just it's so difficult to trade a quarterback mid-season and everything that would go into that sort of thing. Fortunately, again, you're talking about the same tree though, and that's why
Right.
specifically the Vikings make a
It's
lot of sense. Yeah. And so I don't know how valuable that is, but specifically on the Cooper Cup front, you guys are in line, like you said, kind of $24 million will be the dead cap hit. And I think it's like 7 million ultimately saved as far as if you cut him before March next year. I think if you guys trade him, it's a $17 million cap hit, or dead cap hit, I should say, next year. So there is about a $7 million difference between trading him in the season and compared to cutting him after the season. If you guys get the trade compensation, I think you guys would be willing to do that. But the flip side of that is, I don't know if anybody's putting a day 2 pick on the board for Cooper Cup. And obviously, the injuries and stuff was something that discouraged us from doing so. We'll see if anybody else would want to do so. But I do think, like you said, it would take that level of compensation for you guys want to move him. And if not, I think you guys are comfortable sticking it out. Relying on what the defensive line can try to bring you a little bit on on defense, and then getting Cooper back, and seeing if you can make a run at an NFC wildcard.
I don't know. Like even like to the like second round picks. I don't even know to like am I crazy for thinking 25 million might be like more valuable than the second round pick?
So no, so it's a $24 million dead cap hit if you guys cut him next year or
Mm-hmm.
before March in next year, and then it's a $17 million dead cap hit next year if you guys trade him this year. So it's a $7 million difference basically between trading him this year and cutting him next year.
I thought there was an out. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought
No,
for the
it is
25
an out.
there's
Yeah,
so and
there
you
is
said
an
it's
out.
only 25 mil.
So it's the out is based. You would take on a $22 million dead cap hit, but I mean his contract as far as his cap hit next year would be 29 million on the books right now.
Okay.
But what it does is it eliminates the money in 2026.
So the reason why Stafford's up in Minnesota, or why that's the guy that reported, Jack Settleman, He's very close to the Ravens. He's with Marlon Humphrey in that podcast and stuff. But he, in his article, he put that the Minnesota Vikings coaching staff is very close to LA. I think they have multiple guys from LA on that coaching staff from prior years, and they trust Stafford more than Sam Darnold. So they think if they bring in a guy like Matthew Stafford, they already have the defense. They have Justin Jefferson. They have Jordan Addison. They just brought in Cam Akers to be a backup to Aaron Jones in case injury just happened there. They think their offense is set outside the quarterback. So
Yeah, Z Farm.
There's
That's
no
honestly what I was saying
look,
too.
they believe they can go
No,
toe
go
to
for it,
toe with
D-Mac.
anybody in. Sorry, my bad. They believe
No,
they can
yeah,
go
go for
toe to
it. Go
toe
for
with
it.
any. They believe they can go toe to toe with anybody in the NFC. Like they don't have any reason to be scared of the Eagles. Obviously, we know the 49ers are going through it right now. I don't think that they're scared of competing with the Packers and the Lions. Even if I think that both of those teams are better than them, it doesn't. That's not going to scare them off of it as well. So I think that if it would be a viable option, that they would go that route. Go
And
ahead.
D-Mac, I was going to say, like, that's if we're talking about my Vikings. Let's just be honest. No one's really going to give us the respect because we have Sam Darnold as our quarterback. Like that's what it is. You look at every other team in the NFC, at least even in our division, outside of Caleb, who some people may say is better than Darnold right now as a rookie. But I'm just saying we don't have a quarterback that at least you got to respect. Like people are looking at Sam and they're saying like, okay, he's having a little, start of a good season, but it's Sam Darnold. So if we get a name like Matthew Stafford, okay, now you got to look at us as actual players in the playoffs because Matt's won. He's a champion. He's done it before. He's got a big arm. We've got the best, maybe the two best receiving core. TJ Hawkinson's coming back. Like, so now you got to at least put some respect on the quarterback position for the Vikings if we went out and got Sam Darnold in that kind of bridge maybe a year or two before JJ comes in. So if those rumors were true or if they are true, I'm all for it because at least you got to put some stock in the Vikings because we actually have a viable quarterback that's done it before. But I mean, as far as the game itself goes, like I'm curious to see how we come back one after a loss. Some questions were answered. I know everyone was talking about how the Vikings, play from behind and being able to, even though the defense, of course, helped out with getting that fumble at the end, we stuck in there and actually came back and took the lead. So I don't have a problem with us playing from behind. So really, it's just the big plays. Like we hadn't really given up a lot of big plays at all season long until we ran up against the Lions. So I want to see if that's been fixed. Jordan, I think I told you a couple weeks before we even played. I said you can run the ball on us. Like I said, I think outside of you guys, it was. You can run it if you stick with it, and that's kind of what
He
you
cut out
guys.
for y'all or just me? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he's kind of got D-Mac.
Talking about, yeah, I'm good. I had a call. My fault. But yeah, I was saying that you can run the ball if you stick with it. That's what the Lions ended up doing. And so they got a lot of big chunk plays doing that. So I'll be curious to see if that's taking because Williams from the Rams, he's a good running back. If McVay wants to just pound him the ball, so we'll see how that goes. I know Ed Ingram on the inside, he's on a short leash. I know Dalton Risner is cleared to play. So if Ed Ingram starts acting up, letting pressure come right up the middle, I'm pretty sure we're going to swap him out with Dalton Risner, who we had last year as well. So I'm hoping that kind of solves some of the pressure that Sam ended up getting against the Lions. I'm seeing TJ might be back. I know we dropped Ryan Tunyon, I think his name is, he was a tight end. So I think he might be back. I haven't seen in the reports if he's actually playing or not. But go for it. What were you gonna say, T?
I think he has to be activated by a certain
I
time
looked at
today.
according to Ben Gosling, he did some follow-up reporting, and there was zero truth behind the Stafford to Minnesota rumors, but the Cup rumors are very much real. And the only reason I also wanted to, and it makes sense too, because I've weirdly enough watched some of Kelly's Stafford talk. Funny enough, but their family loves living out here. No funny, like their family actually loves living out here.
Yeah, I mean, shit, LA is LA. You're rich.
To be fair, D-Mac, I honestly thought I don't know. I thought Stafford honestly had what 1 to 2 seasons left. Like being honest, and I don't think he wants to have an entire move of his family for a year and a half left of a career.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I think that the move from Detroit to LA was something that was a little bit more motivated by his stance of to compete for a title, and the fact that he was able to accomplish that now, probably a little bit less motivation to uproot his family and go chase it with the Vikings. And I'm not saying that like he doesn't want to win. I'm not trying to say that in any way, but there's a different level of being able to say that you did win that. Compared to that too. So that has to be taken into consideration. But as far as the Vikings are concerned and talk about respectability, I think that, gaining respect or whatever is overblown in my opinion. I don't give a damn if you respect my team or not. It's about if we can compete and win. But I do think that there is a level of trust in those moments that do matter. And that's something that, that's a question we don't know about Sam Darnold. We know that he can operate well in this system. We've seen it. Yeah.
I feel like in this system they trust, like as much as maybe the fans or just people in general about Sam Darnold might not trust him. I believe that they trust him in this system.
Yeah, no, I think they trust him. And I think they were very purposeful in bringing him in. Yeah,
like even
absolutely.
the play calling, D-Mac, like some of the dropbacks that like I think like typically you would probably not do in prior years with Sam Darnold, that they're very much allowing him to read the field. Like, yeah, he's made some decisions. The Lions, when I think the pick to Addison's probably his worst decision so far on the season, but.
Yeah,
I think they trust him. Like even when I look at the play calling, like I think like even opportunities I thought like even against Detroit to me that they could have ran the ball a little bit more. They still were out there slinging the ball. I don't know. I think the fans kind of overblow like the name value more than like what we're watching right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is, and this is why Sam Darnold's a guy that I, kind of picked up in one of my dynasty leagues because it's a super flex league, and I thought he would add value because he was brought in to San Francisco for a similar reason. Like his talent has never been a question mark. He has the arm talent to access all levels of the field that you need him to. It's just about putting him in a system that builds his confidence and also, takes him away from some of the negative tendencies that sometimes crops up as well. And obviously with the Jets, he didn't have a chance. And really with the Panthers, he didn't have a chance. But in a better situation, he's showing you what he can actually bring to the table from a quarterback position. So I think they've been very purposeful about bringing him in as a backup plan to JJ, or at least as a starting plan, obviously until JJ ended up getting hurt. And they've been able to reap the rewards of that. And it's worked out to this point, and I expect him to kind of roll forward with that.
Funny though, if there was a facilitated trade with Stafford and the Vikings, I think we were kind of linked to wanting to trade up for JJ in the draft as well. Weirdly enough, in some of the Rams things to try to trade up for JJ, like trade some of our next. I wouldn't be if there is going to be a move. I wouldn't be surprised if it's we take JJ and we also take a portion of that contract of Stafford as well.
Can you not trade a player? I don't think that trade can go through.
It couldn't go through.
I don't think right now because JJ's on IR.
Yeah, that'd be the issue. I would be shocked if I think they still very much view JJ as the future, so I don't think that they would want to do that. But
because I'm thinking in my head like D-Mac, what would facilitate a trade for Stafford? Like I don't think they have necessarily anything like a low value pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would say, hey, we're going to give you. Yeah, I mean, we're just going to give you because they have obviously JJ on a rookie contract and Sam Darnold's not making anything, so we say we'll absorb the money. And we're going to try and compete this year. We'll give you maybe a second and a third on top of it. And that's just how we're going to roll with it. And it probably wouldn't be any players, but it would have to be A, you guys are good and done with the season and you guys don't think that you can compete. And then B, Stafford wanting to move. And I think B is probably maybe less likely than A, but I don't think either of those are going to end up happening.
And also like, another thing about people and like some of the Ram podcasts I watch who have a little bit of insider information. One of the reasons I knew about Kyron Williams being the guy you should have drafted last year instead of Cam Akers. They did also say that fuck, I just lost my statement. Fuck, I just just forgot what I was saying. Never mind, fuck it.
Yeah, but if they were to move someone like a Cooper Kupp, and I said this yesterday in the chat, I do think a team gets desperate. There's a 5-2 team in the AFC North right now that has missed not only on one wide receiver, but two wide receivers in trade talks. I do think the Pittsburgh Steelers would make a second-round move, and I think they would move that second-round pick to get someone like Cooper Kupp, put him in the slot with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, whoever that quarterback is, it helps that offense out a lot. So
well, this is what I was saying. Like even speaking to like how if you watch McVay, even the rest of the team, they are very much adamant about believing like they still have a chance even at the division, let alone just playoffs. Like it's still a very like it's a far shot out chance, right, to win the division, but it's not as far out as like people will perceive it as. Like if you look at what our division is right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even if you trade Cooper Kupp, it doesn't mean that you're punting on the season. You could trade Cooper Kupp, get Puka back, and still feel good about where your offense is going to end up landing.
Yes, and then you put Puka in the slot, or you put to me Puka on the X, and then we still have Whittington, who's
I was
been
going to
very
say, especially
productive.
Exactly. You guys have hit on Whittington. You obviously brought in DeMarcus Robinson. You've gotten good contributions from Tutu. So your wide receiver core is still in a place in which you feel like you can operate the offense at a good level.
Yeah, and you get that pick for next year. You
I will say I don't love the fit of Cooper Kupp to the Steelers. I would say I like the fit, but I don't think that Arthur Smith would like the fit. I don't think that Russell Wilson would like the fit, who we've seen now is going to be the quarterback, it seems like. So I don't know how valuable
What
that
about
would
the
be.
fit you think you would disagree with? Because like I do think they're predicated on like play action and run the ball, and Kupp in the slot is a motherfucker at blocking.
He absolutely is. The thing is, Arthur Smith's offenses have never been all that slot favorable to those types of guys, and Russell Wilson as a quarterback has never been incredibly slot favorable over the middle of the field where Cooper Kupp eats. But I mean, play action, being able to be an extremely good blocker, obviously getting open over the middle of the field. Cooper Kupp still can do all three of those things at an incredibly high level. I just don't know if that would be the target that they would go after. But if the Steelers do feel like they need a wide receiver and Kupp is the best guy out there, that could be something that ends up happening.
And I also think we're necessarily feeding for like I think Kupp could get moved for a late second too. I don't think we're necessarily I don't think they're feeding to draft a quarterback this year. Funny enough, like as much as people will say about this quarterback class, I think I think they would load up. Definitely another interior lineman. Probably a later round pick for an interior lineman. Definitely another pick into the secondary. In terms of the safety play. And even our tackle situation. Like I like one side. I still think we would draft the tackle on the other side. And definitely like if you watch the Rams, the biggest issue with our defense and even it playing is our linebacker situation. We do not have a linebacker. Like Roseboom and those they're not actual NFL linebackers. So I don't know. I think we lean defense. If you paid attention, like the last, even with the Corum pick was kind of surprising as Ram fans, but I think we just lean more defense than anything in the next draft with all that defensive talent anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I don't think you guys need to pigeonhole a quarterback into the situation. I think if one falls into place, then certainly. But I don't think you guys are in a position where it's time to mortgage multiple picks to move up and go get a guy or reach on a guy that shouldn't be picked.
I do know though, D-Mac, there was real thing about trying to get Dak to LA if the extension didn't work out. I know that there is real smoke behind that. Especially if we traded Stafford, but now with that getting an extension, I doubt like.
I think that Dak would have had a few different if he didn't get an extension there for sure.
Who y'all got winning the game time before we wrap it up?
I gotta say the Rams, nigga.
I got the Vikings, but I think it'll be entertaining though. I think it'll be a well-watched game.
Yeah, it'll be 24-17.
If you haven't picked up the Vikings defense on fantasy yet, I don't know what you're doing. They're still favored, or they're still on the waiver wire in a lot of leagues. They're the number 2 defense in fantasy right now. I don't know why you haven't picked them up.
They're number 2 in points.
What defense you talking about?
Because I have Broncos and
Vikings.
I thought number 2 was Chicago.
No, they're averaging 12 points a game, and I think they have 100 points already. They're averaging more points than tight ends this year.
TJ Hawkinson is out today.
Yeah, so
he's out today. Okay.
Yeah, so if you don't have the Vikings defense,
I'm back next week.
To be fair, though, I go Lauri Farm. That's cool and all, but I got the Broncos defense, and they playing Carolina. That should do me.
Broncos been fucking people up, man. Shout out to the Broncos defense.
It's all right. We top of the league with the Vikings. You stay middle of the pack.
Not try passing.
Okay. All right.
Good little talk. So what's your opinions though, Ev? You never want to talk, like you don't never talk, bro. Like I want to hear your opinions about the game, Twin.
I had to take Milo out, refuel, eat some sandwiches real quick. I already got no extra opinions, but I think the Vikings were a phenomenal team to start the year defensively and offensively. I think they'll have a lot of success offensively, whether that's with Aaron Jones, whether that's with Jettis. Obviously, it's always a good for me. It's always a good thing to watch Cooper Kupp return to the fold and watch that Stafford and Kupp pairing. Don't know if Puka's playing, but yeah, man, I got the Vikings winning this one on the road. I think it'll be a good game, though. It's not gonna be
I don't think Puka's playing at all because they just activated his 21-day window.
okay. So yeah, I just have the Vikings winning this game. I think that they can have a lot of success, whether that's on the ground or through the air. Personally, but I still think Kupp and Stafford will pick things up right where they left off in this game they played this year. And obviously, Kyron been a touchdown machine, so you can probably expect Kyron to get to the end zone to continue that streak that he got going on. And yeah, man, I heard you speak on Jordan. I heard you speak on Tutu. So really just a wait and see kind of thing with me with this game tonight. But all in all, I got the Vikings winning it in a close one.
Dalton Reisner is also out, and I believe Puka probably would have had to be activated by now, and maybe between the before 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Eastern. So we'll I probably hear official word on that soon here, but I doubt he plays too.
Okay. Well, look, everybody that's in here, thank y'all for even also picking up the football talks and still being able to talk, man. That was phenomenal. You don't have to be long, J. Will. You could be long. I don't mind, but we didn't. Yeah, we tried to get you on the Suns a couple of times. We just weren't.
Yeah, I mean, briefly, bro, we suck. I'm just gonna say that right now. Number two, we are in figuring out mode with the new team. Rebounding is still the issue. And then what the Clippers did yesterday, which I think their defense will be solid all year long, is they murked the game right. The Suns still, to me, have not figured out when teams are trying to murk the game up, how do we respond? So we got to give us a little time, but I don't. My issue with is everybody wants to generate more threes. I don't see it because the only way we generate threes, bro, just being quite frankly honest, bro. KD post up touch, or KD pick and roll. It's double damn near every single time. He got to take care of the ball, but when he does, we generate the three. But when he don't take care of the ball, it's a difference. Devin Booker, when he getting guarded by a good athletic guard or whatever, wing, whatever, quick, he got to get more trigger happy. He coming off the pick. He supposed to be pulling. He let the guy catch back up. Then now he put the ball. He pick the dribble up. Now we swinging it. So I need them two to get back into attack mode. I get their new team, new everybody, new faces and stuff. They're trying to gel and trying to figure some shit out together. But it start with them two. Y'all the engine. Y'all got to get y'all shots up. Y'all got to make the defense panic versus not. So I think KD did that last night. Didn't take care of the ball, but he did it for the most part. But rebounding and defense still the issue though. Like you can just tell, we gonna get anybody that's a good pick and roll operator, we in trouble. So that's what I got. I'll talk about more about it in playback.
Yeah, because I had a question for you about Tyus.
Yeah, something happened on playback. Quick question.
Nah, nothing happened. It's just typically a thing after the show ends, it go there.
Okay, I have a question, but you can wrap up the YouTube show.
All right, everybody that's in here, y'all, thank y'all so much for the bottom of my heart for rocking with Facts and Stats today. The show would now be shifting to the playback room. Well, not necessarily a show, but the playback room would not be opening. I want to say that. It's scrolling on the bottom of the screen, playback.tv/Facts and Stats. Playback.tv/Facts and Stats. That is an app you can easily download. It's free to join the room. Costs $0. Make sure y'all like the video. Make sure y'all subscribe to Facts and Stats on YouTube. Thank y'all for all the support. Thank y'all for all the love. And what D-Mac? Were D-Mac asking something? D-Mac, were you asking something here or in playback?
No, I said in playback.
Okay. All right. So everybody that came through today, thank you. Again, playback.tv/Facts and Stats. You can catch the rest of the speakers there. And thank y'all for all the support. The room is now live. Thank y'all. Thank y'all from the bottom of my heart.